Ship 36 just blew up.
Oh my god.
Flight directors go for flight. Ignition. 2, 1. We have liftoff. Booster engine cut off. Ship engine cut off.
So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside speed off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Signal.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting flare, correct? Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes. Keep that. We don't need any more of these.
Yeah, this is NSF Mission Control. We are making sure your coffee ingestion is nominal here this one. Oh, hey guys. Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? We have attempt 3 for Starship Flight 10 here happening. And this is the Stakeout stream. What's going on, everybody? I am EJ, your host with the most for the first half of this stream. I am the master of ceremonies. They put me in charge again. I'm not sure exactly why, but they did. They did. Hopefully you guys all got your coffee here today, and hopefully my wait, I'm going to do it. My competent cohort of co-hosts also have coffee. We also have Adrian with us. Adrian, are you out there?
I am out here, once again looking at Starship for the next 9 hours. We are not slowing down here, EJ. Starship just gives us more excitement. It's more days, it's more excitement. So I'm just looking forward to... I will already spoil this, talk a bit about the weather here, because look at this.
Is this Vandenberg? Is this a Vandenberg here, or... Oh.
So it's a thing called rain.
The water starts falling from the sky? When did they start doing this?
The good thing is, if it falls from the sky, it might not be in the sky anymore when it's launch time. So that's my hope, at least.
That's a very good point.
4 billion years ago? I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, speaking of 4 billion years, Ryan Weber is here.
Wait, what?
I don't know. It felt right. It felt right to say. Ryan Weber's always here with me and Adrian. Ryan, how you doing?
I got my my awesome coffee. I'm ready to go. It feels like Groundhog Day. Once more into the breach, dear friends. We're third attempt. Can it launch today? I mean, I'm not going to be not say anything. Covering Starship is a whole lot of fun, but there comes a point at which I want the rocket to fly rather than sit on the ground. You know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, man. Believe me. And then bringing up the production here is map enthusiast, spaceflight enthusiast, cartographer extraordinaire, Mr. Ryan Caton. Ryan Caton on production. Ryan, thank you for doing the production today and dealing with me being the host. I'm sure that's very fun for you.
He will handle.
He'll handle it. All right. So you guys know the drill. This is a Stakeout stream. We are a little bit under 9 hours. The time right now is reading 8 hours 54 minutes to launch, hopefully, of Flight 10 here. That's a shot of the stack sitting out on that this pad at Boca Chica. The pad A is this pad for me. That pad is the other one that's to the to the west of it.
I refer to them, EJ, as Pad North and Pad South. Because I love that, because technically Pad 1 is a bit more north. I think. No, it's more south. Sorry. Pad 2 is north. Pad 1 is south. So technically you could refer to them as north and south.
But I like this pad and that pad. This pad is Pad A, that pad is Pad B, and then the pad at 39A is the other pad. So this pad, that pad, and the other pad.
This is
like that.
this is suborbital Pad A, and then you got orbital Pad B. Hey Ryan.
I wonder if Ryan knows that he is hot micing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Swing to your left. Swing to your right. Hey, you got it right.
We're all waking up here, so
yeah, that's why I asked if coffee ingestion was green. That was the first thing. Can you confirm coffee topping off is complete? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I don't think they can hear that, but we can, so that makes us look really weird. You know?
Mhm.
Yeah, we just heard a voice in our head that we acknowledged that they couldn't hear.
I swear we don't have voices in our heads. I swear.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I hear Kevin.
Totally.
Sometimes I hear Kevin in my ears. Like suddenly, even if I'm not on stream, sometimes just Kevin starts to talk with me.
Really?
Chris, commentary.exe is crashed.
Yep. Task failed successfully. Would you like to reboot? Okay.
Yes.
So you guys know the drill here. You can ask us questions tagging at NASA Spaceflight. We will get through the support queue. I refuse to have the support queue fill up on my watch. That is unacceptable in my mind. And as always, we're here to just chill, and we're here to have some fun talking about rockets, teaching people about rockets, and hopefully, watching the clouds go by. And hopefully they do, because yesterday we had that darn anvil cloud.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to say the word. Let's just say they canceled the launch yesterday. All right, they canceled the launch yesterday, going right to the end of the window because there were anvil clouds in the area. Now, what does that mean? That means the really quick and dirty explanation for that is that lightning. You have charged clouds in the area. There's lightning. You do not want to launch the rocket into a scenario where it becomes a lightning rod. That is in fact bad for it. NASA learned that very well on Apollo 12. Ryan, do you know what I'm talking about?
SCE docs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So you never want to put the rocket into a scenario where it's going to get struck by lightning. Now, could it be okay? Yeah, that's possible. It's possible that it could be okay, but do you want to take the chance on a test flight? Now, Adrian, maybe you can commentate more on this here. Now, I saw a lot of people. I was browsing around on social media. Probably shouldn't have done it as much as I did yesterday because that makes your brain go. All right.
Yes.
But I was browsing around on social media and I saw a lot of people say it can't even launch in the rain. It can't even launch in the rain. What the heck's that about? Why is SpaceX, this rocket's supposed to launch every hour or so? Why would they be worried about it this time around, Adrian?
I mean, they're working on this test flight for how many months now? A year now, basically, getting these prototypes together. Of course, they launch next to that other test flights, but it's a lot of work. And we are only talking about the 10th flight here. And now, now imagine the 10th flight of a new plane, for example. Would that already be equipped to handle every single weather scenario? Would you risk it there? Probably not. You don't understand the vehicle fully well yet, right? You don't understand the limitations yet. You didn't want to test that yet. And you don't want to risk gathering all that precious data because you flew through a cloud. Like, we see these clouds there. Right now, if they launch where they would be right now, through these clouds, there's no way they could launch. That's basically the definition of you don't want to launch through this. And that's what they're doing here right now. So, will Starship be able in the future to handle more storms, more anvil clouds, more potentially lightning? Yes, I think so. They will at some point expand the capabilities. They will think about how to avoid these things. But is that a priority you want to take on Starship Flight 10? I don't think so. That's not their critical issue here, EJ.
Yeah, you really want those ideal conditions. You do not want what you actually see on the screen there. You don't want to fly into that, especially if you're testing it. It's not that Starship wouldn't be able to do this one day, guys. It's that you see that, that chungus right there on your screen. You don't want to fly through that.
Oh. Yeah, that's bad.
That is a lot of rain.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things. It's like, yeah, as you're saying, it's not that it won't ever be able to do it in the future. It's that right now they are still understanding this vehicle. They're still flight testing it. They're still figuring it out. But the other thing is there are certain things you just can't fly through, and that goes for literally anything. There are things you don't want to drive through. That goes for anything. Sometimes weather, Mother Nature, you just kind of have to deal with it. And if you can't fly, you can't fly. It's just, it's one of those things. And unfortunately, right now, they don't fully understand the vehicle. I mean, they got a pretty good understanding of it because they've flown it 9 times already. But until they get the design down, until everything is solid, they're not really going to fully understand all the weather constraints to the vehicle until they finalize the design. Because as we know, the design is not finalized yet. Eventually, Starship's going to get stretched. Eventually, we have the next generation version coming out, which is version 3, Block 3. That's coming out, which is going to have changes to it. So that changes the flight characteristics. There's a whole bunch of things that go with it. But even in this kind of instance, if there's lightning around with this rain, even an airplane can't take off in this. Not with lightning. That shuts down the ramp. That usually shuts down the runways. You can't take off because if you take off in something like this, there's a chance the airplane can get struck by lightning. While it can take that, it can also cause damage to the aircraft. It's designed to take it, but that doesn't mean you should do it. If you can avoid it, you should.
And now imagine the testing size we have for airplanes, right? We understand airplanes flew millions of times at this point in humans' history, and again, this is just Starship Flight 10. They are not there yet, and as Ryan said, this is not something you would usually fly airplanes through. The advantage just sometimes is you can fly over it. If that is not the airport, but if this is right now the airport. That's not great for airplanes either.
We'll need like weather modification stuff, like cloud seeding, or we would need ways to disrupt weather patterns. Like when you're preparing to launch, you shoot something up into the atmosphere and it dissipates any weather, so you get clear skies and then you launch. I mean, eventually there's going to be some kind of weather control net. I mean, eventually we'll figure out how to dissipate clouds, how to create rain where we want to do. That's not like something that humanity won't be able to figure out at some point. But it's a technology we straight up don't have right now. We don't have that. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, that'd be nice to just, wish for the sun. I'd be okay with that. I mean, I got a lot of sun up here in the Northeast right now. It has done the opposite of that. It has not rained a lot, which is, that's good. All my plants are basically wilting and destroyed, but that's fine. It's fine. They got all the water, But anyway, hopefully we see these storms pass through, guys. That's I did see a little bit of sunlight there. Not on that camera though. It is raining sideways. Okay.
You know what I'm more worried about here, EJ, than the launch window itself, because of course the launch window is 9 hours away, right?
Yeah.
But there are potentially some items that also require vehicle access. I don't know if that is the case today on launch day, but there are, of course, some things that will be slower or more annoying to do while you're on a rain. I mean, the same goes for our field team, right?
Mhm.
They have to deploy cameras right now in this.
I'm sorry. That sounds awful. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Now I feel bad for sitting in my office all dry and cool like that. Oh boy. But then again, Adrian, I have done that. I've been out there doing field operations. I did them for 7 and 8, and then went and hosted the main launch stream here. It is a grueling task. And during Flight 7, we did it in weather like this, which is, fun. Not. Oh, boy.
In regards to the vehicle preps, I do want to say yesterday it was a first for the Starship program. Now, yes, they have had scrubs in the past and turned into wet dress rehearsals. But yesterday was the first time they ever went through the full count with no issues. They paused the T-40, not because of an issue with the pad or the vehicle, but because of weather. And then because they couldn't go, they ran the clock to T-10 and then kicked it back to 40 and then scrubbed the launch. With no issues to the vehicle, there was, I think, one lift out in the middle of the night to just kind of look at the BQD. But it's a first for the program that they tried to launch, but it was scrubbed by weather, like a lot of other rockets run into. But it's a first for the program. They actually haven't had that where they scrub because of that. They actually haven't had that before. It's kind of funny. It feels normal now. It's like, Starship gets scrubbed by the weather.
Yeah.
More normal.
But Ryan, like every wet dress rehearsal that they have, that's just more data on Starship flights. I mean, even a wet dress rehearsal can give you some pretty dang good telemetry. And even though the rocket didn't fly, that's good. More data is going to make this thing more reliable in the future, so it gets to a point where it can take off with this stuff. Hopefully. I mean, there are other rockets, guys, that can take off in a thunderstorm. There is footage out and around. I'm sure we don't have it, but that's fine, and I'm not asking for it either. There's footage of like Soyuz rockets, Russian Soyuz rockets, just getting absolutely ganked by lightning on the way up, and then just the Soyuz doesn't care. It's just like, yeah, all right, whatever.
The
Cool.
the R7, it is funny because Elon, we can talk about the Kevin's telling me to put me in timeout. I'm referencing yesterday, Kevin, or at least the last 2 days. Anywho, I don't want that today. Like they're talking about flying Starship, 1,000 times and all these other things. The only rocket that's ever hit 2,000 launches in a single run, and it's a family of rockets, is the R7. That thing has been around since the 50s. It has flown over 2,000 times. It is a workhorse. It is a tank. It just keeps going and doesn't stop. It is kind of hilarious what that thing can fly through. And the hope is that Starship does that and better, because they understand the thing so much they're like, it's fine, it'll just go. It's so beefy that it doesn't matter. I can't wait to get to that point, because I think Starship will eventually get there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Adrian, you said it a little bit before when you're talking about planes have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours of testing. And that what you're basically getting at is it's just, a design matures over time. It matures over time. I mean, look at Falcon 9. Look at Falcon 9's reliability nowadays versus 10 years ago. Even 10 years ago. Like 10 years ago, SpaceX was barely figuring out densified propellants. It might scrub, it might not. Now it's weird if a Falcon 9 does scrub. And that's just speaking to the maturity of design. And that comes with, time and hours. And that's why this data that they're getting, even from a wet dress rehearsal, is good data. That's good. That's going to help. And that's going to make the vehicle more reliable in the future. Anyway, I'm going to bust through the support queue here. I refuse to leave that support queue window full. So we're going to get through some support here. We have Bideford with the $25 super chat. Love this intro. Hyped up again. Ready, set, go. Bideford, please give your son my regards. I hope he gets better. Thank you very much. I did keep him in my thoughts. I said I would, and I did. I am a man of my word. So, Bideford, thank you for the 25. Do appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to have trouble with this one. Adimchi Onyanadum. I think I got it. 20 euros. Why didn't they use yesterday's scrub event as an opportunity to do a full wet dress rehearsal to confirm that all recent changes made have been properly addressed? I'm pretty sure they did.
They did?
Adimchi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they did. So your mind is in the exact right spot. That is exactly what happened. So that's great. Thank you. Go ahead, Adrian.
That's why they also called a scrub and then went all the way down to T-10 seconds, because they wanted to test these critical 30 seconds from 40 to 10, where a lot of stuff happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they like. You're 100% on the right thing here. That's what they did. They now performed. We can now say this stack has performed a successful wet dress
And a tanking test.
and a tanking.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Or partial tanking test, I should say, because the booster didn't even get any locks loaded. And just like that, the rain is gone. You gotta love those pop-up thunderstorms.
Yeah, that happens, especially where it's humid, and it is humid down there. That is very humid down there. All right, so we have the Eagle with 10 Red Team gifted memberships. Eagle, thank you very much. I love your name. That's awesome. And then we got Elijah Summer. Elijah, it's good to see you again. Elijah was chatting up a storm yesterday in the Stakeout stream with us. Good to see you again. Hope you're having a good morning. $2 super chat. Was here from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. yesterday. See, I remembered that before I read it. I swear, I wasn't like, oh, I read it. Like, oh, I'm good. No. Elijah, I remember you. I remember everybody. I stream on Twitch. You ask anybody over there. I remember people that I have conversations with. I think it's because I was dropped as a child and hit my head on things. Probably that. Probably should have been wearing a helmet. Didn't wear a helmet. Riding my bike. What are you gonna do? All right, we have the Eagle again with a $50 super chat saying, as someone from Wyoming, here it comes, Adrian. Here it comes.
Oh no!
Can you point in the right direction to the coast? I really want to watch re-entry. Here it, dude. Already, how far are we into the stream? 22 minutes.
It's haunting me. One day I have to go to Wyoming at this point.
Wyoming's beautiful for what it's worth. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. $2 super chat. This does not keep your yak dry. That is very true. The yak will almost certainly get saturated with moisture today, which is not good. You do not want to have a wet yak. Then the beard gets all icky and gross. Sorry. All right. Sir Goosey gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you very much, Sir Goosey. Okay, fellas, questions? Comments? Question? No, you do? You don't?
Questions?
You do? You don't? All right, cool. Let's pop through that questions queue here and roll with it. So this question's coming from Tom. Tom, if current Ship 37 does not perform successfully today, how will SpaceX test what was not tested and verify the changes they make will work with only one other ship left? Ryan, that feels like a Ryan question. Ryan, Your Honor.
Well, they only have one Block 2 ship left. It's not like they only have one ship left, period. I mean, they're building 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 as all the nose cone parts we've seen. Yes, that many. Which is kind of nuts to say the least. But I mean, if it doesn't work out and they're not able to test any fixes, then they'll try again on 38. If that doesn't work, they'll try again on 39 and 40. And I hope that doesn't happen. But, I mean, that's just kind of the thing of the way SpaceX has built this program, which is hardware rich. If you have problems, you try to make fixes on the next one and go. The hope is that with a program like that is that you don't have to do it too much. Is that when you fly something, you get to have a lot of success out of it. You may find little issues here and there, but you're able to continuously test your issues rather than having other bigger ones crop up and not be able to test other fixes. That's the hope you always have. Unfortunately, with Block 2, they've had the issue of, well, they had a lot of fixes from the Block 1 era they put onto Block 2, and then they started to come up with more issues, so they couldn't test the issues that they made on Block 2. Like the biggest one is moving the forward flaps. that is something that they found during reentry, and they've kind of known for a while that they wanted to move the flaps forward, but they haven't been able to test it because they haven't gotten there. They haven't gotten to that point. So they'll keep flying. That's what they'll do. They'll just keep flying until they figure it out. And I just hope that they get success, because if they get success, they learn more from it. The further the ship gets, the more data they get, the more stable it is, the further they can get, the more upgrades they can make to future ships, so the further they can get in the program and faster they can make it, make the ship more reliable. So that's just all.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, just because this is an older version of the ship doesn't mean, as Ryan was saying, doesn't mean that they aren't going to test new things on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Block 3 ship has that dumbling dispenser in the payload bay door, right? Like, Ryan, it has that. That's still a thing, and you can test it here. What engines you have powering Starship in the drive section?
Yeah.
All right. Doesn't matter for
calling that.
Oh, dude, I'm making it stick. I agree with you 100%. That's not going to affect how the payload bay door works, right? So even though you have, two quote unquote outdated ships in here, you're still going to be able to test some good stuff that will be relevant in Block 3. Okay. This next question is coming from Terry Ladding. Adrian, I'm going to tee this one up for you. He asks, do Raptors run at full throttle on Ascent? That's a good question. Adrian, go for it.
It's a very interesting question, because from what we can tell, at least they run them close to 100%, but it seems like they adjust sometimes a bit at the beginning. At least the early flights, for example, didn't run 100. They ran about 90%. And of course, as most rockets do, they throttle down once the aerodynamic pressure increases to not, crush your vehicle on Ascent. So that is another part. So yes, they run at least close to full throttle on Ascent, and then they throttle down a bit during max Q and make sure that they don't put the vehicle through too much pressure.
So you're talking about Q, right? Oh, you guys want some nerd stuff? I know it's a little early. We can nerd out right now if you want.
Let's do it.
All right, so Q refers to dynamic pressure on the front of a vehicle. As Adrian was saying, they'll throttle the engines back. Now, dynamic pressure means that you have a changing amount of pressure being exerted on the vehicle during ascent, right? So now here's where this gets complicated, right? You'd think that the pressure is going to stay the same on the front of the vehicle. Well, no, you're dealing with a lot of different things going on. The rocket's going faster, right? The atmosphere is getting less dense, right? So, because there's no air up there, the atmospheric density will go down over time. The atmosphere gets thinner and thinner. But the rocket still needs to get to a certain speed to get into orbit at the same time. So Q, maximum dynamic pressure in rockets, refers to a point where you have peak aerodynamic loading on the front of the vehicle. Basically, Starship can't move the air out of the way. It can't move the air out of the way fast enough. Air is getting compressed up against the front of the vehicle because the oncoming air is basically forcing it up against the nose. It creates a kind of I'm not sure if that's the right exact term, but it's a stagnation area, right? And that basically makes aerodynamics and physics are trying to make your rocket accordion itself. And I'm pretty sure we don't need an accordioning Starship. That's probably not good for, landing people on Mars. So that was a good question. Thank you, Terry. Appreciate it. We got another one here coming from Johan M. Johan, what are you up to here? What are you asking? What's on your mind? All right. So why not just hold the launch attempt until it's a clear day again? I have to get up in the middle of the night for every attempt.
I will just jump into this because they thought there might be a window. This is a very, from a perspective, this can be a bit hindsight. Because, of course, now we know weather was not go yesterday, right? But from what we can tell, weather was initially about 50% go. So you want to at least give it a try. And yes, the weather got worse in the window, but at that point, you're already starting to fuel. You're already at that, and you still had a 30% chance according to SpaceX. So if you already went through all the closures and everything, and you're at that point, you might as well take a chance with the 30% and at least try. We had rocket launches. Falcon Heavy's demo flight to be an excellent example. Nobody thought Falcon Heavy demo would launch on that day. Nobody. That weather was really bad. And then they just made it work.
Yep. I was there for that Falcon Heavy flight. Me and Das and a bunch of other people were like, there's no way this thing is going. And then it did. There's my alarm. Cool. It's time to wake up.
So yeah, it's a thing. So sometimes you get lucky. We had launches that go at 10%. We also recently had a Falcon 9 launch that scrubbed at 90% go because of weather. 90% still leaves 10%. 10% still leaves 90%. Math checks out. So it's a little bit early, but I was discussing dynamic pressure here a second ago. So I think we were at the point where doing math on stream is okay. I think that's fine. Let's keep going through the questions here. Oh, Wyoming coast. Oh my God.
Sorry, it's a good question. All right. It's going to be the same way on Mars in dust storms. If you're not flying through those, weather happens. You're not flying through those. Weather happens regardless of planet. Yeah. I mean, ideally, because of transfer windows and stuff, you really don't want the weather to be a constricting thing because orbital mechanics is already constricting your transfers, a lot. But, I mean, I don't know. Personally, I believe, I'm pretty sure the dust storms that happen on Mars, like the one in The Martian, is grossly over-exaggerated for story purposes, I'm pretty sure. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to get Martian dust just blowing around all over solar panels and stuff, when you're on the surface. Right, Ryan?
Yeah, you'll still get dust blowing around, but I don't think you're going to have the kind of dust storms in that. The one thing about Mars is what it's got. It's 1% the density of Earth, right? I'm trying to remember what the percentage was, but it has an atmosphere, but it's not much. There really isn't much there. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the number one question we're getting asked today, right? Adrian, go.
There was was it a Martian or something that had this is 130 kilometers an hour winds, and if you actually calculate that, it's it's just, I think it's 1/10 of the atmosphere, so it's that's a breeze. Don't be worried about that.
A hurricane on Mars would be a soft breeze here because of the density, guys, because the atmospheric density. Mars has some atmosphere, guys, but it's not what Earth is. Earth is a big chunky supersphere compared to Mars.
Yep. So it's it's not really. It's always funny when movies try to exaggerate that, and they're like, "Oh, it's so fast." Yeah, but if you divide it by 10, you're just at 13 kilometers an hour winds. That's not that harsh. And there you can see the weather, by the way. Yep. And you can see, I think, barely at the end, you can really see that storm popping off there right over Starbase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're, Adam Suker's going to get very angry at me because I'm going to say this and I'm probably not going to say it right. But seems to be a cell over South Texas, and meteorologists, if I'm saying that wrong, tell me the right way to say it because I'm not a weather person. Okay, I could tell you what the vehicle does, but. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of clouds over there. You know where it's clear, though? It looks pretty clear on the Cape. I'm just saying.
So move the rocket over?
That's a good idea. We should do that.
Yeah. Maybe they should build a pad for that. They should maybe start some environmental work for that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great idea.
Maybe just build another factory over there. I think that's a good idea.
Well, hi there. That's a lot of cranes.
How many cranes you want? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this. It's a decent amount of cranes. If you want to see a lot of cranes, just look across the channel. You can look across the channel from Starbase over to where they're constructing that LNG plant. Holy that's a lot of cranes.
Look at the top right camera. There's literally a Falcon 9 in the air right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's doing what's called a CATO. That's a crane-assisted takeoff there.
Uh-huh. Which one is that? I don't remember.
I can get that info for you if you
Or-
keep talking here for a moment.
It's for sure the CRS booster, right? Like
I was about to say, yeah,
CRS.
there hasn't been another launch. Yeah.
It's
So then
SpaceX
it's B1090. I think it's
1090.
B1090-7.
Yeah.
Yep, 1090-7.
Yeah. Well, now it's technically I think -8. If you
Yeah, it would be 8.
depending on yeah.
Yeah,
Depending on where you
how you name it, right? It's completed 7 flights. If let's just say that was its 7th flight, delivering the SpaceX 33 mission to the ISS. That was C211.
Because the way SpaceX does it is, technically speaking, it is -8 because it is going to fly again at this rate. We expect it to fly again on another mission. And that's why, like, it's called 15-2, because 15 is going to fly again. So, you know. But it's the way SpaceX does it. It's everyone. I know people have gotten mad at it and everything. It's like, what do you want us to do? It's the way SpaceX does it. Like,
just say it's flown 7 times.
Right.
Plain English way of saying it. Now that Dragon, just a quick side tangent here. That Dragon that it took to the ISS was pretty cool. C211 had its trunk. All the Dragons have a trunk. It's like an adapter that goes on the back of the Dragon that has like solar panels on it, right? If you've seen crew launches with us here on NSF, you see it. It has the fins on it, right? Now, SpaceX 33 launched with extra propellant tanks and thrusters in the trunk, kind of making an impromptu service module on that resupply Dragon. Now, the reason why they did it is because that Dragon's going to be used for ISS boosting operations, which that's actually super cool. Even this far into Falcon 9's architecture, we're still seeing SpaceX throw cool modifications at the vehicle. Just I think that's super neat.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of small little modifications over time that they have thrown at Falcon 9 and the Dragon is honestly quite amazing. And they basically squeezed out every single capability, feature, and performance they could get out of this rocket.
Yep. All right, cool. Let's dive into more questions here. We got Starman, which is asking, Starman's asking, why do SpaceX launch directors start counting down at different T- times before launches? Specifically Starship, 10, 5 seconds, etc. Is there any standardized way of calling out stuff on the nets? Ooh, that's a good question. Who wants this one? This is a good one. Ryan, it's up to you.
I mean, it's more of... I don't think there's really a standardization. It's more of what procedures you come up with as a company, and also it depends on the rocket. Like, and also I would assume that almost a lot of different launch directors might have a different way of doing things, or at least, I mean, there's a set procedure obviously for the rocket itself. There's a set countdown where certain things happen in that countdown and everything like that, and that's that. But when it comes to different launch directors, maybe they just have a different way of counting out, seconds. Like, some may say 30, or maybe they'll say 20. Maybe they won't say 20. Maybe they'll say 30, then 15, then 0. I don't know, something like that. That's my guess, anyways.
Yeah. I think the different countdowns. Yeah, it's really kind of up to the. I mean, every vehicle's going to have a specific checklist and subsets for it. That's like the countdown sequence is going to be denoted by what's called stakeholder expectations, right? So Starship's countdown is very much due to the fact that they are trying to make it reusable. Like, Starship has that built-in 40-second hold where SpaceX can do a final troubleshoot and they can recycle the vehicle at that 40-second hold point. That's super useful to be able to increase your odds of launching if you have a problem. You could basically pause everything. You can pause the count and then unpause it and go. That is very, very vital to rapid reuse. So every vehicle's countdown is kind of, I'm not going to say preordained, right? Every vehicle's countdown is kind of thought up based off of how the vehicle is supposed to perform. If you take something like Delta 4, right? Delta 4 had planned holds in the count, right? But if if Delta 4 got inside of 4 minutes, they would have to recycle, and that could potentially cause a 24-hour turnaround. You don't necessarily have that kind of stuff with Starship. Because with Delta, it doesn't, you can launch the next day, right? That's not a big deal. You know, you can wait a day to launch the payload. That's no problem. But with something like Starship, where we want it to launch, or where SpaceX wants it to launch all the time, right? Having that hold and being able to troubleshoot problems on the fly denotes how that countdown sequence happens. It's all about what the vehicle's supposed to do. That's a good question. Good stuff. All right. You guys mind if I tap out the support queue? It's getting kind of long on my watch.
Go
I
for
don't
it.
like that. All right, cool. So we got Bill Caraveau with a $7.77 tip. Here's some lucky sevens. 777 pennies. EJ will appreciate this. Starship Block 2 is a lot like brake cleaner on paper cut hands. It reveals the flaws, but makes the program stronger in the end. Bill, I probably shouldn't have. It's not good for you, but I cleaned my hands with brake cleaner an hour ago because I was working on a vehicle before I got here. So there's that. Yep, I agree. 100%. I appreciate that. You do. All right.
brake
And I'm just
cleaner.
saying, for safety's sake, do not spray brake cleaner on your hands.
Yep.
Yep.
Don't do
Yep.
it.
Don't do that. It's not
Don't
good
do
for you.
that. It's very not good for you.
Yep. Use soap or Fast Orange or Gojo or something.
Mm.
Do not use brake clean to clean your hands. I know that clean is in the name. That's bad for you. Don't do that. All right. Let's see. What else do we got? Okay, we got Leilana und Sophia with a €2 super chat. Another long night for us in Germany. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Adrian, can you speak to this?
I mean, it's 1:30 a.m. I said this yesterday. I think it's okay. It's fine from a time perspective. Yeah, maybe that's just me, but I always was a bit of a night owl. It could be worse. Like, imagine if this would be like 4 a.m. That's the worst time.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It's those launches that happen in, correlative to your local time zone that are in that point where even if you're a night owl, you would be asleep. So, like, you're right. 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Those are the worst. Those are the ones that get you. Because not only is it a task to stay up for the dang thing, right? Your sleep schedule's destroyed.
Yeah.
So definitely hear you. I hope you guys got some sleep. What's up?
Do you think the exhausting thing is right now, and especially from a perspective of from a person that works, like, for example, in a European time zone, works, I don't know, 9 to 5. The problem is you have to stay up late, right? You have to stay up decently late. Then you go to your normal 9 to 5 job, for example, and then usually that would be the time where you catch up on sleep. But then NSF is already live again with the Stakeout. So the repetition here, EJ, I think that might get some people, because you never have a window to, reduce your lack of sleep.
Yep. Yeah, definitely, dude. All right, so we have 1,000-foot camera tower with 20 Danish kroners for DAS's 1,000-foot camera tower. Did I miss something here? What is DAS scheming up now?
People ask how tall we want to build that tower. DAS said not so tall, and Chet thought different. So we are now competing for SpaceX with the tallest tower in Starbase, apparently. That's the goal.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that'll go over fine. I'm sure it'll work. It's a good idea. DAS will get it done. All right. Next question. All right. Sam Robinson, $10 super chat. It's about time Elon founded a weather control company to keep SpaceX launches clear and dry. Perhaps it could be called the Umbrella Corporation. You know what? I don't think that's a good idea at all, Sam. I don't think we should do that.
No.
I've seen this movie before. Nope. Yeah. No. Yep.
Their motto is "Your life is our business." I'm good. Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it might be easier to just make the rocket launch in bad weather than control the weather to try and get the conditions good for the rocket. I'm pretty sure you just do that first one.
I think that the company should also research topics like how to revive dead cells or something. That's a good medical idea. Yeah, like, great, right?
Virus, right? Yeah.
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 we should do that.
Under Raccoon City, right? Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, Rian's with the one red team gifted membership. Thank you very much. All right. We got Marcus Castle de la Garza, $2 super chat. Any checks on the stack since it sat out overnight? I'm pretty sure they've been monitoring it the whole night, most likely. At least from mission control, right? What's up, Len?
They got a lot of cameras they can look at it. I mean, I think there was one lift that looked at the BQD, but that was about it. With it being they said it was a healthy vehicle, they had no issues, so there was no reason to go look at it. I mean, the best rockets are the ones you can just have sit it out on the pad and kind of wait for your launch window without having to go do stuff to it. You know, and you know, it looks like this stack is good to go still. So,
I mean, you know, we didn't get much technical substance with Elon yesterday, but one of the things that he did say is that, you know, it's made out of stainless steel for reusability reasons, and one of those reasons is exactly what is addressed in this question. Stainless, you can leave it there. It'll be fine. It really isn't going anywhere. Now, other components on the rocket that aren't made out of stainless? I don't know.
Yeah, I think when we had Scott on 2 days ago, he also voiced some worry about, for example, lightning hitting the TPS. Because that might also not be super, super great for the thermal protection system.
Yeah. You don't, Once again, guys, you know, people are like, oh, they're going to launch it. It's fine. It's just some clouds. No. Those clouds have electrical charge in them. And you're essentially launching a lightning rod into space. That, you know, lightning tends to damage things. You know, that's just, you know, good rule of thumb. Don't get struck by lightning. I have all the safety tips here, and I have a whole book on how to, you know, safety tip correctly.
Mm-hmm. Which number is that? Which number is safety tip?
That is safety tip. It's probably at the top of the list. So I'd say like safety tip number 5. Don't get struck by lightning. It's bad for you. Yeah.
Indeed.
You know, the state of California told me so. It was on a warning label. Okay, cool. Moving on.
The silence made it even better.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing. California's okay. You guys are cool. All right, Papa Hawkeye 4077 with a $5 super chat. Why are rockets so good at telling jokes? They have an excellent delivery system. Dude, Sawyer isn't even here. They're not even here. Don't you get enough puns when he's here? Man.
I mean, I would say that's a pretty good one.
That's a good one.
No. I'm getting that. Get that off the screen. I can control the screen. Get it off the screen.
I want to encourage this behavior, Chad.
Eric in chat says, I'm telling Jack you're disparaging our state. Yeah, do it. He'll be like, you know what he'll probably say? You know, Jack won't be like, oh my God, is he? He'll be like, yeah, EJ would do that. And then probably move on. I'm just saying. All right, so next thing, we got a $10 super chat from Todd here. Is this the first time Starship has been able to turn around in 24 hours with a full wet dress rehearsal the night before? Impressive with the amount of fuel needing to be replaced. Adrian?
I'm right now thinking if that's the first time they've done it 24 hours after. It is, right? Because they never really got to this point where this was like fully needed. And then, of course, they had a tank farm upgrade and they have more capacity in the tank farm at this point. So that is good news for them. We still see an impressive work of the logistics teams there because tanker have been coming in non-stop to replenish most likely nitrogen and liquid oxygen, because I think they shouldn't have lost any or like that much methane, because methane of course gets mostly reclaimed. Nitrogen is probably something they lost a lot of because nitrogen is boiling off during the cooling. And then liquid oxygen, for example, is running through the cooldown vents such as the tower vent or the pad vent. So that is that is also probably a reason why they lost a lot of liquid oxygen. So oxygen and nitrogen are most likely the two things they are replenishing right now. But as far as we can tell, they are able to do this with quite a logistics chain supporting it.
Yeah.
And
we can see what they're bringing in if we, if we have, I know, we got the highway cam on in the background. If we get a good eye on one of these trucks, if the truck is indicating a yellow safety placard, it's got locks on board. So we can actually probably see what they're loading up. This is a game that I like to play when I watch Starbase Live in my spare time. I'm like, hey, oh, what is that carrying? Oh, what does that carry? So, if we do get a shot of one of these trucks, Ryan, I'm talking to you, not Ryan, but other Ryan, producer Ryan. If we get a shot of these, we could probably see what they're trying to load up. If it has a green placard on it, a green diamond on it, that means it's moving nitrogen. Red would be methane. All right, so let's see. What other dude, the support queue keeps growing every time. No, we got to get through this. Stuart loves things that fly. $50 super chat. Just a little love for all the coverage since Sunday, even though I have to head home. Get her done today. We'll be here. We're staking it out. It's Starbase Stakeout. We'll be here. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being with us, Stuart. We appreciate it, man.
EJ.
What's up, dude?
When I know people would probably ask this, because they recover methane, and they'll probably ask, well, why don't they try to recover the LN2 and the oxygen, and they just vent it out? Well, when they do the LN2, it's getting boiled off. Like, they're basically transferring the thermal properties of the LN2. So the cold LN2, they're using it to subcool the liquid oxygen and liquid methane. So then it warms it up and then it boils it off. In order to try to recapture that, you would then have to use more LN2 or LOX in order to recondense it back and get it back into the tanks, which makes your tank farm more complicated. You then have to use other liquids to do it, and it just becomes a giant pain. For LOX, it's the same way. If you wanted to try to recapture all that, you'd have to put an extra set of pipes in to recycle it back to the tank farm and recapture it. You'd either have to use a compressor system, some kind of buffer tanks in order to recondense it to get it back into the tanks. It just it overcomplicates your systems. It just adds a lot to it. You only have a limited amount of area to do stuff in, and it just adds a lot of complication to it. That's why they don't do it. And environmentally speaking, just dumping LOX and LN2 out doesn't really matter that much. Methane, on the other hand, is a problem. You don't want to dump that out. That's bad. That's not good.
That makes Captain Planet angry.
Yeah, and then it also is a little. It's your least used commodity, so you want to try to keep it as much as possible as well. So there's reasons to why they don't do that. Just to give everyone,
yeah. I'm pretty sure methane's a greenhouse gas. It's not that's not particularly good. The planet needs to shed a certain amount of heat or else it heats up. This is not like a judgment thing or an opinion thing. That absolutely does happen because of infrared light, amongst other things. You got to radiate that heat out. People get mad when you vent methane. Captain Planet sheds a tear when that happens. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure no one's going to care if you vent oxygen, right? Yeah. No one. Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, we need that.
I mean, the atmosphere is with 20% oxygen, 70% nitrogen.
79 nitrogen. Well, 79 nitrogen, 20 oxygen, and then 1%, stuff you probably shouldn't be breathing.
Yeah. So it's not like it's going to matter that much when you vent that stuff. It really isn't. So.
Yep. All right, cool. I am going to jet through the rest of the support queue here. We have Red Queen GTA WS6. I hope you're talking about the Pontiac. That'd be amazing, Red Queen. Reference acknowledged. If so, 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much. That's a sweet car, man. I'm just saying. Pontiac GTA WS6. It's got nostrils on it. Look it up. It's pretty cool.
And Red Queen, reference acknowledged as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. Thank you for the 5 Red Team memberships. Stuart Young with the $10 super chat. Do y'all think that Dragon Falcon Heavy, if filled with enough tankage and Dracos and foldable legs on the outside, could accomplish a soft landing on the moon? One way, of course. Ooh.
Yeah, probably.
Boil off would be a big problem.
Potentially. The problem is really we are talking about major modifications. This is definitely not something that would be easy. Of course, SpaceX had that concept. We had Grey Dragon. which at some point was a plan for a Dragon modified for moon operations, and then we also had Red Dragon, a Dragon capsule modified for Mars operations. But it would not be like just as easy as just putting a Dragon on top of Falcon Heavy and just calling it a day. Definitely would be a whole project they would have to run. You would need to make sure that the thrusters are even working like that. You would have boil-off problems for sure with Dragon. You would. I'm not even sure Falcon Heavy has enough performance with Dragon to bring it all the way where it needs to go to the moon. So it's quite a challenge, honestly. You could make a whole video about this, and probably are still running into problems you need to address.
Hint, hint. Maybe we should do that.
Yeah, honestly.
That's not a bad idea. Cool. Yeah, I mean, you'd run it. So Falcon Heavy could fling a Dragon. It could absolutely throw a Dragon on a translunar injection. So TLI, or translunar injection, is a nice way of saying you're shooting something at the moon, right? I'd be so like at that point, guys. Once you get to the moon, you're going to need a certain amount of delta V, or change in your velocity, to be able to circularize and then capture and then land. Unless SpaceX figures out a way SpaceX would figure out a way with Falcon Heavy on their second stage to prevent cryogenic boil off on the liquid oxygen, especially because it's densified. You know, sitting up there in space in the sun all day is a real pain in the butt. You conduct, I mean, you're not conduct, it absorbs heat all day if you're in the sun, right? Because it's not going to be nighttime when you're transiting out to the moon, right? And all that heat needs to go somewhere. You'd need some kind of propellant thermal control system. If you could use the second stage to circularize Dragon around the moon and get it into low lunar orbit, then Dragon, like if it was a USDV Dragon, then you might be able to have, maybe, that's a big maybe. Dragon would be able to do it with its thrusters. Its thrusters are NTO and MMH, nitrogen tetroxide and monomethyl hydrazine. And it's pressure fed, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's using helium. It's using helium feeding into a tank bladder, which means it's simple enough to land on the moon. That's not far off from what the LEM had, the Lunar Excursion Module. That's not far off from that. But the thing is, you know, even if you have the delta V to land on the moon, you still got to stop within a certain period of time. So the Dracos are up to task, but I'm not sure you'd be able to do it. I'm not sure you'd be able to slow down fast enough. You need a pretty big engine to deorbit and land on the moon. I mean, look at the Ascent engine on the Apollo Lunar Excursion Module. The Ascent stage, it has a tiny little motor comparatively to the Descent stage, which has the LMDE, which actually is Falcon 9's grandfather, believe it or not. Not a lot of people know that. You'd need a lot of thrust. It's not just about having enough fuel. It's about having the thrust to be able to stop in time. You got to be able to hit the brakes fast enough, or else the moon's surface is going to brake for you, meaning you crash into the surface. So there's a lot of things at play. Adrian, you're absolutely right. Ryan, you got anything to add?
I mean, you kind of all hit all the topics. You need something that's the problem is the Falcon 9 second stage isn't really made to go all the way there.
Yeah.
You'll have boil off and everything like that. You need something like the SPS, the Service Propulsion System, like on I wouldn't use the Orion one. No. That uses a more dinky version of the AJ-10. I would use the AJ-10 137 on the that was used on the SPS for the Apollo command module and command and service module. That was a much more powerful version of the AJ-10. And I kind of wish they were still using it, but you know, they wouldn't use shuttle hardware.
AJ-10 190s are okay, I guess, if you like underperformance.
Yeah, the 137's better though.
You'll get no argument from me, man, and I'm a shuttle guy.
Yeah, I'm just looking up some numbers here. So the SpaceX Draco, the whole SpaceX one Draco has a thrust of 400 Newton. In vacuum. Just for comparison, the lunar module descent engine had 45,000 Newton.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It would have to be if you're going to do that with a Falcon or Dragon, it would have to be like the USDV, or SpaceX would need to develop some type of engine that's rated at up in the 45,000 newtons. Yeah, I don't know if a Dragon would be able to soft land. I mean, you might be able to get away with it with the Super Dracos, but you'd have to modulate thrust to do that, because a landing burn on the moon is going to require a longer duration burn than what the Super Dracos kind of offer. The Super Dracos are on for about 10 seconds and then they're off. You might be able to get away with it with that. But, I mean, I don't know. Personally, I think that, SpaceX has a lander and it's right on the screen right there. We should just use that. Should just use that. But, it is fun to theory craft about, Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy and Dragon and what you could do with that. I mean, it's actually a pretty robust architecture for lunar exploration. A case could be made for that. Absolutely. You could use Falcon 9 to build some type of transfer vehicle, dock to it with a Dragon and go. But why would you go through all that when you have what you see on the screen? Right? Why do that?
At what point do you basically redesigning something completely and basically having to do everything new? And at that point, you're running a whole new program, so you might as well use the program you have.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we haven't seen many Falcon Heavies, right, Ryan? Because it's really Falcon Heavy is really more of a stopgap at this point, right? Until Starship gets going.
Yeah, plus there really hasn't been a lot of use cases for it with how good Falcon 9 is and everything like that. Like the one thing I've been waiting to see, I was hoping to see on Falcon Heavy, but there's been a lot of delays to it, was the Axiom space station modules. But there's been, of course, a lot of delays because building a space station is not easy. it's not, especially if you're a company doing it for the first time ever. Those are not easy things to do. So there's a reason why there's delays. But I wish we've been able to see more Falcon Heavies, because it's a cool rocket. It really is. It's three. It's not exactly three Falcon 9s stitched together, because the center core is decently modified to handle the stresses, but it's still one of the cooler rockets to fly and one of the more powerful rockets to fly. Of course, with Starship existing now, it's not the most powerful, but for a little bit there, it was holding that. It held that crown. So,
Absolutely. Man, the support queue just keeps getting longer, guys. We appreciate all the support. Thank you very much. Thank you for enjoying this with us. We know it's a privilege to be the ones here talking to you about this stuff, and we do appreciate it. So with that being said, I'm gonna make sure I acknowledge all this support here. Dylan Cook with a $10 super chat. Jack's Kilt Fund. Oh, Jack's Kilt Fund. All right.
And you tell that DJ didn't read that super chat before you read it?
No, it's fine. Guys, he's not going to do it. He won't do it. Jack, once he makes up his mind, he's like, nah, I'm not doing that. And then he won't. So, I mean, you could keep pushing, but he's just going to keep showing up in pants. You know what I mean? Don Keyshop here with a 622 super chat. I think that's actually, what is that, Chilean? I don't know what CHF is, but either way, thank you very much. It's like the Super Bowl. All the good things are happening in the night. So I'll set the alarm.
Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland. All right, nice. There you go. It's like the Super Bowl. All the good things are happening in the night. Yeah, see, that makes way more sense. Swiss, thank you very much. Okay, teach me. What does CHF stand for, guys? Just so I know, so I don't make a fool of myself again.
It's Switzer francs.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know why it's CH.
The CH threw me. I was like,
yeah.
Okay.
It's the Swiss franc. I'm sorry. It's my neighbor country, and I don't know how to perfectly say it, but it's definitely Swiss francs.
So okay, people from Switzerland, let me know. Can I call it Swiss francs? Is that cool?
Here, the Latin name for Switzerland is Confederatio Helvetica, so CH.
Oh, that is awesome. You learn about rockets here on NSF, and you learn about currencies. That's a sweet name for a currency. I like that a lot.
Unlike the loony. Anyways.
What? So anyway, Don's going to set the alarm and watch the launch and sleep another 2 to 3 hours. That's probably a good bet, dude. Probably a good bet. Not me. I'm loaded up with coffee. We're good to go. Confederation Helvetique. Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Most stable currency in the world, Ryan tells me. All right. Thank you. Now I learned. Now I won't make that mistake again. But, you can laugh at my misfortune for hosting and, getting currencies wrong. It's great. It's awesome. Everybody gets entertained here, right? And you learned something. You couldn't ask for more. All right. Now people are going to just tip in all the different currencies just to make me, try and read them, huh? That's happening, isn't it? Okay. All right. Russell Snodgrass tipping $100 super chat. Thank you very much. At NASA Spaceflight. Okay, Russell, what's on your mind? After detanking yesterday, was there any residual propellant left in the tanks, or does it boil off overnight? Ryan, this is a you question for sure.
So when they detank, they're able to basically take just about everything out that they can. I mean, some does boil off, and as they go, they of course vent out stuff. I mean, with methane, they try to literally recapture every little thing that they can, because you don't want to be venting methane off. So they have a bleed line. There's a pre-press line. There's the methane supply line, which is how they detank it. And then there's a reclaim. There's a methane reclaim that works for both ship and booster. Now that can basically grab the methane gas and take it off board, take it off the vehicle. Now with LOX, they can let stuff boil off and just vent it overboard. That doesn't really matter as much. You try to recapture everything you can, but whatever's left in the tanks, when you see that like depress, because they'll detank for a while, and then you'll see every vent open on the vehicle. That is basically them just taking all the pressure that's inside the tanks and just venting it off. So they basically press them to like flight pressure at that point, which I think they're running at like 8 bar or something like that. It's relatively high for Starship, because stainless steel kind of allows a little bit higher pressure in that. So they just vent that off, and then once that's done, there shouldn't be anything left in the tanks after that. There might be some little boil offs here and there, but eventually it'll just boil off and get vented overboard, or at least recaptured with gas like methane does, and then they're pretty much fine. It takes a little bit to safe the vehicle entirely, because they detank by more or less pressure and gravity. They don't really, because there's no pump inside the vehicle to pump it out. So that's kind of how they detank. But yeah.
Cool. So yeah, there is some, but it boils off for the most part, except for the recirculated stuff. Right now, the tanks are probably purged out, right, Ryan? They purged them out, ready to fuel again.
This vehicle is pretty safe at the moment, both the booster and ship. Considering we're into the count and they're going, my guess is they're running their checks, which is usually they'll use the gases to actuate the valves. They'll check igniters, stuff like that. They might have already done that later over the course of the night. I'd have to go back and look. But they run through, check igniters on both vehicles. They check all the valves and stuff. They don't really do any pressure testing. They might do that like before they go, because they have to like chill down stuff to get gas over there. But they're safe at the moment.
Cool.
It's a lot.
All right. Yeah, dude. Oh my goodness! Look at the convoy.
That is quite a traffic jam of refills.
Breaker 19er. We got LOX coming down Highway 4. Breaker over. Anyway, sorry. Matthew Dahl with a $10 super chat. We got us a convoy. All right. Does SpaceX have a realistic, feasible plan to address the propellant bottleneck once they're ready for hundreds of launches? Well, Adrian, this is the air separator is going to address most of that, right?
Well, it will address LOX and nitrogen. I've pulled up the super heavy environmental impact statement for 39A, which mentions more details about the ASU, the air separation unit, that they want to construct there. And I assume a similar process will be implemented in Starbase. And this one says, SpaceX proposes to construct an ASU within the LC-39A fence line to generate liquid nitrogen and LOX to support launch activities. So this initial ASU will not produce methane, just LN2 and LOX. However, it does something with the methane. The treatment will increase purity of the methane. So they would still have to bring in the trucks to bring in the liquid natural gas, but it would help to purify the methane. at the place, but it would still require these trucks to come. And just to give you a bit of an example, for the launches, they want to perform at 39A. That's 44 launches a year. Right now, before the ASU is ready, this would equate to 19,356 trucks per year.
Did you have that answer teed up?
I saw the question, and I had the eyes in the Empire Impact statement. I have that in a bookmark,
Oh,
and
right,
I know it's like somewhere around page like 26 of the executive summary. Like, the thing is, when that released, Alex, Ryan, and I read that thing in like 48 hours. So once you read the document like that, you kind of know where to look.
Yeah, I feel the same way about the shuttle operations manual. I'm sure Chris B understands. Like, it's like, oh, shuttle operations. Oh yeah, page 673. They're talking about, propulsion. It's like, okay. Anyway, well, yeah, there you go. Actually, fellas, I was gonna say, I might just be pulling this out of thin air here, like the ASU does, right? But I'm pretty sure there's no short of hydrocarbons in Texas. Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah,
I would
there
agree with
isn't. The one other thing the ASU can do is it'll get argon too, and they have a lot of welding down there, so they can just pull argon out as well. When it comes to the LNG, they can use. I think they'll basically use boilers to purify it. And I know there's people who are asking it, who will definitely bring up the fact that they have the LNG plant that's being built over the Port of Brownsville. That is not for Starbase. None of that is for Starbase. That is all for export. The last thing I heard, it's just kind of an overview of that thing. They're initially building 5 trains. Each train basically takes natural gas and converts it into liquid natural gas and purifies it as it goes through fans, boilers, and all that other stuff. I think the amount that those 5 trains can do is like I think it was 28 million tons in a year or something of that liquid natural gas, which I have to look at my math again. It was like thousands and thousands of Starship launches or whatever that it could do, or whatever, something along those lines. Those numbers might be off. It's been a while since I've looked into it, but most of that is set to be exported out. It's not set for Starbase. So,
Well, that's a shame, but I mean, also, I get it. People like those, those hydrocarbons. LNG is, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool guy. Anyway, all right. The support queue is getting bigger somehow, and I'm trying to get through it, and it's getting bigger. All right. Anyway, so we have Aaron Gaynor with a €2 super chat. Do you think weather will stop the launch today? We are actually waiting on a weather report. Adrian, have we heard anything?
Not really yet. SpaceX sometimes gives us an update, but not so far.
Cool. All right. We got Justin Vollenweider. Hey, what's up, Justin? Good to see you again. All right. We have $6.99 Canadian. Hope y'all well. 2 scrubs must be good for NSF's bottom line. I mean, Justin, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not helping. Like, let's be real here. But, we're not like, oh yeah, it's scrubbed, we get another payday tomorrow. Like that is a plus. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not, but we want to see the rocket launch just as much as you guys. Like, I really want this thing to go, because when you do all this coverage at some point, right? Like, we all have real lives that we have to do. Like, there's stuff that we have to do. Like, you can't sit here and just write off an entire week for Starship coverage. I mean, I would, but right, like, I have to go take out the trash, right? Like, I want to see the thing go just as much as you guys do. I don't know about Ryan and Adrian. You guys, yeah?
I just want it to go.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I mean, we are all rocket fans. This is this is exciting, right? So that's a thing that we really want to really, really see. And I think, EJ, that weather update that you teased is ready.
Oh, Do you want to? Can you tell the class?
Should I read it? Should I read
think
it?
you should. I think you should read it. I want to know. That's the number one question I've been seeing in chat all day, and I do watch the chat, guys.
So this is from Adam, of course, our resident NSF weather expert that has typed up an update from us. For us, saying, after looking at morning models, I still give it 75% go for weather. This number could change by mid-afternoon. Rain and storm chances will go down after mid-afternoon. I only have a 25% chance of an anvil cloud being over Starbase, as most of the storms should be far enough north and west to not get an anvil blow-off. Only weather watch item today is just lightning and anvil.
Yep.
So
sounds like a lot of the same stuff that we saw yesterday.
But less chance of anvil cloud building. That's a good thing. Like, we are just seeing like a 25% chance of anvil clouds over Starbase. That's a good thing. And again, that's an update from Adam, our weather expert here at NSF. But he has been very, very good on track for this campaign.
Yeah, Adam's on point. All right. So we have Terminally Optimistic, love that name, with 10 pounds sterling here. If Flight 10 hits all its objectives, is Ship 38 Booster 15 definitely flying, or could SpaceX skip it and go to Block 3? This is a Ryan question all day.
It's flying. SpaceX already confirmed that they have two sets of vehicles left in the current generation, and they're going to fly it. No matter what happens to this stack, it'll fly. They'll want to get the data out of it, because here's the thing: is 38's getting, I think it has half its engines at this point. It's got at least one aft flap. They just didn't think install that. I think it was either yesterday or the day before. And I think it was yesterday. And B-15 is sitting with its full set of engines ready for a static fire after completing already one flight. So they have the vehicles to fly. You might as well fly them, because as of right now, there is nothing for Block 3. Block 3, B-18 has its LOX tank, but no aft section, and the methane tank isn't even started yet, let alone SpaceX hasn't even tested the forward section yet of the booster. Nothing has been tested for Ship Block 3 yet, at least nothing that we have seen, and there's only a nose cone and payload section stacked for Ship 39. There may be a ton of nose cones there, but they don't have vehicles stacked. The pad's not ready. Massey's isn't ready for it. So either if they were to launch this and then scrap those two, I mean, you could be talking 6 to 8 months with no launches at all. And if they launch the next one, then you might be only looking at like 5 to 6 months. So there's gonna be a delay. Just spoiler alert: there's gonna be a delay until Block 3 launches. They have a lot of testing to do. They have a lot of things they have to complete. But it's going to be absolutely amazing when it does launch, because launches from this pad are really cool, because it's a 360-degree exhaust plume when it goes. And this, and then we got one more launch out of this pad after that. The next one, I cannot wait to see even a static fire come out of that trench. I just can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, on Pad B, it's gonna be pretty awesome. Okay. All right, I will defeat this support queue. Red Queen, GTA W6, $5 super chat. Hit it on the nose, EJ. 88 Trans Am GTA in red, nicknamed Red Queen, in reference to Resident Evil. Thanks y'all for the coverage. Third time's the charm. Oh, my guy. You know what I like about that? I got the car reference, and Ryan got the Resident Evil reference. That's the best part of that. When our powers combine, we form one reference acknowledging machine.
Voltron.
Right? Yeah, the more hosts we hook up, the better it gets. And we got plenty of different people hosting this stream today, so dude, it's gonna be like Voltron.
Yeah.
Dynatherm's connected. All right, sorry. Jeff Crockett. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member, Jeff. We appreciate you. Greg Watson with a $5 super chat saying, "Oh, my hat!"
Oh my god.
Yep.
I'm so glad that was left in the video.
Okay. Justin, with $6 or $7 Canadian, we call it this Schweizer franc. Okay,
I would say, yeah, Schweizer Frank.
Schweizer franc. Okay, all right, wunderbar. All right, LSR. Oh gosh, LSR has a. Nope. I'm just gonna say that's $1.79 and call it a day. I have no idea what currency that is, dude. LSR, what is that symbol? What is that? I don't know what that is. That's a. I'm
just impressed the ticker can display it.
Is that a rupee?
Somebody's saying it's a galaxy.
It does look like a galaxy. Well,
it's an Israeli shekel.
LSR, I'm never plugging NSF socials again because of this. I'm never doing it again. All right. Okay. All right. Keep in mind, guys, that the cast is in English. But with that being said, Don Quixote again with 5 Schweizer francs. All right. I want EJ to pronounce this. Okay. The German name for the currency. It's Schweizerreich Eigenossenschaft.
It's not the name for the currency in this case. It's the name for the country, I think. And it would be correctly pronounced Schweizerische Eidgenossenschaft or Schweizerische Eidgenossenschaft.
Yep. No, I did not do that right. I don't think.
You know what?
Was I even close?
You come here to watch us
yes.
talk about Starship, and you also come here to learn new languages. Welcome to NSF.
Yeah, we'll teach you something. You know, our goal is for you to get something out of the stream. Maybe you learned about Swiss currency today. Maybe you learned about full flow stage combustion. You don't know what you're going to get, but now you got it. All right, and that's what we do.
Today's language class.
Yeah, I'm learning.
We'll learn Spanish soon. Wait, what?
Yeah, you learned Spanish in 9 minutes. All right, we got Douglas Linsenman with a $10 super chat. No message. Douglas, thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, we got Christopher Tilley. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Much appreciated. Tommy D, put Dragon inside of Starship. I mean, dude, I don't think SpaceX is going to do that, but I would be here for it if they did. I don't know about you guys. I'd be here for it.
Go ahead, Adrian.
I still want to. So Dragon, I don't think so. I want the Yeet experiment, EJ. I want us to put the most capable rocket, which at this point then would be Starship with the most power, put a super beefy upper stage, put a super beefy kick stage on that, and just see how fast we can make something. I want to see that. I just want to see how fast we can accelerate something, and we really have that as the sole goal of a thing.
First ever cargo Starship with the doors. Put a Cybertruck in it.
I'm okay with this.
And yeet it. Just go. Just don't like. I mean, of course, bring the booster back. But ship. Maybe make it an expended ship and chuck it as far as you can, just for fun. You know.
Oh yeah. All right. So I'm gonna bust through the support queue and then we'll get back to questions, guys. I see the questions. I'm getting through it.
Kevin is actively rallying the troops in the chat to make sure that you'll never get to the end of the support queue.
No, I'm not allowing that. That challenge accepted. DMHMT, $15 tip for the KMR Snickers Fund. And how about that Sam interview yesterday? First of all, we're not giving Kevin any candy. He gets a little antsy when we do that. You can't give him sugar. That's not a good idea. Second of all, that Sam interview was great. Really, really, really good stuff. Good stuff.
More professional than we are.
No comment.
We're just here. That's all we are.
Yeah. We're the first crew. You know, we're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. All right. John White, new member. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Appreciate it, John. Thank you very much. Jerwa, what's going on, buddy? $25 super chat. This space intentionally left blank. Cool. That means we can get through it quick. Thank you very much. Jerwa, on top of that, gifting 20 Red Team memberships. We appreciate it. Appreciate you, Jerwa. You're the best. Thank you very much. And then Micah here We got Micah with a $10 tip. Speaking of weather, at least Starbase isn't auditioning for Dune like Arizona was yesterday. Yeah, you got to make sure you walk through the sand differently, or else they'll get you.
Can I interrupt you?
I'm trying to kill the support queue, man. What's up?
Our field team is about to leave Starbase here at 7 hours and 35 minutes. We are about to see them leave. Yeah, team is ready at this point to depart Starbase. Of course, the road closure is soon to be in effect. So they have finished their preparations. Kind of cool to update there.
Excellent. How wet are they?
Probably very. I mean,
Yep.
It rained a lot.
Yep. We need to make sure we can get a picture of them to show everybody what these people, what Jack and the rest of the field teams go through for your entertainment.
I wonder what also if somebody like tripped in the dunes or something, like fell over, because like it has to be very slippery in these wetlands at this point, right? So
Yeah.
that's what I'm wondering, because I think it's quite hard outside there.
It gets pretty muddy. I was on the crew. Hey, there they go. Look at how muddy that is, guys. I was there for Flight 7 doing setup. It is just a cakey mess. It's a nice
Amazing.
bird there. Nice bird. All right. Pauline Brook with $2.79 Canadian towards the goal. We appreciate you, Pauline. Thank you. All right. We got Matt's here. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra with 110 euros. Who's tired? I'm not tired. After 6 hours of sleep the last 2 nights, I hope this thing finally goes. Yeah. Keep up the great work. Love the streams as always. Matt's much love, dude. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right. Don Key Shop. Oh my gosh, Don, you're killing me. I did very well. All right, cool. Excellent. Thank you for being a good sport, and thanks for the awesome coverage. Hopefully it'll go. Jeb willing. We'll suffer tomorrow. That's very much what's going to happen. Thanks, Don. I appreciate you, buddy. Wade Carpenter, $5 Canadian blank message. Thanks, Wade. We appreciate all you guys up there, up in the north there. Oh, we thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the money to get some Labatt Blue. We really appreciate you, guy.
Yeah, how close are you to Minnesota?
Oh yeah, they're kind of close to it, I think.
I will not even attempt. If I attempt, it's no.
Astro 95 medium.
About?
What's up?
It's like what you talking about? You hear to your rocket, eh?
Are you Scottish?
Yeah, that was very Scottish.
I can't push the
Scottish
engines
and
anymore,
Canadian.
Captain. If I push it anymore, the whole thing will blow.
Oh my god.
All right. Sorry. Astro 95 Media with a $10 super chat. I'm going to spend this on Whataburger. I was going to spend this on Whataburger today, but the boss just bought lunch for the office. So here you go, Flight 10. That's very humbling that you gave us your Whataburger money. That's good for you. I don't have Whataburger where I'm at, and I feel that pain every day. Flippers, $2 super chat. Hi.
We
What's
are
up,
seeing
Flip?
D leave now.
See a car with pink on it. I wonder.
Yeah,
who
that
that is.
takes a car with pink tape on
Yeah,
it.
it's totally not D. Oh, wait. Yes, it is.
So that's D also leaving Starbase. I believe that is the last crew member to leave. And with that, NSF can report Starbase clear.
Just a bunch of tankers still trying to offload everything. Well, it's only liquid oxygen and nitrogen at that offload point. The methane offload point is on the other side. Like, it's inside the launch facility. So
Well, what you see right there is the finest of 2020 Toyota RAV4s. Look at that majestic creature drive down the road. Okay. I'm going to kill Adrian and Ryan, guys, are like, what is he doing right now?
I'm at this point.
Propane accessories.
Yep. They're like, what is the dude? Who is this guy? And half the people in chat are like, is this person a nut bar? And the answer would be yes. All right.
Chat seems to be liking it.
Okay. Chat does seem to be liking it, but not as much as the next person we got teeing up here. Do we have another person in the call here?
I think
do we-
that is the case.
No, he's dialing in. He hung up by accident. I'm gonna have him call the fax number. Don't worry, I'll patch the line in. It'll be good. Anyway, Rion's with a red team gifted membership. I appreciate it. Bruce T, banana in the tailpipe for scale. Absolutely, you're not gonna fall for it, buddy. All right, Eric Spittle. Huge thanks to KMR for all his work. Don't thank him. Then he'll get emboldened. Don't do that. I guess if you must. All right. Peter Lair with the $6.22 super chat. Up in Schweizer francs. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Yeah, there we go.
How's the weather? Should I stay awake for another night?
Oh no.
And I dare Adrian to say churchesly. German struggle with Swiss German words.
I would say I'm sure I will do it wrong because apparently Germans struggle with this, but I would say Chuchi Chestly?
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Starship Troopers, $2 super chat. Service guaranteed citizenship. And we're doing our part here on NSF. Guys, we're doing our part here on NSF. The only good bug is a dead bug. Ask Jack. He's been dealing with bugs all morning. Johannes Herr with 6 euros there. Thank you, Johannes. Appreciate it. 9-8 Central here with a $2 super chat. Nice healthy queue. Like a bottle of water. Yep. Yeah, they say that like that, don't they? All right, Nerdy One with a 50 Romanian Lou. Another currency coming at you. Godspeed, Flight 10. Actually praying for it to go well. Hey, you know what? If you want to go to a higher power to ask for some help, that'd be great. Anything to get this thing off the ground, that'd be good. If you got to do that, you got to do it. Shadow Bass, $2 super chat. Oh, takeoff, eh? Oh yeah, we're getting right towards that, bud. It's gonna be really good if those clouds don't come over and ruin our day. All right, we got Rion's again with. Oh, nope, I don't know what ZAR is. $2.83 super chat. Who's the best at camera tracking? Oh, I don't know. You're gonna start a flight with that one, Rion's.
It's South African rands.
Oh. All right. Rand?
Rands, yeah, I think that's it.
All right. So you threw me for a curveball there. There we go.
Got a sheriff there.
Oh, we got a sheriff at the roadblock. That is a good sign, guys. We got a start of the road closures here. So, Ryan, you want to explain why the sheriff being parked on the side of the road there next to that big dump truck is a good thing?
It means the road closure is set to start at 11, and it's 11:02, and with the sheriff there, and it looks like they were clearing the beach out by the roundabout. Looks like we're going to have beach closure and road closure starting any minute now, and it's a good sign because it means we're proceeding towards launch here. I mean, we're still counting down. We're still 7 hours, 27 minutes, and 18 seconds till the opening of the window, and it's a 1 hour window, but we're proceeding as tanker trucks continue to come in and top off, which I expect them to kind of continue to do for the next few hours. They showed yesterday that they can do that for a while. We'll see if they can top off enough and get enough propellant, and so they can attempt today. Cross your fingers. I think they'll have enough. They've had a lot of trucks come in. I haven't counted them, but they've definitely had a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot going in and out there. But as we get to noontime here, Adrian, I think you're heading out. You got to get some rest for the mainstream in a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's that time again. You probably know the schedule at this point because
I think I got it memorized. Yes.
Yeah,
yep.
It's the thing. So yeah, I'm gonna head out and I leave you in very competent hands.
Okay, so with Adrian being out, Adrian, thank you for being on here. We appreciate it. And we have a substitute. We are substituting him with the Sultan of spreadsheets, the King of chopsticks, the Colossus of milk, Mr. Alex. Did you get your milk, man? That's important.
No, I did not.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'll probably go later in between Stakeout and launch stream. Yeah, I have already a set time for when I'm supposed to be here on commentary. So after my duty is done, then I'll probably go and grab some milk for my coffee. But yeah, I'm currently non-caffeinated. So yeah,
Oh.
I can
Good.
do very crazy stuff.
Wait a minute. Milk is the deal breaker between you having coffee and not having coffee?
I don't drink coffee without milk.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Even if that means being decaffeinated.
Yeah.
You are a trooper, my friend. Jeez. All right. Okay. Hey. Well, welcome, man. How you feeling today?
I'm a baby. I like sweet things.
All right.
So yeah.
Hey, you do you, man. Okay, me on the other hand, I have a caffeine IV drip over here, and I don't drink the coffee for the taste. I drink it because it has caffeine in it.
I was seeing here before that you guys were doing languages. Can I do Spanish?
Yeah.
It'd be a lot easier for me, I guess.
Sí. ¿Cuántos años tienes?
That's too simple, EJ. I could explain Raptor in Spanish.
Brother,
Nah.
I don't know any more Spanish.
Neither do I.
I mean, I could get around in Spain, but you know, people would immediately know, like, yeah, that guy's not from here. Yeah, he ain't from around here.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So I was plowing through the support queue, but they seem very, very adamant about making my job a lot more difficult, which is fine. Which, guess what? We're going back to questions. How do you feel now, chat? All right, cool. Alex, you primed enough to start answering these people's questions?
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We got a question here from Kamiakin's View saying, do we know what effect the rain will have on the tiles? Could they absorb water and have a negative effect on reentry performance? That's a good question. That's a real good question. I like that one. Alex, this one's on you.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say this very plainly. I have no idea. One of the things about the heat shield is that I don't have any expertise or anything. I know a lot of people compare it to the shuttle heat shield, right? But this has nothing to do with the heat shield on shuttle, other than some of the materials are common, but not everything, right? Even the way that it is attached to the vehicle is not the same. The layers, for example, that it is made out of, those tiles are different, essentially, than the ones on... Like, the composition of the tile on Starship changes with the depth. There's, like, a layer at the base of the tile that is different from the one at the top, that is the one sort of facing the plasma, so to speak, right? And so these are different ways of doing it in terms of the heat shield tile compared to how it was on shuttle. It did have also two different, like it also had two parts to the tile as well with different compositions, but the compositions here are even different. It's still ceramic, you know, in the sense that it is not, you know, ablative material. It is not something like phenolic or something like that, right?
Yep.
But it is, you know, it depends on which kind of ceramic, right? So that's essentially. So my whole answer to this, even though I already did a long Alex answer, is that I have no idea how they deal with that. Is it good? Is it bad? Doesn't seem like it matters that much, though, if they keep it out there, and whether they have any sort of, you know, coating or anything like that they have to reapply every single time. I guess we'll find out something like that once they start reusing these ships, right? But it will also be one of those things that, oh, it's not too fully reusable, too rapidly reusable. I usually see those comments, and they are fair comments, to be fair. And there's a lot of things on this whole system that are not rapidly reusable at all, right? And they need to figure out how to make them rapidly reusable. That's the whole point of the program.
So yeah, they'll figure it out, guys. Just because it isn't reusable now doesn't mean they won't get it later. But you know, that's a good question. I think the context of Kamiakin's question there is, you know, they had a lot of problems with the shuttle. And Alex, I know you said that they're not the same.
Yeah.
These are different tiles. The problems with the shuttle tiles was water intrusion. So the shuttle had silica-based tiles. They're basically like porous rock. Like they glued a bunch of quartz to the bottom of this thing. I mean, it's not quartz, but quartz and limestone are very porous rocks, right? And that was their way of being able to dissipate the heat, right? But the problem is that these tiles were glued to the bottom of the shuttle. So way back in the day when Columbia rolled off the assembly line in I think it was August of 79, they flew it all the way over to Kennedy Space Center on the 747, right? Same one that they used for the approach and landing tests. They flew it there, they brought it to the Cape, and I'm fairly confident no one took into account that Florida is humid. And the humidity in Florida's atmosphere down the southeast part of the United States, the humidity was so bad that the tiles started absorbing water. And because the tiles were so porous, water would just stay trapped in there like a sponge almost. And the water is soluble to the glue that they used to glue the tiles on. So all the tiles fell off. That's fine. They never had any problems with that. So they had a big problem with water intrusion throughout the shuttle program. Even towards they ended up figuring out ways to get around it. The solution there was to re-inject the tiles with adhesive after the flights, right? That's why in the later part of the shuttle program, guys, you see tiles that have a red dot in the center or just a dot in the center. That is where the re-injection application for the glue, that's the point of where they put glue back into the tile to get it to displace all the water out. There's actually plenty of good studies on this. So SpaceX isn't starting from nowhere with this. There's plenty of good research done during the shuttle program. And as a shuttle fan, I'm just bummed that, all the research on reusable engines and tile protection systems has, it's just like, yeah, we don't need that anymore. Let's just throw the engines in the ocean. It's fine. Whatever. It's like kind of bumming, but Ryan, what's up?
Say, there's a reason why SpaceX has gone with pins for their tiles.
Yep.
For most of the ship.
They have mechanical.
Because it's mechanical. Water's not going to cause those tiles to come off because it's going to get rid of the adhesive. I mean, there's still some glued tiles on it. Like the very tip of the nose cone is still glued. There's a few places on the flaps that are glued, but pretty much just about most of it's pinned at this point. And then of course they have a gap. They're using felt for gap filler now rather than like RTV, and the system's become really, really good, and I cannot wait for them to actually get like a lot of good reentry data on it, and they refine this because no one's ever made a heat shield that you could just go through reentry with, and with no refurbishment at all, launch it again and go right through reentry again. No one's ever done that before. And it's going to take a lot of work to come up with one that can do that. But I think SpaceX has got a good head start because I just want to say this. There's no way, like, they definitely coordinated and talked with NASA on how to make a heat shield, because if there's any entity in the world that knew how to make tiles and whatnot, it's them. So I bet their engineers were like, yeah, maybe don't do glue or something like that and use pins instead.
I mean, with that being said, there seems to be some parts of these tiles that are glued. It's not just mechanical adhesion. So, I mean, I'm not.
There's a few.
Yeah, we're not sure how that's gonna all pan out. We'll see.
The tip of the nose cone is all glued. The very tip of it.
Yep. That is. I mean, the nose gonna get a little toasty up there. Anyway. Okay. Next question here. So, all right. Alex, I'm going to tee this one up for you. So this comes from B. Dean Cow. What's up, Dean? How are you? When is the next window after today? Asking for a friend. Oh, don't you put that doomer on us, man.
Should be tomorrow. Same window, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Central. And yeah, they don't have things like road closures or whatever. They can ask for those things. It's okay. Because I know some people are going to point that out in chat. So I'm already getting ahead of that. That's like the least of worries for SpaceX, asking for notices and things like that. It's usually rather simple. I mean, sort of, but it comes by really quickly.
It really does. Guys, what's our net time here? 7 hour, 15 minutes. If you guys are here with us the whole day for the stakeout in the launch room, first of all, we appreciate it. We appreciate the watch time. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here and share this with you. Second of all, if you're here the whole day, you know that this day flies by. Before we know it, we're either going to have that thing that happens that begins with an S that I'm not going to say, or we're going to get a launch. It'll happen before you know it. You'll blink and it'll be like, okay, T minus 1 hour. It's like, wait, what? Where did those 5 hours go? That's weird. Okay. I did tee up a bunch of questions here about thermal protection systems if you guys want them. We seem to be talking about that, so I'm going to keep going with it. Okay. Elijah Summer, what's up, buddy? All right. Do you foresee Starship forever replacing Falcon 9, or will there always be a market for it? I actually didn't tee that one up for thermal protection systems, but Ryan, do you think Starship will ever replace Falcon 9?
I think eventually the Falcon 9 gets retired. But to be honest, I mean, I don't think it's going to be for a while. It's a workhorse. It's a reliable rocket. It's a workhorse. It does a lot of different things. It launches Dragon, which is not replaceable with Starship. Having a smaller capsule to bring up like a smaller load of supplies, or just do a small crew rotation, is incredibly beneficial to smaller space stations that are going to get built in the future. Starship is pretty overkill for a lot of things. And it's just it might be a little bit easier to do with Falcon 9. I just think I think it'll stay around into the mid 2030s or late 2030s. I don't see SpaceX getting rid of it soon. It's far too valuable of a vehicle to keep flying. And, even if you do that, it's like, okay, well, if you retire Falcon 9, then it's what? Do you want to turn Slick 40 into Starship? And that would require a decent changeover and environmental and all this other stuff. Might as well just keep using it for Falcon.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, I think Falcon's going to be here for a while. It's a really, really good capability, and we should not get rid of it unless we have something better. Right? Right?
Shuttle tanker.
There's so many tankers there.
Jeez. Speaking of getting rid of things before we have a replacement, the shuttle tanker's there. All right. Enjoy your weekend. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, that is. How many do we see in the picture right here? There's got to be, one,
two, 3, 4, 5, 6, with a shuttle tanker being that 6, right?
Yep. I think
But
there's
there might
some
be
behind
more
it
to the
too.
right.
Yeah.
There's one parked there.
Now, I'll be honest with you guys. We saw that tanker yesterday, the air gas one with the shuttle on it. I'm wondering if that's the same tanker or if air gas has multiple
Here's
shuttle
another
tankers.
arriving. That's a yellow plaque.
Let's.
That was oxygen, right?
Yep. That's 1073. Yep, that's LOX. The yellow placard. The yellow placard 1073 indicates LOX. Green placard at 1977 is nitrogen. And a red placard, I forget what methane is. It'd be a red placard. So if anybody's wondering, and anybody, if anybody likes trucks, I mean, Alex, I don't know if you know this from ATS or something. I know you said you play it, and that's a good game. Those are hazmat indicators, hazardous material indication placards. Those things are on the truck. They're basically there for firefighters to know what type of fire they're fighting against. Because if, God forbid, if the truck, got disabled or started leaking or crashed and a fire broke out, they would know what kind of fire you're fighting against, right? If it's nitrogen, right, you really just need to worry about asphyxiation because nitrogen is inert. I mean, we're breathing mostly nitrogen right now, but you need to have that oxygen. And if all that if a nitrogen truck leaks, it's going to leak nitrogen everywhere and saturate us with 100% nitrogen. You breathe that, you're not going to have a good day, right? So those are indicators there for emergency responders to know how to deal with what's going on. So we look at for us here on NSF, we look at the placards and we see what they're delivering. And as theorized by Adrian, we saw LOX here. It's probably going to be LOX and nitrogen.
Yep. That's all that parks here is LOX and nitrogen. Methane does not park here and offload here. They park and offload. You basically have to go through the tanks on the tank farm to the other side near the tower, near Pad A's tower. There's an offload area for methane, and that's where that is.
Cool. And chat's telling me 1972 is methane. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it was. I knew it. I forgot.
Oh, well, we go to the map. I was going to mention that they have 3 different companies out there delivering stuff. Like, they don't have just one company. They have 3 different ones. But map, yeah, there's... You can notice that Ryan Caden is producing this show.
Yeah, exactly. We know Ryan's here because he's like putting maps up on the screen without telling us.
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like there. I mean, obviously, you could tell from looking at the shot of the clouds. It looks like there are storms in the area, but hopefully they clear out. I mean, we do have the same kind of weather conditions as yesterday, but it's looking a little bit more prospective. It's looking a little better today. Let's say that because I don't know how to say this any clearer. There are less clouds than yesterday. Does that make sense, guys? There are less clouds. There still are some there, and there's still lightning, and you got to worry about what's called surface electric field and anvil clouds, which are basically don't get your rocket struck by lightning. But they should be clearing out by the time the launch window opens. Anyway.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the Roadrunner.
I mean, that'd be kind of cool.
Unless it is Starship, I guess.
All right. I'm going to keep going through the questions queue here. We got a question from Patty, and these are the ones that I wanted to do talking about tiles because we kind of had a conversation going about that. All right, why not use a huge heat shield and replace it after every flight? The heat shield can be worked and can be used again. Oh, who wants this one? Ryan, you want this one?
Sure. If you're talking about like one big piece, I mean, just think about how you would design that. Like how you gonna
right?
What?
And transport it too, right? You're going to move a Starship-sized heat shield around?
Like, you're talking about a vehicle that's 50 meters tall or 52 meters tall and 9 meters wide on just the tanks. That's not including the flaps, which also have to actuate. That's... I don't know how you would even design such a thing, to be honest. And even if you did it in separate parts for the flaps, you're talking about like, the oven required to do such a thing is on the scale of what Boeing had to do as an autoclave for the 787 Dreamliner fuselage, which is one of the largest, I think is the largest autoclave in the world, if I remember correctly.
Remember when they were trying to do Starship out of carbon fiber?
Oh, man. Yeah, that was a thing.
They were going to rival that.
Yeah.
But yeah, continue. Sorry, it just came to my brain. So yeah, big heat shield means big curing facility for all that material, right? That's the whole point. Exactly. There's also the matter that a lot of people think that just having a big piece is easier for whatever reason. If that big piece breaks, it breaks the entire heat shield.
Mm-hmm.
If you have smaller tiles, like what they should do is not go with larger tiles. They're actually going the other way. Certain parts of the ship actually have smaller tiles than the rest of the ship. And that's going to be continuing into Block 3 as well. Because smaller tiles means if one breaks, it's just a smaller portion of the heat shield that breaks away or it's damaged or things like that, right? Like, you have just a tinier gap there. And it's a lot easier to repair as well because it's a small tile. Anybody with a lift can go up and replace it and things like that. Like, that sort of thing, it's a lot easier to repair, right? And it's true. It's really... it's a pain to install, yes. But once you install it, it's there, right? And yeah, maybe you have to replace one or two every now and then. But that's the whole point, right? Instead of having a big piece, which it might be as complicated as having to install thousands of little tiles, right? And if it breaks, and you have no heat shield, right? So that's, yeah. And it's probably a lot easier because it's bigger for it to break, right? So it's probably a lot easier for it to break.
Yep. I'm going to keep the thermal protection system questions coming here. Richard French is asking, are the tiles instrumented for wear or damage? I like this question. This is especially pertinent. Alex, you want this one, dude?
They do have sensors, and we always hear, well, when they actually go through reentry in the right orientation, we always hear things like temperatures are going down and things like that, right? Like they have their own instrumentation on where temperatures are rising and going down. They have cameras as well that can look at the whole of the vehicle from the inside and how that reentry plasma is affecting and things like that. They have instrumentation pretty much everywhere. I don't know if down to individual tiles. I assume the ones that they want to test specifically, like where they are missing, for example, where they have metallic tiles, they probably have instrumentation dedicated to those areas in particular. I'm not sure they have instrumentation for every single tile, of course, but at least for the important regions of the ship, they probably have instrumentation all over those places.
Cool. Yeah, they're definitely looking to get some data for it, right? They're jonesing for that heat shield data. The tile team's sitting there going, "Oh, come on, man, get one into space, please." Like
I want to
What?
see it work, and then I want to see like a massive patch of like metallic tiles on 38, or like instead of a single actively cooled tile, like if it works as they think it is, I want to see like a large patch of like actively cooled tiles, or a couple of patches if it actually works out. I want to see that on like 38, like them. I want to see really, really interesting tile experiments. So please, 37, make it. I beg you, dude.
I want to see
what gods do we have to pray to for him to make it? Come on.
Jeb Kerman.
I want to see the metallic tiles because my gut feeling is that they're going to be using those on the sides of the vehicle. We can see here a great shot there of the side of the vehicle. You see that different type of black on the side. That is heat shield material, ablative material that they have added there because there's no tiles in that place. If they were to put, you can imagine this being caught on the chopsticks. Thanks, Signal. There we go. If you can imagine them catching this ship with the chopsticks, they will do the same thing as they do with the boosters, right? Even I think yesterday, Bill, the vice president of Starship Engineering, he was talking about how those chopsticks will slap the sides of the ship when they are catching it. You don't want any of these, ceramic tiles being there on those sides. So right now they have eliminated the tiles completely, and they have put the backup ablative material. But that is not, rapidly reusable. My gut feeling is that in the future, those sides are going to be covered in metallic tiles, which are tougher, and therefore, if the chopsticks hit the sides for catching, they'll probably survive. They'll probably be fine for a catch, right? But first, they need to get this ship through the reentry, need to test that a lot of the things that are on those sides can survive the reentry, and then they'll put the metallic shields, later down the line. That's how I feel it's going to go down the line with later ships. But we'll see.
Yeah, and I think they'll probably be the hexagon type that they've currently got on it, but they're also doing a metallic tile on booster's aft section for reentry purposes with booster. So SpaceX is trying to do multiple different heat shield and heat shield designs on both vehicles. Because, I mean, as we've seen, booster looks like one of those cigar glow or the glow sticks that you have in the older cars when it comes back. And SpaceX wants to try to eliminate a lot of that heating, or at least dissipate it better and have better materials, so it's a little bit more reusable, rather than what has been on current generation of boosters.
Oh, Boy, yeah, I really hope they get that tile stuff figured out, man. They really.
A lot of work.
Yeah, but Ryan, you said it yourself a second ago. It comes from actually getting some data. We need that thing to get to the Indian Ocean, please.
Yeah.
Please. All right. Hey, yeah, we invited the TPS question. I said we're talking about thermal protection systems, so let's go. We got another question from Eric Jewett here. All right. Elon mentioned in chat the issue with not shearing off tiles on the ship catch. Any guess as to how they'll do that? Ooh, I like that one. Alex?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we were talking about, right? That when they go, you've seen it with the boosters, right? That's one of the advantages, that we already have seen it with the boosters. When that booster comes in, the chopsticks, a lot of people are confused about how they actually catch, because they think that the chopsticks just hug the vehicle, right? And that's how they keep it in place. They have little pins and then there's like rails on those chopsticks, and those pins sort of land on the rails. But before any of that happens, the chopsticks need to firmly, slap the sides of the vehicle so that it's centered in the right location. That's one of the things that they do at the end, right? And then the whole thing just slides down and lands on the arms. The ships will be no different. It's gonna be the same. And one of the things that he mentioned, and also Bill, the person that was next to him, part of the Starship engineering as well, was precisely that, once the ship comes into the tower and gets slapped by the chopsticks, you don't want to be, he used another term, but let's say liberating tiles. Because, yeah, it's probably too, but yeah. He just mentioned that, of course. So you don't want to be liberating the tiles as you're scraping down and landing on those landing rails, right? Not just the slap, but also sliding down onto those landing rails. It wouldn't be fun for that heat shield, and it needs to be reusable. So probably they'll put just some kind of metallic shields or anything like that, which is probably why they're testing those on this flight.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. I want to talk more about tiles, but I've been told we have a special guest. Do we have Das on comms here? Das, are you out there at Margaritaville?
I don't know, EJ, can you hear me right now?
Dude, we can hear you 5x5. Chat, can you hear me?
Nice. No, we're over here on the South Padre Island side again. Little cloudy right now, but we've got lots of work to do. Everybody over here is working super hard to get all the equipment up on the roof again, and lots of stuff to carry up those stairs. It's super tough, actually. I'm really tired from yesterday. But anyways, that's sort of the plan here. We just have a lot of hard work to do at the Margaritaville, and figured I'd check in and see how y'all doing. How y'all doing?
Where is Das?
Wait a minute. Are you lounging around by the pool?
Wait, what? Is my camera on?
That's not allowed, Das.
Ryan,
That's not the
you're not supposed to turn my camera on, dude. Seriously? How am I? There's so much. The roof is up there, though. Like, it's a long way to the roof, and there is equipment that needs to be carried up there. Our room is up there too, but figured we'd come out here and check the weather.
Yeah. You're just checking the weather. Yeah, I got you.
You gotta relax,
How y'all doing?
too. I mean,
I've been listening in on this stakeout. I can't read chat right now. My arm's going to get tired because I've been holding up my phone here listening to y'all talk about heat shield tiles for like 15 minutes. But how y'all doing?
We're doing just fine, dude. I think you might be doing better than us right now.
Yeah, you're doing great.
No, I'm not doing too great. The bar's like all the way over there. Where is the bar? See a little thatched roof over
Do they have
there?
SPL on, by the way?
Yes, they do.
They gotta have SPL on.
Yeah, they do. You can watch it. You can sit at the bar over there and you can have a drink or a snack and you can watch Starbase live on the monitor, and then the rocket would actually launch sort of this way. Like, I'm looking. If I didn't move and the launch happened, I would see the launch go through the palm trees up above the buildings here. So...
Well,
Hawaiian T-shirt is there on purpose. You have that on purpose, don't you?
I got my NSF shirt. I got my Hawaiian shirt on. Like, I look like I'm supposed to hang out at the back. So flip-flops. My brother over here has on the NSF hat even. I don't know if y'all can see him over in the corner.
He also
there
wears hats?
Yeah. So we're
Goes
a
in the
hat family. We're definitely a hat family. But no, up on the
Hey.
hotel balcony, we moved all the equipment outside because we have to deal with the condensation. Like the hotel room is air conditioned, and all the equipment gets really cold. And then when you bring it out into the humidity all conglomerates. It condenses on the outside of the equipment. So earlier this morning, we put all the equipment out on the balcony. We put plastic bags on it so it could get down to temperature, but it wouldn't get a lot of humidity on it. And then later, like 1 o'clock or so, we'll move it all up to the roof. We're on the 12th floor, so we just have one flight of stairs to go up to the roof. That we'll get everything deployed. When we deploy it, we're right up there about. The palm tree sort of blocking it, but what can you do? We'll get all the equipment up there and make sure that it's acclimated. It doesn't get a bunch of fog on the lens. Do it, Alex? Go ahead.
You still got 7 hours. Plenty of time, right?
Yeah, plenty of time. We got some breakfast. We got some coffee. Had a little snack this morning, but made sure we had SBL on the screens. Made sure the hotel front desk had we have little cards that say like launch alert, info today, launch window 6:30 to 7:30, blah, blah, blah. So we got that over there at the front desk, so people checking in know the status for today. I heard the weather report earlier, 75%. I mean, can y'all see? I mean, I can see the sun trying to burn through up there. There it is, right there. You can see the sun really trying to burn through, but it hasn't quite burned through yet. It's mostly cloudy. We've had some rainstorms and stuff like that. I love this. I'm just like, here you go. See back in there? I don't know if y'all can see, but there's a little bit of blue. But there's also a lot of big thunderstorm or thunderheads out there. So we'll see. It's early still. We'll see if this gets cleared up. But I did not mean to hijack your show. Sorry for the shaky camera here. But anyways, any questions about the amenities here?
You didn't mean to hijack the show, but you called us from the pool. You sure about that?
I mean,
you sure about that?
I want your show to continue on. I'm just here enjoying listening to the commentary, man. Let's not stress ourselves out or anything. Just take it easy. It's day 3, man. We're like sliding in now. We got it down to a process. Like we know all the lights need to get plugged in to work. We're good.
All right. Okay. All right. Das, do you want to answer a question from the question queue?
Sure, ask me a question. If it's about palm trees or the hotel, I'll give it a good shot. If it's about Starship, I'll leave it to y'all.
Okay. All right. Let me pick one out here. Okay. All right. This is Nate. Nate Hotshot is asking, is the propellant in the delivery trucks cooled down or is it in gas form? I feel like this would be a good DOS question.
I mean, it's definitely going to be in liquid form because you wouldn't want to transport it in gaseous form because you couldn't carry as much. Right? So if you just put a bunch of gas in there, the density of it will be lower and you won't be able to transport as much per tanker load. But I guess that's talking about the big ones, right? The big oxygen trucks and methane trucks and stuff like that. That's why sometimes when you see it, it's like LP gas, liquefied petroleum gas. It's not like they just, like a balloon, they put a little bit of gas in there and deliver it. Not a hotel-related question, but I think I can get that one.
Okay. All right. I got another one. I got another one for you. This is hotel-related questions. Knight Todd is wondering if we're going to have launch day cheesecake.
Ooh. Cheesecake is for closers, launchers. I think if we actually get a launch, then we will have a cheesecake party. But also, Das Mom brought us an entire carrot cake. So the crew here on the hotel side that has been working so hard at the hotel can partake in the carrot cake. Which we have up in the room. We still have an awful lot of carrot cake up there. So I think we may kill off the carrot cake first. It's got this really good cheesecake icing, right? It's like maybe 75% carrot cake and then 25% cheesecake icing on top. And then when we're done with that, we'll move on to the cheesecake. Thanks for asking. I appreciate you looking out for our well-being.
Yeah, all good. All good. As we see one of those LOX trucks now empty, leaving the tank farm there.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Is there stuff happening at Starbase? It's tough to tell from here at the pool.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there might be a building in the way or two.
Oh, jeez. But no.
All right.
Go ahead, GJ. Go ahead.
All right. Ron Smith is asking, how are the cheeseburgers at the hotel? Would Jimmy Buffett approve?
In Paradise, you cannot go wrong with the cheeseburgers in Paradise. But actually, they have like a Hawaiian luau burger. That's it's a burger with some barbecue sauce and a pineapple ring on it. It's really free. You're like, oh man, pineapple on burgers? Like, let's not get into that debate. But it's really good. If you get, I think it's called a luau burger. It's Land Shark is the name of the restaurant. You go and you get a luau burger, and it's like the patty with the barbecue sauce and the pineapple. And for some reason, it works. You wouldn't think it would work, but it's really good. Margaret, you had fish and chips yesterday, didn't you? Were the fish and chips okay? The fish and chips were amazing. Here, give the thumbs up. There you go. Highly recommend the fish and chips as well. Anyways, yeah, I could talk about food all day long.
Cool. We got another question for you. This one is coming from Kevin Michael Reed, who's asking, when are you going to get back to work?
Kevin, I am working right now. I'm providing commentary on a live stream. This is hard work. Kevin Michael Reed, when are you going to come down here and be on the crew on site so you can learn about hard work in the field?
Ooh.
Don't you want to come on an NSF Adventure Vacation package here for Starship Flight 10?
All right, so Das, here's what we'll do. I'll get his rig up and running, and then he'll have to drive it down there to you. So
drive it down.
You know, yeah, it'll be great. It'll work.
Good deal. Anything else? I could take like one more question, then we maybe actually do need to go up to the room and find some lunch. I mean, get to work.
Yeah, no. Well, okay. We got one from Thumper Tom here, who is asking, how are the margaritas at Margaritaville? That's the last question for you.
That's a good question, but I will honestly say I have not had one. My wife and I came through here for vacation, like literally not to work at Starbase. But I was like, man, I always come through Margaritaville and I'm always working, and it's like work clothes, up to the roof, lugging gear, back down again. And I look down at the pool and I'm like, man, the pool looks nice right now. But I never have a chance to actually get in the pool. So earlier this summer, my wife and I came through for like 4 days, and we're just like, nope, I'm not working. Don't tell the people at Starbase that I'm available to do anything. We're just going to chill out at Margaritaville. And they brought me one of them drinks like in a coconut, you know, the pool. So I think we had a pina colada and then another house drink that I can't name. But in vacation mode, hanging out at the pool, in the pool, drinking out of a coconut was quite a way to be here at South Padre. But if I were watching the launch, you really can't beat it, because you can hang out here. You can swim up. Do they have a swim up bar, by the way? You can get food at the restaurant. You're just here all day chilling out. And then you're watching Next Space Flight, or you're listening to the live stream, and you're T-minus 15 minutes. You can literally walk 100 yards out onto the beach, and you can see this thing go. You could even just sit right where I am right now, and you'd see the thing go. So you really can't beat it. But when I'm working, can't comment on the margaritas because we've got camera equipment and we're on the roof, and that's super serious mode. Having fun down here this morning, but when we launch it, or if you come out here on vacation, that thing I drank out of the coconut was pretty good.
There you go. Cool. Oh, yeah, we got a shot of the pool that Das is currently working next to. He's remote working.
I'm remote working. It's like, cover the camera up.
He's remote.
I need one of them AI backgrounds that makes it look like I'm in an office or something.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you go get back to work. Go get lunch, back to work. No, work, right? That's what
DJ, you're doing. I think the way to say it is to go get to work, not back to work. It's not like I wouldn't say I was missing work, but we do want to make sure that we're fully prepared. Thank you, everybody. Did everybody get the reference? I heard 2 chuckles at least. We do need to get up there and make sure everything's good to go. Honestly, here on day 3, we're feeling pretty good because we've set up and taken down the equipment 2 times already. And so we've located all the cables. We've located all the batteries. We know where everything's supposed to go, and we're just good to go. We'll get it up on the roof. We'll check in with you from there, and see you nerds later.
All right, man. Hey, one last thing. Is there any NSF coupons at Margaritaville to get special room rates?
We've talked about that. If that's something that people are really interested in, I'd love to see some feedback, because I'd love to take it to the hotel and be like, hey, can we do special rates or something like that? I think one of the honest tricks is the hotel sells out fast, right? Like
Yeah.
when it's launch time, it is the hotel. Like these rooms behind me, from the 5th floor to the 12th floor, those rooms facing south see Starship from your balcony. And those rooms go like crazy. Like as soon as a launch date is announced, the rooms just book out. So normally it's like, hey, you know, get a discount code to help the hotel fill some rooms when maybe the rooms aren't all filled up or something. But the rooms are in such high demand during launches. I don't know if they need a discount code to get any more people here, right? But it's something to think about. I'm interested if people would actually do that. And maybe it's really a thing like when it's not launch time, but you're coming through and you wanted to visit Starbase just when you can visit. I know people want to make it for a launch, but that's more likely like, oh, it's January and I'm going to go on a trip to the beach where it's not negative 20 degrees in North Dakota or whatever, right? Maybe something there is workable, but launch day, the rooms sell out so fast. I don't know if it would make like logistical financial sense, you know?
Yep. Cool. All right. We'll let you go.
Cool.
Get back to work.
All right, y'all. Appreciate you hanging out. We'll head back on up and we'll see y'all from the roof in just a little bit. Have a good show.
All right. And that was John Das Valdez Galloway, live from the Margaritaville pool, working hard or hardly working. I'll let you guys decide. But as he heads out, I think my time with you guys here on the Stakeout stream has come to a close here. So I'm going to bid you adieu. And I think Chris B is going to take over. Chris, are you out there?
Yes, good day, EJ.
How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Yes,
Hey.
Starship, third attempt. I wonder if it'll go this time. Third time's a charm. But thank you, EJ, for hosting. Yeah, we're going to go through as many questions as possible. This is a Stakeout stream. This is the pre-game show. This is where we just chat and watch Daz lounge by the pool.
I can't believe that. I can't believe he did that.
Yeah. I was like, hang on a minute. This sounds like quite a nice little job because it is hard work out there. It really is. It's not the most forgiving of conditions, but I think Daz has found the sweet spot between work and the pool. I was desperately hoping we could ask Daz's brother about the TPS questions that have been coming in. Just to like, what? Hang on. I don't understand what I can do about that. But yes, flight 10, attempt 3. It is looking more promising on the weather side of things now today, so we are hopeful that this time round, especially with the bonus of yesterday being a wet dress rehearsal, that was actually my reply to the scrub, was at least I've got a wet dress rehearsal out of it. And then Dan on the SpaceX webcast said we're transitioning to a wet dress, which was really interesting because that does mean they get value out of this by taking it down into the final seconds of the countdown and actually pretending like it was going to go through to a launch without the actual engines firing up. That's useful data. So that gives me even more hope that if the weather behaves itself, that the launch systems and the ground systems are all in a very good configuration to allow for this launch. So I'm very hopeful about today, pending what the weather situation is going to be like around the window. I'm just seeing who we've got on with us. We've got Alex and we've got Ryan. Yes, Alex, I've got a great question for you. And that is from MRM, who asked a question that probably a lot of people in chat were wondering, but didn't want to ask because they may have feared we've answered it already. But we're fine repeating this, especially for new people. Have watched you for years. Wonder what your thoughts are on today's flight plan. I'm out of the loop, need an update. So, Alex, would you just like to sort of like explain to maybe the new people especially what this vehicle is planning to do today?
Yeah, so it's gonna be very similar to the past flights. The booster will be doing its own ascent portion just as usual. Now the booster will be doing what they tried on Flight 9 on the previous flight. It's gonna do the directional flip. It's gonna flip up instead of any random direction, right? It's got these little vents on the hot staging ring sort of closed off for that. Then during landing burn, they're going to be doing sort of a simulation of off nominal scenario where they're going to be igniting 13 engines as usual on the 13 inner engines, right? Then one of the center 3 engines will be disabled, sort of as if, it suddenly shut down because they had an issue or something like that. And what they're going to be using is one of the center of the middle ring of 10 engines. They're going to be using one of those as a backup to that one that they disable, so that they can demonstrate that they can also use one of those in case of an off-nominal scenario. And then the landing burn will end with just those two center engines, those two remaining center engines that are still enabled for that landing burn. The landing burn will also end high up above the water, so that means booster 16 here down there underneath the ship will be just probably going boom as it hits the water. The ship on its own, it's gonna do its own roughly 6-minute burn ascent into almost orbit trajectory, if you will. Once it goes into space, it's gonna do its own coast phase and things like that. Out there in space, it's going to do multiple different experiments. One of them will be deploying 8 different Starlink satellite simulators, right? They're carrying 8 of those inside the payload bay of Starship on this flight. They're going to be trying to actuate that door, actuating the pest dispenser, deploying those satellites. Then they're going to be doing, afterwards, after all this, they're going to be doing a relight of a Raptor engine in space. They already achieved that on Flight 6, but that was with the old Block 1 vehicles. So this will be a first for Block 2. And then, hopefully, if everything goes well, they're going to also try and go through re-entry. As we've mentioned before, there are many different thermal protection system experiments going on this flight, from missing tiles, different tile materials like metallic tiles. There's one tile that has cooling as well. So lots of different things essentially going on this flight. And of course, once it goes through re-entry, it'll do its own flip and landing burn into the Indian Ocean, hopefully in one piece. But that's sort of a short version of the mission for today. And boy, do I want to see another flip and burn with a ship. It's been so long. It's been way overdue.
You know what, Alex? We obviously got a TPS test. We've been talking about TPS before I came on, quite eloquently, because it is a challenging thing with all vehicles. But I just want to see the re-entry part again. I've always been fascinated by the live cameras they've managed to provide live stream of the re-entry, the entry interface phase of ship. There's 2 reasons they can do that. Is one, because it's a larger mass area, and also they've got the Starlink link, which is what it literally is, and that allows them to provide that. We've never had that during previous, like the space shuttle. I'm not going to bring up shuttle too much, but like the space shuttle, we never got the live re-entry shots, because it's just a new modern era where we get to watch those colours and see the interactions and watching the flaps working or burning, as the case may be. But it's going to be something I really enjoy that, Alex, the most, the colours and just the views of watching this vehicle pushing against the atmosphere and slowing down, which is exactly what re-entry is. That's why you get the heat build up, because it's the friction.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to do some thanks here because we've got lots of people to thank. So bear with me while I go through this queue, because it is absolutely appreciated. And I want to make sure everybody's name gets called out, because without it, we will be able to do things like this and provide these views for everybody, because you're all welcome. We've got 8,000 people in right now just for the Stakeout. We're 6.5 hours before launch and 8,000 people in. We had about 110,000 in during the final part of the countdown on the launch stream yesterday. It just shows you the interest is still there. It really is encouraging, because you can forgive people for saying, well, I watched the first flight because it was all of the news, as it was all of the mainstream media about this big rocket. It's probably less so these days, because they only tend to focus on the negatives, like if it blows up or anything like that. But to see that amount of people who have found this, have gone looking for it and found the streams, and that amount of number of people watching is very encouraging, because it is an exciting vehicle. Hanks, thanks for the great coverage of all things spaceflight, especially Starship. Thank you, Hanks. We make an effort. Irma G, I once an early night, never have missed a launch. Right. So, well, we've got a 1-hour window, haven't we, Ryan? It's a 1-hour window. So if they don't launch within that 1 hour, then it's not going to be a late night for you too much. It's not like a Starlink where they can push the T0 through about 4 or 5 hours, is it?
No, it's they have a single hour to go through, so 6:30 p.m. Central to 7:30 p.m. Central. If they can't make it through that, then we're in for, I guess, day number 4 in a row. But the hope is that they can make it through that. The vehicle will be good to go. Weather gets cleared up, because it's looking fine now, and I think we're looking pretty good around launch time. So hope is we can get this thing off. Third time's the charm. Starship Flight 10, let's go.
How many chinchillas would fit in the Starship? Well, here we go. I think everybody's trying to find various versions of animals and objects for the absolute payload capacity of Starship. It's going to be lots, Alex.
Can we not turn Starship in Noah's Ark, please?
Yes.
Because it's like every single time.
It's either bananas or animals, I found. It's like, I don't know where that comes from, but it's actually, you know what? It's actually a thing that some companies have used. I know that ULA liked doing their whales for payload capacity, which was the most bonkers way of trying to show the capacity of their fairings. But there we go. Eric gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Eric. And if you did get a free gifted membership, that's what it is. It's free. It means you're on the membership program for a month. Just say thank you in chat. I have seen some of you say thank you in chat for the gifted membership, so that's really nice. But it is through the generosity of our community that you become a member for free for a month, which is great because you may be somebody who really likes what we do, but just can't go spending money on YouTube subscriptions. And that's probably most people. That's fair to say. That's probably most people. So that you've been gifted by someone generous in the community is a really cool thing. And it's one of the few good things YouTube has implemented over recent years, I must say. I think it's a great way of building the community. Stormy, keep it up, guys. Love your streams. Again, I stumble over these because I'm reading them out live. And I'm kind of like, my brain is saying, well, that's really nice. And you've actually done that as a super chat, which is doubly nice. So that's why I stumble sometimes over those, because it does register in me. I'm not just reading these out. They actually are making an impact on what we do. So I really do appreciate it. Jawar, missed opportunity to call this Block 3 stream. Oh, no. No. We get into trouble for that. That's coming soon. Flight 12 onwards. Metro, Singing in the Rain. That was earlier because it has now stopped, I do believe. It looks like it's dried up now. Joyce, no message apart from heart and a rocket, which I think is very appropriate. Z30, now going to join with my new other currency. It's HUF. Wonder what that is. Hungarian, maybe? Here's some interstellar credits. I think there's a theme going on here. Active. Third Starship Stakeout in a row. I was very happy today at work. Tomorrow I'll be a zombie. Yes, it is. It's a long slog, but let's face it, we're watching a big rocket, so that's kind of fun part of it. I think the slog becomes fun. The grind is real. Cheesecake references from Mr. Gamer. Onion, what's your favourite piece of NSF merch? Oh, okay, that's a good question. I'm gonna. See, merch makes me think of clothing and what have you. And I do love the Raptor, the RS-25 T-shirt I've got. I really love that one. And you'd imagine so why. But I do actually really like that T-shirt. It's a really cool design. But I'd say my favourite merch would be my metal prints I've got on the wall. I'll link it. I took a picture ages ago of the metal prints I've got on the side of my wall, which is literally to the right of me right now, talking. And it does make the wall look cool. And when I get friends round, I tend to shepherd them towards them. I tend to sort of like casually shepherd them into the room so they can see the metal prints and give me their opinions. And their opinions tend to be, wow, that's really cool. And they are absolutely great quality, I must admit. And they have really lightened up the place with the rocketry, shall we say. Alex, what's your favourite piece of NSF merch?
Oh, I do like the engine collection that we had. I do have my Raptor shirt. I wore it on the Sunday attempt. I watched it already, and so it's ready for today's launch attempt because I'm gonna wear it tonight as well for that attempt. But yeah, there you can see the engine collection. It's my favorite because it shows. Not just Raptor, it also shows Merlin. You have the RS-25 and also the BE-4 engine. I think. Like, those are the Artemis engines to me, because it's like you've got SLS, you've got Starship, you've got also New Glenn, and you also got Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. It's amazing. These are really great pieces of merch because it shows really amazing engines. I guess we should put out at some point something about the SRBs and things like that. That will be also cool. You can have them on stickers. That's what we're showing right now, right? The stickers. I also have those. Should probably stick them to something because I still have them on a drawer at my desk. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Alex, keep going. Keep going. No, keep going.
No,
thought you
it's this thing of like, where do I put my stickers? Where do people put the stickers? Because it's a shame sometimes where it's like, oh, but I have to open it, and this looks so good, and if I stick it to something, they're gonna be wearing out and things. Like it just feels like like a shame. It's like, oh. But yeah, sometimes you gotta stick it to somewhere. There, it's on a laptop.
You even get an Alex answer for merch. It's amazing. I don't know where Alex finds all the words, but I think it's a cool point about the engines. I do like the fact we've got RS-25, then we go Merlin and Raptor for the workhorse of Merlin. Let's face it, with the Falcon 9, the Raptor, which is what we're covering right now, and also the BE-4. With the BE-4, I know it is a Starship stream. Now, Noble Origin's not yet got the full imagination of people yet, but that's one heck of an engine. It really is. I mean, Ryan, if you compare the Raptor, say I'm going to go full belt here, Raptor 3 with a BE4, how much difference is there between the two? I mean, what would you say about both engines in comparison?
I mean, Raptor, wait, 3 and 4? Did you say?
Raptor 3
B4.
and BE4.
Oh, BE4. I am my brain. It's 3 days in a row, Chris. Look, I mean, BE4. It's a great engine. It is. It's a closed cycle. LOX rich, stage combustion engine, methalox engine. It's a really, really nice engine. But Raptor 3 exists. I mean, it's full stage combustion cycle. It's one of the pinnacles of liquid rocket engine design. It's got flight. Both have flight tests. Both have flight data in there, but Raptor's got more. Raptor's definitely got more testing history that we know of. I mean, they fire them like crazy over in McGregor and whatnot. But I would pick Raptor over BE4 if you were to compare the two, because simply it's a more mature engine at this point in time. I mean, BE4 is going to get there, but they need to fly it more and test it more. But I consider them both to be good engines, but Raptor's better.
Very good. Squamish Plum. There's some really creative usernames on YouTube, I must admit, and sometimes they catch me out with the pronunciations, but that is Squeamish Plum. Asks, what exactly was the nature of the ground system issue that caused the postponement, and how did the SpaceX team trouble it? So that is attempt 1 we're talking about there, because attempt 2 went fine on the GSC standpoint. It was the weather that was the constraint. But Alex, maybe you want to describe what the problem was on attempt 1.
There we go. We've got the clip there here of what happened. So on Sunday, they went into an attempt. Unfortunately, they had a leak on the quick disconnect arm. They had one of the liquid oxygen lines that goes to the ship. It started leaking, and so they had to stop the count and reset for another day. Now, what they did overnight is they tried to just simply replace it. Instead of fixing the pipe or anything like that and call it a day, they replaced the entire line. They used a winch on the tower just to be able to do all of that procedure. And they lift up another one. Hang on, they're disconnecting there, the quick disconnect. And now, there we go. New hose goes in. It gets connected. It got tested in the morning, and it worked. Yesterday, this is yesterday morning, what they're doing there, and they filled up the ship, then they drained it, it worked, and they tested, like we talked about this earlier in the stream, right, that it sort of served as a wet dress rehearsal. That fix that they did on that arm, they were able to verify that it worked, despite the weather being, very Anvil-ish, if you will.
Yeah, but that's a good point, Alex. That was a positive from yesterday. Of course, no one likes scrubs. Everyone likes launches. But they got through a full countdown, a full prop load and a full countdown, and took it down to T0 because they classed it as a wet dress. A wet dress rehearsal is literally a full launch countdown minus the engine ignition. And obviously the water deluge system. They didn't fire the water deluge system up, did they, Alex? I think they did the DSS, and that was it.
Yeah, no, they don't go to that because, it will be wasting. First of all, they have a set number of times that they can fire that per the regulations every year, right? And so they don't want to waste one of those, but also they don't want to waste the water, because if If they waste the water, then they have to track in more water again. So not only they have to replenish the tank farm, the normal tank farm, but also the deluge one. And so yeah, they just run it to T-minus 10 seconds. That's right before the deluge activates, and it was good. There's a lot of things that happen internally on the rocket between T-minus 40 and T-minus 10 seconds. So they got a lot of data out of that.
Indeed. And of course, during yesterday's live stream, and we fed it into our stream as well, as you'd imagine we do, in the final hour of the countdown, we did get Elon and Bill, who's head of... what's Bill's role at SpaceX? Alex, going to have to completely forget.
Vice President of Starship Engineering. Yep.
Thank you. We had those both on the SpaceX stream providing an update. I don't think it was the technical update that Elon was promising because we didn't really get a technical update as such, to be fair. I did think it was one of the best updates ever, and I'll explain why. It's because Elon did finally give a new update saying point-to-point is real. Huzzah! Huzzah! So, yes. Yes, that is a very challenging future prospect. I think he was just going through the capabilities. Whether or not that become a reality is another thing. Other than that, and I will take Jedi Knight's point here, did you see Elon's 20-minute update on where we are, why we're all here? It was disappointing, absolutely nothing burger. Well, there were certainly some people who were expecting more details. I've got a funny feeling that with the SpaceX live stream being a public, out-facing stream, that Elon may have calibrated the update to be more of an overview of what Starship is for that kind of audience. So I'm hoping maybe there'll be a separate technical update for the more hardcore followers of Starship. Ryan, are we hopeful that maybe we'll get a second one, maybe a standalone one where Elon gives more technical details?
I don't know if I'm that hopeful for it, to be honest with you. We did learn that if you stand in front of a Raptor, you get vaporized, right? That's fine. You learned that, right?
Hang on, Ryan. That's a good safety tip. Come on, you can't denounce that. There'll be people out there thinking, well, I'm glad I'm not going to do that now because Elon told me you get vaporized if you stood in front of a Methalox engine with firing at McGregor.
Also, say, did you know we can go see Ascent 15 over the Rock Garden, right?
Oh, jeez.
Anyways, but yeah.
Yeah,
it was the standard. It was the standard. Starship is big. It's stainless steel. It's making life multiplanetary. It's yeah. I mean, if you just want to see, I'm not gonna say my thoughts, but if you want to see how I somewhat felt about it, Jack, I kind of agree with Jack, but we'll go with
Let's let Chris say something.
Yes. Basically, I think we all know that. We all are kind of a hardcore audience there. And again, if you watch the reaction on X, I mean, to be fair, you're going to get a reaction. Elon could just smile at the camera and people say it's the best thing ever. Because it's what X is like these days with people in the spotlight, shall we say. But we're a hardcore audience, so you can imagine that we would be thirsty for more details. One thing we did get, though, was more views from inside Star Factory, which I think we all appreciate. Elon's put a clip out there from his own phone, it looked like, showing nose cones and barrel sections, and we got more of an insight look into Star Factory as well, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, I'm hopeful we might get a second one. I'm thinking we'll get Bill maybe on it, doing a second one. And that'd be cool. I mean, it'd be less of a big audience where you're worried about the public-facing kind of like we need to explain this is a vehicle that's going to make life multiplanetary, and more about the technical details of Starship, the vehicle itself, and the ground systems. That would be my hope. But we'll have to wait and see. It's up to them how they do this. I've got some quick more thanks to do. I'm rotating between thanks and normal questions. I know people go onto streams and think they only read super chats, and some streams only do read super chats, but I make sure that I intertwine between a normal question from anybody. It could be your first time here. It could be your first question ever asked. If I spot it and I stick it into the queue, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fit a super chat or not. I will read it out. That's what the last question was about, actually. It was just a normal standard question. But I'm going to read out some thanks as well. Thornburg, EJ, that was from earlier. I don't know what the reference was. Namaste became a member. Elliot became a member. AZ, which I believe is Arizona Space Geek, has become a member. I noticed in the actual queue itself that somebody just pointed, here we go, Max Bay. I just want to say thank you to those who donate memberships. Over the year, I was able to become a member from donated memberships. I can be a paid member, but thanks for getting me in here. That's the cool thing about gifted memberships. It's not like a one-off and that's the only time you'll get it. You can get reoccurring, where if you're in chat, you tend to find that when gifted memberships come through, you may just get re-upped again. So that is really cool that you managed to get a chain of gifted memberships, and I think that's really cool that you said thank you for it as well. Locroll, 2 work days on Starship Watch. Heck yeah. Love having you all on while I'm doing my mind-numbing job. What you do, Locroll, let us know what you do. Pilch's Place, the space shuttle sure would have looked good on top of a Starship booster. See, the fun thing about the space shuttle, and I don't want to go on too much about the shuttle because you know what I'm like, and I won't, is that would make it in line. And one of the issues with the shuttle was it was side mounted, and that put it in the line of fire of the firm TPS coming off the external tank, and that's what caused issues, including the disastrous one with STS-107. So an inline vehicle, like let's say Dream Chaser, that's an upcoming vehicle that's going to launch inline. That originally was going to launch without a fairing. That was going to literally be plonked on top of an Atlas V. Literally plonked on top of an Atlas V without a fairing, but now it's going to be inside a fairing on Vulcan. And we're hoping, Alex, you know what? Let's divert a little bit to Dream Chaser just for a second. When do you think Dream Chaser is going to make its debut flight?
Oh boy. Hopefully next year. I have no idea. It's one of those things that we really get very little information about. So right now I'm going to say probably next year. I just have no idea when. It doesn't seem like they are anywhere close or anywhere far. It's just we don't know. They are still in pre-launch preparations.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be next year, and I think that's fine. I think Sierra Space are going through what is completely expected, a huge amount of reviews. Remember, this vehicle is going to be docking at the ISS. The ISS takes these things extremely seriously, as you can imagine. It's an orbital outpost running around the planet at 17,500 miles an hour, and it's got humans on board. The last thing you want is missing a check that causes a problem with the vehicle arriving at the station, because that could cause serious problems, and you do not want that on the ISS. So the amount of checks and reviews and processes they go through before they allow for a vehicle to arrive at the ISS are huge. So that's where they are right now. So next year is fine. Do it right, get it right, have no Starliner style issues, and just have Dream Chaser add into the crew commercial resupply progress, because I was going to say crude, but that is a hope for the future. It's going to be cargo only to start with Tenacity. That's the first Dream Chaser. Not Sure asks, how much propellant is lost during a scrub, Ryan?
We don't really know how much is lost. We don't have the numbers. It depends on how much is used during chill down. Depends on how much is boiled off. There's a lot of factors that go into it. SpaceX has never really given us a number, but they definitely know that based off how much they hold and how much they can recapture, and how much they can then bring in, they should be able to do a 24-hour turnaround, which is what they're attempting to do right now. They haven't tried this before. We'll see if everything's still on track at this point. They're just, they're still filling up the tank farm and whatnot, but we don't know an exact number.
Very good. I've got lots of people asking, such as Resnojet, just made it back home. Any chance for a status update? Alex, have we got any updates on things like road closures? Or roadblocks?
Yeah, so right now they have already closed the road at all of the 3 different points. Of course, the road closures are not instant. They sometimes still let pass vehicles and whatnot, especially the ones that full stack closure point and everything. For example, for trucks, the trucks that we're seeing getting to the pad and everything, offloading propellant. I'm gonna run this graphic again, Ryan, so just cue it up again. But yeah, we can see there, for example, a bunch of those trucks there still, but the beach is clear. We got the update from the county that it's closed, that the road is closed. So that means if you want to go down there, you must bet you have some business to do at the launch site. So that means, folks like SpaceX and those trucks and things like that, the police as well. But regular folk cannot go beyond this point that we see, well, no longer. I was going to mention the other roadblock, which is the one at Richardson Avenue. But yeah, the one here that we're seeing right now at the LBJ intersection, that is going to be vacated closer to the launch. We're going to get another run of these graphics so that you can see that is the roadblock on the right. That is at LBJ Boulevard at the Village in Boca Chica. And then there's another one a little bit further up the road at Richardson Avenue. That's the one where they're going to be staying for the launch, because the other one will be vacated once closer to the launch because it's too close for comfort. And then there's the south roadblock out there in Brownsville with the intersection with Oklahoma Avenue, which is already set up as well. We have been told, at least from our field teams, that it's already there. So all three roadblocks already in place. As you can see, some cars still going by, but that one on the right, that is the one at Richardson. So SpaceXers, SpaceX employees, and as you can see there, that truck and things like that, those can still pass as they still are preparing for the launch. But yeah.
Very good. That's also a great graphic from Ryan there, because the map gives you some sense of context on the area, which is very much down in the south of Texas, right on the Mexican border. It's a brutal place to be when it's in the middle of the heat with all the insects, all the bitey insects. I always joke, but it's true. I've never experienced a first-hand encounter with a mosquito. And the people at Starbase and our team at Starbase find that hilarious because they want me to experience a mosquito. I'm not particularly fond on the idea of being an experimental Englishman going out there burning, turning red and getting bitten. But there we go. There'd be big rockets to see, so I'd definitely go for it. Kalesko asks, is there any testing done on the methane oxygen being delivered to ensure the quality and purity before it's stored at the tank farm? Right, that's a good question.
Any of the quality or purity, I guess, of it is done where they get it from. So, and there's multiple different companies they get stuff from, because it takes a decent amount of, as we know, liquid oxygen and nitrogen and methane. So they basically get it from different vendors, and they do the quality testing at the vendor locations, basically.
Very good. Alex, this is right up your street. Ninja Guy Dan asks, and this could apply for the reuse of Falcon 9s, for example. Do we know what forms of non-destructive testing SpaceX uses on reflown boosters? Do they use X-ray scans or eddy current inspections like in the aviation industry does? So Ryan can join in this one, but Alex first.
Yeah, so for example, for the engines, it's very important to look at the internals and everything. They do boroscoping, essentially just putting a big pipe with a lens on one side, essentially looking through the whole thing, just like a doctor looking to your eye and things like that, or looking to your ears and all that. Just looking in on the insides of the engine and making sure that everything is correct and everything is good. Falcon 9, of course, also has a lot of soot as well that they have to clear out of those engines. I think they used at one point isopropyl alcohol. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's essentially some of the things that they do. For example, on the engines, on the tanks themselves, as you were mentioning, yeah, they do X-ray scans. I don't think they do it on every single flight. They only do it every X amount of flights. It's not all the time, and you can notice that because they have to clear the well lines to do the X-ray scan so that it doesn't mess up with the machine and everything, because it's very messy, the sooty with grease and everything around it. And so they clear the lines, then they pass the X-ray machine and everything, and they have that there. They also have here at Starbase, there's like a portion of the Star Factory which also has a way to inspect the welds. Once they weld barrel sections and things like that, they have their own X-ray machines as well to do that. So I guess in the future we'll probably do the same with Starships, not for every flight, but every 10 flights, for example, maybe every 15 or 20 flights, they'll probably take one of those, give it a pass, and make sure that all of those welds are still good to go. But that's essentially more or less the few things that we can observe and that we know from different accounts from different SpaceX officials.
Ryan, I know you work in the aviation industry, so I definitely want to get your insights on how you would compare how you do checks on planes to rockets, maybe. Maybe did any probably crossovers?
I would expect a lot of NDT, like especially eddy current inspections on welds and things like that, or dye penetrant inspections on Raptors and turbine blades and other things like that before installation. There's definitely a lot of forms of NDT you can do, and I would fully expect SpaceX to be doing a lot of it on not only the vehicle side, but even ground infrastructure, like making sure pipes don't have any microfractures in them, stuff like that. There's definitely, they definitely do a lot. We've actually seen them do it before. We've seen them do X-ray inspections on valves and stuff like that, like way back. When they were building the original orbital tank farm, I think they were doing like X-ray inspections on the valves that were inside the bunker that helped supply the propellant to Pad A. So they've definitely done a lot of that stuff in the past, and they still do it even now. So.
Just explain what NDT is before I address what the heck Ali's doing in chat.
Non-destructive testing. So basically, you're finding a way to test a material or a component or something in a non-destructive way so that you're testing it to make sure it's good, there's no microfractures, there's no problems with it, and the what you're using is still usable. The component and whatever you're looking at is still usable. There are things that are called destructive testing, which is like you're destroying the part to test it. So like when you test something to failure, or you cut open, say, a COPV to see if the layers or something are having issues with it, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, let's address this. This is not unusual for Ali. Would you believe Ali has done this before? There's people now getting suspicious in chat that someone's hacked his account. It doesn't work that way, but Ali has done this before. So Ali has got a track record of going bonkers with the gifted memberships and support. And it goes without saying, we very much appreciate it. First of all, Ali started off by doing a super chat just to note that, oh my God, no time left. So we were wondering what that was about. I'm going to put that on screen. Hang on. There we go. Hang on. I've probably gone too far here. Let's count these. There's so many. I'm going to go through them all, but I'm going to go through...
Hang on, because he just said, yeah, like I am trying to destructively test in the chat.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
There's some YouTube chat program going, I'm not built for this. How do I start allocating all of these? I can't keep up. But I'm going to count them. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4... 300 gifted memberships.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Right, I'm gonna put them on screen. The problem is when I click on these, it's only going to show one of them. But luckily, the top of the chat just shows all the 50 Smallies, and they'll be stuck there for a while. But I'm clicking on them, Ali. Trust me, I'm clicking every single one of them. But that is incredible support, and that is great because that's also meaning that 300 people in what is pretty much still a hardcore audience. Let's face it, this is not the audience that turns up 10 minutes before launch. This is the audience that turns up 6 hours before launch. So I would class you all as hardcore Starship fans are become gifted members, which is really great. And when I say gifted members, it means you get 1 month at Red Team level, which is basically exactly the same as if you bought a Red Team level. There's no it's only like wishy-washy, diluted version of membership. No, it's a full membership, and you'll see your name in green chat and everything, and you'll see access to the community membership area as well. I've got through clicking them all. Thank you, Ali. What do you say to that, Alex? What do you say to that? I don't know what to say to that.
You got me exactly the same. I'm speechless, and it's really hard to get me speechless.
I mean, Ali's got a track record. This is not like some guy called Ali's just turned up in chat and just gone bonkers. And you're thinking, hang on, that's a bit suspicious. Ali has done this before many times over the years. This is Ali's. I know who he is. Ali's been doing this for years. So bonkers. Thank you, Ali. It's very much appreciated. Right. I don't want to sound like I'm mumbling because I just don't know what to say to that because it's just so much. I'm going to go through some more thanks as well because this all counts. Everyone joining in. I don't want anyone to feel like they've been outdone or anything like that. Bason's become a member themselves. Mr. Farston's become a member. Zaprik, I'll butcher names, but I think that's close. We're Capcom members, so you're part of our Discord as well now. Jason B, no underplaying this, has gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Jason B. And I want to make sure that everyone is recognised and no one feels like they're outdone there. So much support. I'm going to go to questions, but Hypercouch. I'm talking about usernames. Hypercouch has become a pad rep member. My mouth is broken. Ali's breaking me. Oh dear, North Antarctica's joining in. Why did they do this? Why did they do this? It's just, I say that in a way that's kind of like, I know why you do it, but I just still can't believe people still do it. But North Antarctica's just done $150 super chat. Bonkers. The panel's not yet caught up. I just saw it on live chat. By the way, tankers are still arriving, Ryan. Are we still? How long do the tankers keep rolling in for? I mean, what's the cutoff point here?
I don't know what the cutoff point is for the tankers. I mean, they do want to really start chill down around TIS 3.5 hours, give or take. Or 2.5 even is when they really start kicking in with the bunker vent and the Pope vent. So I'd assume they would want to be done within the next 2 to 2.5 hours. They can do all the checkouts they want with the tank farm, with the pad. They can do all those checkouts. They can run through their count. All they're doing is filling up the tanks. That's all they're doing, and they can keep doing that until they need to have the pad clear before chill down. And they really don't start going into chill down until 2.5 to 3 hours before they want to launch. So they can keep going like this. At least they should be able to keep going like this for a bit until they have enough propellant.
Yeah, I remember yesterday, as we were closing the Stakeout stream, like the last half hour, they were talking about the Pope vent. I remember that. So and look, the Stakeout stream, this stream should be ending in about 3 hours from now at the T-minus 3 hour mark. Then we'll start our launch coverage on the launch stream, dedicated launch stream. So I remember talking in the launch stream. Yeah, we covered the start of the tank farm chill down with the Stakies. the Stakies being the folks that were hosting the Stakeout stream.
I will note that the chat programming, whatever it's called, the software is still allocating the members from Ali's gifted memberships. It was still doing it. It's like I'm trying desperately. He's thinking to itself, I'm desperately trying to catch up with Ali. But I think it's now got everybody who it's gifted to now. So it's finally caught up. But that was going on for a good 5-10 minutes after Ali had done it, which was quite funny to see because I don't think we've ever seen that crazy amount in such a fast succession of gifted memberships. Shuttle tanker. I see the shuttle tanker. Apparently, we did speak to Gen Ox, who run these tankers, and they've got 2 of them. They've actually got 2 shuttle tankers, which was interesting to find out. They've yet to tell us, because they don't really know themselves, the history of why it was painted on this one. In particular, we don't think it was a Starbase related thing. Apparently they had it before, but they've got 2 of these shuttle tankers. So when you see shuttle tanker, it's either one of 2, not the same one every single time. The bingo, the lottery would be seeing both of them passing each other on Highway 4. That's the lottery. That's the big win when we see that. I just want to say, by the way, I do appreciate everybody's in here. We do get this amazing support from our community, but do not underplay the fact that we have a large community, and the large community is what makes it work. There is a way of supporting us without costing $1.01, and that is to like our streams and like our videos. Now, you'll hear YouTubers always saying that, like, subscribe, and notification. The like thing is not a monetary thing, but it is a tool I've become more invested in, because if you have seen recently, there's a heck of a lot of scam channels out there with crypto scams, usually showing Elon's speech or even showing a Starlink launch from our stream once, which is classed as Flight 10. And they're basically just hacked channels, which are using automatic likes and bots to get higher in the rankings. So when people search for it, they see that first. And I always fear that some young child who's getting into Starship gets to see that scam channel and gets put off for life. So if you like the legitimate streams like us, like Everyday Astronaut, and all the ones who legitimately out there covering this with original content, like the streams, because we have to fight those crypto channels, those scam channels. And that's a free way of helping us, and it's very much appreciated when people do that. Okay, right. So we're getting closer and closer to the transitioning of Ryan and Alex. I wonder if I got one final killer question for you both. Well, I get several DMs in my DM box while I'm on commentary. I'll answer them after I come off commentary, I promise. Here we go. Gaming with Pete asks, what's your favourite launch? I'll start, and say, I always go back to the maiden flight of Falcon Heavy. I thought the way that webcast was done by SpaceX was one of the templates on how to do a webcast. That launch was amazing. Everything about it, the success of it, the dual booster landings, the David Bowie music at Fairy and Separation, the commentary, the crowd noise from Hawthorne. I thought it was absolutely incredible. It really was cool. So that Falcon Heavy's maiden launch was one of my favourite post-shuttle launches. Alex, what was your favourite launch?
I would agree. Falcon Heavy was really, really cool. I think it was, the way that they timed it, and it also went on the first try. That was also really incredible.
Oh,
there we go.
How fast is Ryan with that? It takes me half an hour to search on YouTube to find the videos I'm looking for. But he found that fast. But yeah, it was beautiful. It was incredible. Just the way John Innsbrucker was on it as well. He added so much to it, making returning 39 to multiply. Yes. I love him. He's brilliant. He's just so good. I hope they put him on more and more commentaries because he really just hits the spot. Ryan, what was your favourite launch?
I don't know, honestly.
Right, you had a chance to think about it while I was asking Alex.
I am slightly distracted right now, and you know why. But anyways,
Oh, but is there some Tay-Tay
I'm not gonna
news?
say anything.
Oh,
Is the
my
keyword
goodness.
engagement or something?
Oh no!
I don't know.
Oh.
I am slightly distracted talking with a bunch of different people at the moment. So you know what? Let me think here. Everyone's gonna groan and yell at me. So you just whatever. I gotta think here. I don't know.
Right, I'll let you off the hook. Right, I'm going to let you off the hook. Taylor Swift's getting engaged. Your mind's not with it now.
I will say Starship Flight 5 because it's first catch of a booster. I'll go with that.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. And on that bombshell, I think I'm going to let you go off and peruse your entertainment websites to get the lowdown on some NFL. What positions he play in NFL?
Tight end, you don't know that?
Tight end, right. I don't know NFL. An engagement between an NFL tight end and a pop star. There we go. We'll leave it at that. And on that bombshell, let's introduce who we got on replacing Alex. First of all, thank you, Alex. I should thank you before I transition you out. Thank you for your insight and your answers.
It's been a pleasure as usual. I'm gonna go get my milk for my coffee, and get ready for the launch stream. I'm gonna be later in 3 hours, so see you all in just 3 hours, I guess.
There we go. I've already outro. Ryan's gone. Ryan's mind's elsewhere now. Thank you for joining us, Ryan.
Oh, it's a pleasure as always, Chris. I just hope that this thing can launch, and let's cross our fingers. Ship 37, please. It's all on you. Please succeed. You'll cap off the day with that one if you can succeed. And I think I speak for just about everyone else. We want this thing to go. So
absolutely,
please go.
Absolutely, yeah. Great sign off. Thank you, Ryan. And joining us, you lucky people, we've got Max Evans. Hello, Max.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It is afternoon right now, isn't it? Yes, it is. Time is all blurring together as it has been for the past 3 days because they have been quite the doozy. But here we go. Take 3.
Very good. And we're also joined by Cody. Hello, Cody.
Hello. It's feeling a bit like Groundhog Day, isn't it? Third time's the charm, I guess.
It is. And you're both not distracted by Taylor Swift news, are you?
No, absolutely not. No.
Thank goodness for that. Right, so we can get back to Starship. It's an easy question. What was your favourite launch? And Ryan goes, I can't think. Taylor Swift.
Good Lord, man.
I know. Well, she is very famous, to be fair, so it's not like it's unusual. Right, so let's get back.
Who's that? Who is that? Taylor Swift. Who is that? I have no idea.
Well, to be fair, even I know who she is. I mean, let's face it, I'm into heavy metal, but even I know who she is. We have had so much support come in. It's been bonkers, as ever. And I say as ever, but it's Ali's not finished. Ali's come back with a massive super chat. YouTube allows this max bonkers. Sorry. So Ali has actually gone to the maximum amount you can put onto a YouTube channel with the gifted and donations, which is bonkers, and super chats, I should say. Ali, thank you again. And it isn't for the first time. You've done it before. I know your name immediately as soon as it came up. You've been around with us for years, and you've supported us for years. And if there's a way we can do more for you, then we'll find a way of doing more for you. I think maybe a visit to Starbase and we make sure you meet the team and things like that. We'll find something because he's still going. Another 50 came in. I'm gonna come back to you, Ali, but we'll find a way of doing more for you. I just want to thank some more people. Dean Brilliant, thank you for your support. Enzo, is there a minimum distance the SpaceX refinery plant will have to be away from the launch site, or is there a chance it will be in the city limits? So this air separation plant, Max, that we've seen the foundations, shall we say, being built for at Starbase across the road at Highway 4. I assume they wanted to be as close to the launch site as possible because they have to pipeline it in, won't they, really?
I mean, that as well, but also you see all of these LOX tankers coming in and out, and that takes a lot of time, and there are probably hundreds. I mean, I haven't counted how many tankers there are exactly, but that takes a lot of time and a lot of manpower as well, and on top of the fuel costs for all the trucks to go up and down the highway. So if they can save a lot more time and a lot more effort and just pipe it from across the road, that is the best of all worlds, really, for everybody involved. So it just saves a lot of headache in the long term, being able to refine and make their own resources on site. And I think they want to do that as well with Slick 37 as well at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida as well. So it's a bit of a headache now trying to get it constructed, especially right off a public highway. But it is a long-term investment, and I think it is going to bode SpaceX very well, being able to refine all their LOX right on site. So saves a bit of headache for everybody in the long term.
Yep. And another catch-up from Frenner asks, this one of you for Cody, for yesterday something was due to cloud. Can you basically the question asks, can you explain why the cloud was a problem?
Right, yes. So in rocket launch operations, one thing you don't often think about is lightning and weather. At the Cape, around every single launch pad, you see these super large lightning protection towers. And even at 39A, there's a large mast on the fixed service structure to protect against lightning strikes. And so yesterday, what we saw was an anvil cloud that was too close to the launch site for them to continue with launch. Now, you might think, why is lightning such a big deal? You can strike an airplane with lightning. Well, we kind of discovered this during Apollo 12 when lightning struck the vehicle in flight as it flew through a cloud, and it shut off electrical systems, which to save the mission, the astronauts aboard had to flip SCE to auxiliary. That's where that line comes from. And so it's become, after that, it's kind of become the norm in spaceflight to ensure that you're not launching around lightning. You're paying attention to that weather. You're not flying through electrically static clouds because you don't want lightning striking a rocket.
Absolutely. We have some support. I'm making sure that you at least get your name on it. I desperately don't want to miss anyone, so I'm making sure I'm clicking on a few of them onto the screen where they haven't got a question. So basically, you get your name on screen because obviously, thanks to all of you. For especially ones who are on their own getting memberships, because obviously with the amount of gifted memberships coming through, you probably think you wouldn't have to. And a lot of people haven't had to because it's incredible support. I do like this question, even though we don't know the answer. We hoped we were going to get the answer yesterday at the acclaimed technical update. And Max, Igor asks, is SpaceX working on life support system for Starship?
I mean, they kind of have to for the HLS variant, at least, which is probably going to be the first crewed version of Starship to fly, even though it is probably not going to have crew in it when they launch it. Maybe they will. I'm not sure. That was one of the things we were hoping to find out more about during the, I guess, quote unquote, I'm using air quotes here, technical update yesterday pre-launch with Elon and Dan and Bill. Presumably, yes, but a lot of that work is happening behind closed doors, very tightly closed doors, and there isn't a ton of information, if any, to go off of to see any progress on that front. But yes, they have to, and the launch window to test and get the HLS variant of Starship running is coming up very soon. Yeah, and you see it there, rendezvousing with the Orion spacecraft. And for context, Orion really is not a small spacecraft. It is one of the largest capsules to fly, if not the largest, next to Crew Dragon and Starliner. I think it's actually bigger than both. Certainly the heaviest, especially with the crew service module on the bottom. But Yeah, that just shows how big Starship is. But yes, there has to be some work happening behind the scenes, but we are not lucky enough to be in the know as to any progress or any information specifics on that front. Maybe some more information will be coming out in the coming days or weeks about what's happening. But at the moment, these renders and the, I guess, quote unquote information we had yesterday is all we have, unfortunately.
While we're on that render, there's a question I've noticed in chat earlier from Revengers who asks, is the ISS rotation control systems powerful enough to work with a docked Starship? Cody, we have seen a render. It was back in the early days. I'm not sure Ryan will be able to find it because it was way back in the early days where it showed Starship literally docked to the ISS. And it was kind of hilarious because you could see the size of Starship in comparison to the ISS. And a lot of people were saying that's not very realistic. It's too large. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Starship being docked to the ISS, the biggest concern you'd have control-wise is you're adding a huge mass moment of inertia. You're increasing the mass moment of inertia of the station. You have this massive Starship off on one end, and suddenly, all the propulsion modules on the Russian side of the station are going to have to work in overdrive if they want to correctly orient the station. Along with that, you're shifting the center of mass of the entire station, right? As soon as you dock something there, everything's attached together. It's shifting that center of mass around. So now you have to think about different control systems of how are you actually going to orient the station. And so one thing we have seen is visiting spacecraft like Dragon recently have been able to kind of help with station operations with propulsion, right? We saw that that new boost kit added to the Dragon trunk that's being launched and docked to the ISS. And so if there were any control issues in the future, you could see maybe Starship helping with that orientation, because we have seen different spacecraft docked to the ISS helping with that orientation and propulsion aspect.
Very good. And that was an amazing find by Ryan, because I did Google it before I answered the question. I did see it in the corner of my eye. I thought, I'll do a quick Google, and I couldn't find it. And Ryan has found it via his extremely capable skills. And that is a crazy render. I mean, I'm sure you'll agree. I preempted it's a crazy render. Look at the modules. Those modules, which it's docked to, there's 3 of them there. 1 either side and 1 in the middle. And those were individually launched in the full capability of the Space Shuttle cargo bay. For context, I mean, that is absolutely bonkers. Then you can see the size comparison. I'd love to see it one day, but I know SpaceX and Elon are all very focused, and rightly so, on the beyond Earth exploration of Moon and Mars, especially Mars, with the goal of making life multiplanetary, which is what the technical update, as Max called it, in commas there, was focused again on. But it is Elon's driving force, and you can take a positive out of that. I'm not being fluffy by saying this. When you have somebody at the top of a company that fixated on that long-term goal, that's good, because that means it's unlike NASA, where they go through political cycles of every 4 years, and every president may have a different look on things. And let's face it, if you're the president of the United States and you're thinking about plans that may be 20 years away, you're not going to maybe get the benefit of it. You know, you want to get things that while you're in office and show off. That's political in every country. Max, help me out here, because I'm talking about American politics, and I don't want to impose my Britishness on this. But when you've got like a presidential cycle, and you put a lot of funding and a lot of effort into something that you won't be there as president for, it's kind of less motivational. Whereas Elon's always going to be around and always going to be there for that end goal, isn't he?
I mean, I'm not even sure we should be having it focus on politics, because I think at the end of the day, the bigger issue is there's just too many hands on the issue or the potential solution, and there isn't a singular vision that most people are hyper focused on, and that is what SpaceX has, I guess, the fortunate luxury of is being able to have that singular vision and smaller goals along the way, and having a very strong drive to get there. Whereas in American politics or any other larger political system where there are many other people involved, that's just more people to get in the way, honestly, and that is what leads to a lot of the very slow progress, especially that we have seen with SLS and a lot of the Artemis program. Unfortunately, the Artemis program and SLS are, I guess, arguably good on paper, but in practice, as we've seen with a lot of stuff in the U.S. government spaceflight programs, space shuttle included, the water always gets muddy at some point, and it never becomes completely clear. And I think SpaceX is in a very good position, especially with them being privately funded, to do essentially what they want to when they want to, so long as they're able to either keep up, for the most part, with their timelines. So it's just how it goes. It's the long-lasting topic of private space versus government space. Like, there's always going to be that debate back and forth. But if there's one thing that should speak louder than most, if not everything else, it's the sheer speed of progress that SpaceX has been able to achieve over these last 10 to 15 years between Falcon and now Starship alike. So the water is never not going to be muddy on both fronts, but one is a lot less muddy than the other, honestly.
Yeah, and a good point in chat about JFK. All praise to him for having a long-term view of that speech at Rice University, which is the iconic speech we all know about. I'm sure you all know about. If not, definitely go on YouTube. If you're new to spaceflight, go on YouTube and just go over that speech, because it is very key to how we got to the moon. I'm going to speed run these because I've got so many of them. And I say speed run only to make sure you get named and you're not waiting too long to be named, because there's so many of them. Tim Simmons gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Red Queen GTA WS6, I'm sure that's actually a gamer username as well. KMR Mobile Command Center Fund for Starbase Texas. KJC Bomber for the win. Best treatment for sleep deprivation is creatine, apparently. Marchy 22. Why can't SpaceX build a pier on the beach and ship propellant to launch site instead of trucking it in? I think that is something they looked at, but they decided to go with trucks now, and now they're going for a plant and probably a pipeline. But that is a good point you make there about what were the previous plans they were looking into. Sharp, do we know the details about Tower 2 new trench? Yeah, we have been going through that in detail, looking at the two pads, looking at it. But we have an article on site, which I will link to in a second, which goes in detail about Pad 2, written by our very own Jake Reese. Bideford. There we go. Bideford, one of our absolute regulars. Third time's a charm and excitement abounds. Thanks to you, NSF, for all the prayers for everybody, for my son, Michael. From everyone, for my son, Michael. Hope Michael's doing okay, Bideford. Let me know what's going on there. Keep them coming. Now, everyone, please like and thumbs up for NSF. Bideford, I'll DM you about that. I'll find out what's the reference. I'll be very careful. I don't want to say too much because I might get it wrong. GoryX, become a Capcom member. So you've been on Discord. Welcome. Can we break Chris B? You were already there, Rocket Scientist, with a $50 tip. I am well broken already. North Antarctica has joined in with the massive subject earlier with 20 gifted memberships. I don't want to sound like I'm just reading out super chats. That's what you try to break me on purpose. I don't want people joining the stream think that's all we do. We do have questions and we do answer as many questions as possible. That's one of the reasons we have a Stakeout stream, is that we can answer as much as possible because we have hours before launch. But I also want to make sure everyone's thanked. I'm going to go straight to Ali again because I don't want Ali waiting too long for me to appreciate the fact that he did another 100 gifted memberships. On top of the 300, 400 was it earlier, which is bonkers alone. So you have maxed out what you can do on YouTube. I think you definitely were correct by saying you've maxed out what you've done there. Nathan, Astro95 Me did a $100 tip. Now, Nathan Moller was at OG, first time we got exclusive photographs of the space shuttle program for NSF. Before then, it was like the public domain, nasa.gov images. But then Nathan, Larry, Brian and the team went out. Stephen Burgess went out there as Max Q Entertainment, which is now Astro 95 Media, and taking photographs and providing them to NSF. So I will never forget those days, Nathan, and very much appreciate it. And you're now at Starbase because you say grateful for the help and hospitality of the NSF team this week. Always wonderful getting to work and play alongside the team for a bit. We'll see you all another flight sometime down the line. I assume you're having to go back now, Nathan. I hope you're still there. You get a chance for Flight 3. But if not, there's Flight 11 coming up, potentially in a month's time or so. Chat, when do you think Flight 11 will be? If this goes well, when do you think Flight 11 will be? I'll let chat just go crazy with that answer because it's kind of fun. I've got to thank Richard Pipkin, becoming a Capcom member, as did Dirk. See, Dirk Schreitz, you're in our Discord now as well. I am totally broken. You've broken me, chat. Well done. I'm completely broken. I'm now a mumbling fool because I can't deal with all this support. It's just crazy. I'm going to just quick few more thanks and then go back to questions because otherwise I will sound like I'm just reading out thanks. The Lost Spark Art and Photography Studio become Red Team member, and we've got a massive super chat from Negative Ascent Specialist. Some great usernames on YouTube, I must admit. Kane Bedford became Red Team membership, and Tyres with point to point. How do you think SpaceX will deal with flights to other countries? Will they set up a production site in other countries? Starlink to UK, please. Starship to UK, please. We've got Starlink already, but Starship to UK, please. Max, what do you think about point to point?
It is a very ambitious idea, but honestly, considering what they want to do and all of the hands that the rules for that probably have to go through, not just in the U.S. but any other country that Starship might affect airspace wise, we're maybe 10 years off at least from that. It's honestly tough for me to go down that road, just because there's so much to do beforehand with Starship's other goals between going to Mars, getting us back to the moon and everything else, and also launching today, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, but long ways off. It is certainly ambitious, but it seems like, at least at the time being, it seems like a headache more than anything else.
Cody, what's your thoughts on point to point? And say something positive about it, because I love point to point.
I'm sorry, Chris. It's a huge, not only engineering task to get point to work, but it's also a huge regulatory task, right? Not only do you have to get these offshore launch pads working with a routine amount of launch to be able to supply enough liquid oxygen, liquid methane, liquid nitrogen to these things offshore. You also have to go through a ton of regulatory work to actually get cities on board. Having constant sonic booms over a city is not something that is easy to convince people living in that city on. And so it's going to be a huge challenge, I think, to actually get point to point to be more and more common. But we'll see in the future. SpaceX ambitions are high, and I don't doubt that they're going to be able to someday start to push towards point to point.
Very good. I'm going to now link that article about a question about Pad 2 and queries into what about it. I'm going to put it into chat right now. But also, I did get a question about, do we get a patch named Third Time's a Charm, maybe? Well, first of all, the patch for this mission is our Flight 10 patch, which I think is absolutely fantastic. I really do think it's fantastic. I wouldn't just say that. I'm too Yorkshire to pretend to like something. If I don't like something, I'll just go, here's our new patch for Flight 10 and leave it at that. That's what I do. Honestly, that's what I like. But I do absolutely love this patch. I think it's the best one we've done. It's a good play on Ship 36 going rud at masses and Ship 37 taking a role on Flight 10 with Boost 16 and being a phoenix from the flames. I thought that was extremely clever from our designer, Jax, who does amazing work. But on the question in hand, Third Time's a Charm, the production of patches, as you can imagine, is not easy. But we do have an option here which plays on this Third Time's a Charm. And it's in our store now. And Ryan told me he's going to show it on screen, which he is right now. There is. That is actually a merch design in our store. Let me do the hashtag. Oh, I can't multitask. Hang on, bear with me. I'll type and talk at the same time, which is never a clever thing for me to do in my old age. There we go. In the store right now is the Third Time's a Charm merch, because maybe it technically this has no basis in reality at all, but that's our good luck charm. Our merch charm, that this will be Third Time's a Charm. I know that doesn't work technically. There is some controller in charge of Starship saying, thanks for the t-shirt. I don't know if that does anything about the weather constraints. But hopefully we will get Third Time's a Charm. And it is now in our store. So well done to our store team who do amazing work on that one. But there it is. In all various colours and sizes. That's quite clever. I didn't realise we had different colours for it as well. That's really cool. There we go. That's in the store right now. But yes, the patch is really cool. Doing an actual off-the-fly patch like the Shrug patch was not easy, as you imagine. It took a while for it to get into the warehousing for shipping. As those who ordered the Shrug patch will know to attest. But they've all been now shipped out now, so that's fine. There we go. Back to questions. Oh, Robert Smith's been on Grok. Grok says there's a 75% probability of favourable launch conditions during the window, a 30 to 40% chance of rain. Biggest risk being lightning and anvil clouds. You know what? Maybe that's probably the thing we're watching now, because yesterday, Cody, they had a full countdown, a full propellant load. The hose behaved itself on the ship quick disconnect arm. Everything went well. It was just the weather, wasn't it? So are we hopeful that this time round the wet dress rehearsal has validated the systems, shall we say, the pad systems in the vehicle, and we are just looking for weather?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had the big concern of, they're replacing the hose, they're going to be late on time, maybe you have to retest the pad. But after yesterday's wet dress rehearsal, going through the full fueling operations, and even getting down to T-minus 40 seconds, everything looked perfect. I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, right? And so I really do think as long as the weather is clear above the launch site for today's launch attempt, it's going to go. Because as we've seen, it went really well. The repairs on that hose on the ship quick disconnect went good. It didn't seem like any leaks there. It didn't seem like any delays there. So yeah, I'm pretty confident in this upcoming launch attempt as long as the weather over the launch site cooperates, which is harder said than done, right?
Yeah, they can see on screen a replay of what was proven to be a rather leaky line on the ship quick disconnect arm. That is the big metal structure attached to the ship from the right hand side, and there is the replacement of the hose, which occurred over the night time. They did very well because there's every chance that would have taken longer than a 24-hour recycle, but the skilled SpaceX workers up there, high up on the ship quick disconnect arm. My word, I can't speak after I've been talking for more than an hour. It's true, though. Got it replaced, and look how well it performed yesterday. It was only the weather that was a constraint. Now, back to the live views, though, we did spot a whirlybird, a chopper, landing on Highway 4. What's that all about, Max?
A whirlybird, Chris? A whirlybird?
That's what we call them over here. Help me out, chat. Is that maybe that's an English thing?
I've never heard that before, but honestly, it kind of sticks. I like it. A whirlybird. But what you are seeing now, currently, just west of the launch site now, in between the production site and the launch site, is that orange and white helicopter. That is a privately hired helicopter to, I'm sure, enforce range safety and make sure that all personnel are where they should and shouldn't be come go time when it is time to launch an in-fuel Starship. So it'll be circling the area quite a bit, and it'll be making rounds and then landing back on the road by where they have a mobile fueling station over there to make sure that it is always full of fuel and ready to enforce the range, make sure people are safe and that everything is clear. It used to be on the first attempt and prior launches, that site was literally right next to our highway camera site, which is where this camera is. But they have since moved further west down towards the LBJ Boulevard, which is kind of a shame because we rather enjoyed having them very close to our highway site. But still a good view, and they will fly pretty much right over the road and then all up and around wherever they want to go to make sure that everyone is clear. But the beach closed at about 11 a.m. Local time, so about a couple hours ago now. Geez. So hopefully everyone that is not supposed to be there is not there. I think we still have some tankers and some other crew on the launch pad still, but pad clear should be coming hopefully in the next 90 minutes or so. At least like in between now and then, roughly.
I've had it confirmed by chat it's an English thing, and it's an old English thing because they're saying, wow, I've not heard that in quite a while. So there we go. I'm showing both my Englishness and my age in one go. Upside down egg beater is the other one, by the way. Sky Blender.
Upside down egg beater?
Yeah. I've not heard that one myself, to be fair. That's a new one, but I'm trying to wonder where the origins of Whirlybird is. It might be in an old TV show, maybe. I don't know. Either ways, I digress. I do have a question that I want to give to Max. Apologies, Cody. You're going to get plenty of questions during the stream, so don't worry.
All good.
But Max knows that we're both fascinated by the potential of Starship in Florida because it's going to be absolutely cool. I have a sideways question from Astra Evader, who asks, once Falcon is retired, will 39A crawlaway be used again? Now, that kind of segues me into what I'm expecting with the first Starships to arrive into Florida. Remember, Roberts Road is not going to be producing vehicles initially they'll be coming from Starbase by barge, arriving up the Banana River into the turn basin, surprise, surprise, turning in the turn basin, because that's what it's called, and then offloaded, and then I'm imagining the crawlerway, or at least the road by the side of it, will be utilised to transport the vehicles out to 39A. So, Max, first of all, A, your excitement about Starship arriving in Florida, and B, what do you think 39A's future is once they do retire Falcon in the future?
Oh, so I think the easier question to answer is my excitement, and it is up there. It is through the roof. It is not even bounded by Earth's atmosphere. I mean, and honestly, we are so excited, and the fact that we are talking about it more and more and more nowadays is just pure evidence on its own that, okay, we are getting really, really, really close now, and we can also see a lot more work happening over at Pad A via our Space Coast live cameras over at the KSC press site. So initially, yes, we have seen documents from the FAA saying that they're going to be barging hardware from Starbase over to Florida first, and that is presumably what's going to happen for, I don't know, maybe the first 5 to 7, 10 flights, maybe anything until Star Factory and Gigabay are up and running over at the Kennedy Space Center at Hangar X. No real telling as to how many flights they'll have in between now and when that's complete. Probably somewhere from 5 to 10, maybe on the lower or higher end. Not quite sure. But from what we see now, they only really use SPMTs to transport ships and boosters from the production site here in Starbase to the launch site. And we have seen road widening or road work at the KSC where the roads have been widened in places. And we presume that is to make it easier for larger aerospace equipment, i.e. wink, wink, nudge, nudge, probably Starship, to be moved down that road via SPMTs. And that would make it a lot easier for boosters and ships because they are quite girthy, as we know from seeing many, many, many rolls and rollbacks at this point. So with that being said, the crawlerway is currently used by NASA and the Crawler Transporter and Mobile Launcher 1 and Mobile Launcher 2 in the next few years for the SLS Block 1 and Block 1B launch vehicles. Right now, currently just Block 1. And they need that to transport it from the VAB to over to LC-39B. And that is it is very critically constructed with layers of Alabama River rocks, obviously, that have to take the weight of the entire ML and crawler transporter and rocket over it to ensure that it has a stable and safe way of transportation from the VAB to the pad. Now, the crawlerway past the point where it turns toward LC-39B has been removed of those river rocks, and right now I think it is just dirt or clay, whatever layer was underneath the rocks. So in between that and the VAB, obviously those rocks are still there, but I'm struggling to think if I can't really see them needing to use the actual crawlerway. If anything, I can see them making a case to take the crawlerway away from that part of the KSC to either widen the road or give some more paths for hardware over there. Like completely just taking it completely away, because there's really no need to transport Starship like that. And they're as cool as it would be to see Starship rolling out of the VAB, kind of like SLS. I don't foresee that happening, and so I think the roadways that are currently there will suffice plenty for the purposes that they need. So the crawlerway I can't really see coming back online for Pad A ever again, unfortunately, as much as it sucks to say, but SpaceX will have their own ways of transporting hardware from Hangar X to either Pad 39A or Pad 37 down at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, although it is going to be interesting to see how they do that on the Cape side, whether or not they opt to go through the KSC by our press site cameras or find a way to construct a vehicle that can support Starship going over a bridge, because the bridges here, or the causeways, I should say, on the Cape side, they arc, and obviously they are not flat. And of course, it is very difficult to transport a piece of hardware that tall and that wide over a surface that is not straight and level. So we'll have to wait and see. But the crawlerway for Starship, I don't think is going to be in its future. SPMTs right now seem to be the way.
Very good. Very concise and informative from you there, Max. And that's a nice way for me to say, I'm going to bid adieu. I've managed to, during Max's answer, create a Nightbot command to spread the word of Whirlybird to the masses so you can all use it now. I want it trending in the States and worldwide. And I'm wondering if Nightbot's completely broken by Ali from earlier. And Nightbot, wake up, Nightbot. Where have you gone, Nightbot? I'll work on that. I think Nightbot's just given up. Nightbot said, I couldn't deal with all that Ali support. But I want to make a point of that by saying thank you to Ali and thank you to everybody. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for those asking questions in chat. Thank you for those liking the stream. And thank you for watching us. It all counts. It really does. Right down all the way to just watching the streams. Because you can imagine, it won't be that much fun if there's like 50 people here, all of them being massive supporters, let's just say. 50 people, it's not a big audience, is it? Going on 10,000 people, that's a lot more fun, I must admit. So you're all very much supporting us in your own way, and it's very much appreciated. And on that bombshell, I'm going to hand over to Sawyer. Sawyer, could you take over the reins, please?
Yeah, it's my turn to talk. Cool. Thank you, Chris. And folks, it is Groundhog Day. Again, I'm Bill Murray. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein, taking over here for the Stakeout stream. Of course, still joined by Max and Cody. You saw the shirt, third time's the charm. How are we feeling vibes-wise? Cody, how you feeling?
After a third attempt, the vibes are undoubtedly, they're dampered. But with what looks like some nicer weather, it's giving me hope. And you know what? The source of hype is hope. And so I'm ready to get hyped up. And I'm ready to see for Flight 10 fly, It's going to be good to see this one get off the pad.
Yes, I am hoped up and hyped up. I love it. Max, what's your vibes for today now?
If somebody was to ask me how it's going, my usual response is it's going and flowing, and I'm not even sure if flowing is the right word for today because we are all very knackered and we are very tired. But obviously, we love doing this. We are always happy to be out here, and honestly, given the weather forecast that has been released with a 75% chance of favorable weather around launch time, those are the best chances we have had all week. So. Fingers are crossed. Today does feel like the day. We are feeling very launchy, but also we are feeling very cautious. It is not uncommon for a mission to scrub. I said the word. Oh no, we're in trouble.
No, Max, we're doing so good.
Oh no, I said the word. But TLDR, we're feeling good. It feels like either a launch aborts or doesn't go one day. And then goes the next, or it happens to S-word like 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 more times and delays for a long time. This is the first Starship mission to delay more than once, which is rather unique because Starship has a history of going, for the most part, on time on the first launch attempt day or window. So fingers are at least crossed. We are certainly hoping that we can basically just will Starship off the ground today. So we don't really need, clear skies would be nice, but if we can just get Starship gone and get preps for Flight 11 underway, I think that would make a lot of people very happy.
Yeah, the big thing, of course, was the anvil clouds and the fact that they were connected. So even though there wasn't necessarily an anvil cloud directly over the launch pad at that point, the clouds that were there were connected to the system that has those anvil clouds, and that's a concern because those are the ones that cause the severe thunder and lightning. So that's why if they can be connected, the lightning can go through the clouds and you get a bad day. But yes, it went from flowing to now flowing like molasses. It's definitely slowed down. Sorry, but we'll see you all tomorrow now that Max has said the thing. I'm kidding. If you have questions, as always, tag us at NASA Spaceflight. We will continue to answer questions. I know some of you have been with us for all 3 days, so I really appreciate that. We'll try and vary up the questions a little bit. I've got some of my own fun ones that I want to throw in, too, that are still Starship related. So we'll we'll have some fun with it while we continue the countdown with about 5 hours and 22 minutes to go until the opening of the window. Well, now, since we've already started bringing it up, Heliosphere Physics and Spaceflight asking, I'll go to Oat Space Nerd first, asking how many times can the tank farm cycle fueling the ships before they have to stop? Is there a point where they're like, oh, we've done this 6 days in a row now, we have to give it a break? Cody?
Yeah, after the wet dress rehearsal from yesterday, it was tough to know if they had enough in the tanks, right? You can see there the fleet of trucks that are out there that have been working like quite a bit to refuel those tanks there at the tank farm. So I'm not too sure if they actually get into account today into a full wet dress rehearsal, if they're going to have enough consumables to go again. We might have to wait a day for them to actually get all those consumables back, because that is a big issue with the tank farm. While you can recuperate a lot of that fuel, you can't recuperate all of it, right? And so it is going to be a bit of a watch item there. If they can't quite get, if they go super far into the count, they might not have enough for another attempt immediately. They just got to wait for more consumables there.
Yeah, because I don't think we've ever seen it where they fully fuel the vehicle, didn't launch, and then were able to do it again in 24 hours, just because the amount of consumables that it takes, the amount of consumables that are used, and then having to restock all of it. For the previous attempt, they'd only just barely started fueling, so it's like, okay, 24 hours is reasonable. This is going to be impressive to get that tank farm fully refueled and good to go. Could it potentially be, though, that maybe it's not all the way fueled to the top, and that reduces the window that they might have? Say, instead of being able to hold for, 30 minutes, it's only 15 max. Could that be a possibility?
I don't think they would go ahead with a launch if they didn't have sufficient propellant for both stages as they would want to fully for a launch. So, I mean, obviously, as you can see, the LOX tanks, or the LOX trucker tanks, tanker trucks, whatever they're called, are still topping up the LOX side of the farm. So, I think it's going to be more of. No, I think they can do it. I mean, obviously, I don't think they would be pressing ahead with operations if they thought it wasn't possible. I mean, they still have about an hour 20 at least until they need to pad clear to get ready to wake the tank farm up and get ready for prop load operations. But it's worth noting that the combined fuel capacity for both stages, for both LOX and methane combined, is around 4,600 metric tons for Starship. So fully fueled, it's about 5,000 metric tons, which is by far and away the heaviest and largest rocket ever flown to this point. So they would not be pressing ahead if they thought their resources were going to be super low, or if not at a dangerously low level, to ensure a launch attempt today. So the fact that they seem to be pressing ahead, I believe, is a good sign that they have confidence that they can get this wrapped up before they have to pad clear.
I mean, yeah, it's SpaceX. They always find a way to impress you when it's like, oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, and then all of a sudden, they always somehow pull it out. So it's impressive.
It was the same thing with the LOX hose that we saw on the ship QD, a couple nights ago, where we thought, oh, that like a full-on hose replacement on the ship QD is not a small task, and we thought that seems kind of tight for a 24-hour turnaround. But here they got it done, and they got a full-on launch attempt done yesterday, even though it didn't launch. But yeah, I think it is pretty normal to see everything else tracking as it is now, albeit LOX seems a bit low, but as we have said a few times already, they have time. They have time to get it topped off and cleared out.
And the other thing that's impressive in more ways than one, Taggart saying, is a third reset a record for Starship for launch attempts where you have the full stack? Yeah, this is the first time that they've ever had 3 attempts at it where they've had to not launch the first 2 times. And even for those past 2 missions where they delayed, I think only one of them was the next day, or were they all a couple days later? Max, do you remember?
I do, and that was on the old tank farm design. Remember, and I think I'm seeing in the back channel that according to Alex, they can do multiple launch attempts on a single tank farm fill, which is good. But at that being said, Starship does take up a lot of resources. So it's easier to recoup if you have to stand down, and you can recoup some of that LOX and methane in the tanks. But obviously, once it launches, all of that's gone. It can't be taken back. Yeah, I think they're currently in good shape.
Also, I think, Cody, that just speaks to the vehicle of Starship and the bonkiesness of all this, that in 10 flights, there have only been 4 attempts that didn't go, and 2 of them were the last 2 days. I mean, what does that say about the engineering on this thing?
I mean, yeah, for a new vehicle, typically what you see a lot of scrubs during launch operations when you're learning maybe how a temperamental vehicle acts on a pad, learning how to actually fuel it, how to operate around it. So it's a huge testament to the SpaceX team that throughout these first 10 flights, well, I guess first 9 flights coming up on 10 here, they haven't had too many scrubs. They've usually gone on their first attempt, which is very rare launch vehicle-wise.
You realize you just said it too.
Oh, no.
Well, folks, we've cursed it here.
Well,
nice
also,
knowing everyone.
in the back channel, apparently D said it first, so blame is now being shifted off of me onto D completely.
Ah, there we go.
Unless this is the reverse curse, where we spent all this time the last 2 days not saying it, that it happened. So now if we just say it, it'll work.
Is that how that works?
I don't know, but I really hope it is.
Wait, someone needs to say it a 4th time, because it's like, one counteracts the other. There we go. Now we're fine.
Hey, you saw the new shirt. 3rd time's the charm. So... Anyway, let me thank some people here. There's a bit of a backlog that I want to make sure that we thank everybody for the support. Mr. Fluffy, this was for Ryan. Did you see the Swifty news? Ship 26. I guess that would be Swift 26. Maybe that's when they're going to get married now. Jason B saying needs to get the Tesla Semi on those tankers. KCJ Bomber saying thermal cam fun, but also creatine, I'm telling you, is the best proven cognitive enhancer after sleep deprivation. I don't know. We're all, I think, at that sleep deprivation part where we're running on fumes and excitement. Got some good questions in here, too. Going Places with Chris asking, I'll throw this one to you, Max, since you're there. When Starship is flying regularly, do you think Starbase will have a viewing area to watch the launches? And if so, how close could it feasibly be?
I mean, they already do, albeit it's not provided from SpaceX. I mean, you already have publicly accessible areas over on South Padre Island, like Isla Blanca Park, or just get a room at the Margaritaville Hotel as well. And they're also fantastic views. But over here on the west side of the complex, we have the Rocket Ranch Outpost, and hopefully they are not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So yeah, I mean, these areas are already here and ready, but I don't think that SpaceX is going to be building anything for the public, unfortunately. Not that they are required. I mean, they don't have that really in Florida. That's all organized by a separate company. We are just lucky enough to have access to the KSC press site as often as we do. But I mean, hopefully everything else that is still over here in SpaceX and is still accessible will stay that way for a long time to come. But and in terms of what SpaceX might not or might be doing, I don't think they will.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like over at the Kennedy Space Center. It's not like they provide viewing for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy launches themselves, but you get people lining up along US 1 in Titusville at all the different parks, the beaches, the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex offering their viewing sites. So it's kind of, we'll provide the rockets, you find a spot to watch it.
Basically.
Speaking of watching in Florida, EJ asking, Cody, is it possible to launch in Texas and catch in Florida?
Ship-wise, maybe. Right. We talked yesterday a little bit about maybe like doing a point-to-point for booster, and we came to the conclusion it probably wasn't feasible because of the extra energy involved. Right. I don't know if the booster would be able to sustain something like that re-entry. Right. Ship-wise, there's not really a reason not to, right? As soon as they get the towers built in Florida, they could almost do like an orbital once around, right? You launch and you pass by Florida, but then you go ahead and you land. The one concern would be the trajectory, right? With the site here in Texas, they're very locked into one trajectory here that kind of threads the needle between Florida and Cuba and continues down, right? And they don't have much orbital inclination change, so it really would depend on how much cross range Starship could have, or what other orbital maneuvers they could do to align Starship to be on a path to re-enter and then land at Florida. But yeah, once they actually get this down and Starship is super reliable on the landings, I don't see why not.
I mean, yeah, once they also get clearance to be able to fly over land, that's going to be the big thing too, considering that to get to the Space Coast, you then have to fly over the entirety of the Florida Peninsula.
Right, yes. Yeah, it is a big concern there of like, hey, you need to make sure this thing is reliable so you're not overflying populated land with a large Starship that can make it through reentry. That's a big concern there. So as soon as they get this reliable, yeah, they'll hopefully get that regulatory approval to be able to overfly land.
Let's see. Jason B asking, Max, what would be produced at the air separator plant? I expect liquid oxygen, nitrogen, CO2, but would they be doing methane?
I'm pretty sure methane is going to have to remain being either trucked in, or if they can find some way to have a tanker offshore and pipe that in from offshore. What is going to be primarily produced at that new air separation farm is going to be LOX and nitrogen, because those are the easiest to produce, and that those are not also pollutants, and they are inert. Well, LOX is not inert, obviously. It is one of the literal propellants, but it is, if you vent it off, it's not going to spontaneously combust and is not flammable on its own. So primarily those two, and that will save, as you can see, the effort and time and cost of having all of these trucker tanks or tanker trucks. Good Lord, I can't talk. From having to come in and out as often as they do, and it offers less of a constraint toward getting the prop farm loaded up to a level that it needs to be to support either testing operations or launch operations. So primarily LOX and nitrogen, but mostly LOX.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing that here. We're seeing that over at the Cape. They're really all in on not having to rely on all of these trucks to bring everything in, as you're seeing on your screen right now, to allow for these more rapid turnarounds. Someone who must have broken their keyboard with the $50 super chat asking, could Starship use LNG? There's an export terminal being built 5 miles away. Cody, what are your thoughts? I mean, technically, is it not already kind of LNG?
Yeah, methane is a natural gas. It's one of the natural gases. Perhaps they're meaning like propane or another natural gas there. And in that case, I'm hearing in the back channel, the purification plant and liquefier, and you've got methane from LNG. So yeah, you can straight up grab that from a liquid natural gas plant like that. So that is an import option, I guess, if they're able to get the purifier there and actually extract just the methane from that, right? Then they should be able to fly with that, which would be a good option instead of needing to ship it from other plants by truck. I mean, even with the proximity of that, it's almost like you could set up a pipeline or something, and then you could really get going on Starship launches there. But I had an interesting thought about propane, because in amateur rocketry, we've actually seen some developments with liquid propane as is one of the options that people have kind of gone with, which is not super recommended. But on a vehicle like Starship, liquid propane just wouldn't really work out propellant-wise. The properties of methane make it much better for regenerative cooling, and also for just general operations, much more energy dense and stuff like that.
Propane and propane accessories. I can't do it as well as EJ. But yeah, also, by the way, new season, fantastic on Hulu, just saying. And then here's one from Onion. Max, I'll throw this one to you. If today gets maxed, when will the next launch be?
If it gets maxed?
Read the screen.
Okay, all right, I get it now. All right, but D said it first. I had to put that on the record, and that is in our back channel. It is in writing. I would presume. I think if it's just a weather issue, they should be able to turn it around again in 24 hours if they don't have any issues with the ground service equipment, or GSE as it is more commonly called, or a vehicle issue. So I think another 24-hour turnaround, it would be a lot for us to deal with over here at NSF and for other members of the media. But I think just in terms of launch operations, I think a 24-hour turnaround should be theoretically possible. And it has to be said, not that I want this to become a reality, the weather tomorrow and through the weekend, or tomorrow through the weekend, the weather looks a lot better. So should they need to have to go tomorrow, weather should not be a key watch item for those launch attempt days. So, but hopefully those are not going to be needed, and we can get Starship off of the ground today.
I hope you don't mind I turned you into an adjective there, or a verb there.
That's okay.
And especially sorry for those people just listening. Didn't want to say the S word again, like negative. Ascent Specialist saying, day number 3, watching all day long while I dig basements. Thanks for all the entertainment and info. Any idea if there will be cameras on the dumb links to record ship after deployment? I know we've been speculating for like 3 flights now, or 4 flights now. I mean, that would be pretty cool, Cody.
It would be pretty cool. Now, one thing to note is we have not seen any FTC filings, or FCC filings. Sorry, so many like federal agencies there. We haven't seen any filings saying that they're gonna have extra signals there. But that doesn't entirely rule it out of the question. It just means we haven't seen a ton of evidence there. So it could be something where it's a local communication between Starship and the dumb link. We don't really know at this point, but it would be extremely cool to see a camera on one of those eight dumb links, eight simulator Starlinks, and get a kind of third-person view of Starship there. We were saying yesterday it would be like one of the coolest shots of a spacecraft. I think one of the coolest that has been taken in history there. So,
I mean, yeah, that would be pretty awesome. Now, I see people asking about the fact that there is a launch before this one. There is a Falcon 9 launch set to launch out of Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The NAUS Luxiosis primary payload with some others on board, Leap 1 and Pelican 3 and 4, Acadia 6, F-Fly 1, 2, and 3. That is set to launch 27 minutes and 45 seconds from now, according to the next spaceflight app. So, yeah, I believe if SpaceX provides a feed, we will be able to watch a Falcon 9 launch before today's Starship launch. So stick around and stay tuned for that. And if you want to know when all these launches are happening, don't forget, you can check out the Next Spaceflight app and nextspaceflight.com for all of that information. For the Falcon 9 launches, you'll even sometimes see the flight simulation button option, and that will allow you to see the trajectory with data powered by Flight Club. Also, Alex pointing out this would be the oldest Falcon 9 booster in active rotation that will be flying. Speaking of acting rotation, Heliosphere Physics and Spaceflight asking, could multiple starships be linked together in orbit to make a new space station with some degree of artificial gravity? I mean, Max, we had Skylab, which was part of a Saturn third stage, Saturn 4B. Do you think we could see a Starship space station?
I mean, it is certainly sized up to the task. I mean, yeah, the Skylab was literally an S4B, third stage of a Saturn V rocket, converted to be a habitable space for human beings for any extended stays in orbit. Starship is much bigger than that. It's even bigger than the space shuttle orbiter. So, just from a sizing perspective, it is absolutely there, and it might be kind of tricky figuring out a way to link them all together, and at that point you may as well just launch the segments separately and not as, like, I guess, converted ships. But even just a singular ship on its own would be a big station on its own, if you open up even beyond the current, like, payload section of the launch vehicle into any of the prop tanks, or in that area. So it is already a huge launch vehicle with a ton of volume inside of it. So it's certainly possible, and I think we also talked about this yesterday on the Stakeout stream as well. So certainly possible, and we will see what the future has in store for Starship in the future. But maybe.
Speaking of something in store for the future for Starship, I had a friend who I was talking with last night. Shout out Karen for this question. She had a good thought, and I want to chat your opinions as well. You can tag us at NSF with your ideas on it as well. I'll start with Cody, then to Max. Let's say a SpaceX engineer comes up to you right now and says, I am the magic SpaceX genie. You have the power to make one modification to Starship. What are you modifying? Cody, I'll let you go first.
This is a really good question. I don't know. I think if I could make one request, it would be to, and this would have to be a wish, it would be to increase the diameter slightly. As we've seen, they've had to really lengthen Starship in these versions as we're going higher and higher, and so the kind of length to diameter ratio is getting a bit silly, in my opinion. And so to kind of save on length, increasing the diameter would greatly increase the amount of fuel that they could have there. It could increase the amount of diameter available for engines, and I think it would help overall with Starship's proportions and stuff like that. So, but certainly it would be such a huge change in the Starship program that I don't think they're doing it anytime soon. That would be almost an entirely new vehicle. So that's why it would have to be a wish there.
Max, what would you magically change?
You know, I was going to say it, but Jack actually said it in the back channel before I did, so I'm going to literally quote, big ass windows. I mean, Starship needs windows. I mean, we were also talking about this yesterday. Windows. Starship really needs windows. And even if it's just for an aesthetic purpose for these early experimental flights, it would still look wicked cool, and also give us some insight as to the window shapes and sizes that SpaceX is planning for crewed variants of Starship in the future. But yes, big-ass windows.
Let's see. I saw someone say legs. A lot of people saying googly eyes, which, I mean,
no,
not bad.
That's a launch indicator right there. You just wait till the shape.
It's true. Some people saying add SRBs to the side of it.
No. Oh, actually, I have one more.
Yep.
Starship Super Duper Heavy. Put 2 more Super Heavy boosters with nose cones on the side. 99 Raptor engines, baby. Let's go.
Who needs 99 lift balloons? You got 99 Raptor engines. I have to say,
I got that one.
Mine, if I had to say, it would be a chomper-style payload door. I would totally want one where, again, like you see in all the movies, kind of like what Neutron is doing, but with Starship being huge, it'd be more impressive. It just opens it up, this giant mouth. I guess that works with the googly eyes. And then out comes this giant, massive satellite that it's deploying. Hubble 3.0, whatever it would be. I think that would be an epic payload deploy mechanism. So that would be mine. Although, Cody, you had another suggestion that would be good.
Yeah, I would love to see a Starship variant, or just a Starship that is very reminiscent of Shuttle, because I think Shuttle had great looks to it. I think of maybe a more Shuttle-like door that opens instead of like a mouth. It's opening more horizontally along the nose cone there, and then you paint the stainless steel white, and you have the NASA text on the side and the little American flag and the meatball, and I would love to see a Starship that's all Shuttle-ified up.
Yeah, maybe even as someone pointed out in chat, with wings that fold out, land like a plane.
Maybe not quite, but then you just have Shuttle there.
I mean, that's not a bad thing in my books.
No,
Anyway.
but, different capabilities.
Anyway, just thought that was a fun little question. As we are now under the no earlier than 5-hour mark. So if you see in the clock in the top left, NET, that is no earlier than, meaning that is when the window will open for Starship's flight. So we are now under 5 hours away from the opening of that window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Wow. I see a lot of people who are kind of just joining in asking about the weather. Max, what is the weather currently where you are, and what is the weather looking like for launch time?
So we are still getting plenty of sunshine out here today, and I'm currently over at the Rocket Ranch outpost, about 3.5 miles west of the launch pad. Seeing some blue skies around, but it is mostly a bunch of high altitude clouds, which honestly are not really threatening towards launch operations. There is a bit of a breeze around right now, but also not too much of a concern. Keeping an eye on the radar for any storms that may pop up, because we are around the point where we may see some convection happening, where just a bunch of hot air rising from the inland and mixing with some cooler air coming off of the Gulf, and storms can pop up rather quickly, as myself, Dee, Jack, and Tyler learned this morning was happening as we got rained on a couple of times. But the forecast has been going back and forth as to if it's going to rain this afternoon or not. I just checked it maybe 5 minutes ago, and it said it was not supposed to, but cloud cover was going to be mostly the case up until around 5:30 or 6 o'clock, which lines up with hopefully better viewing conditions for a 6:30 window opening launch. So weather is certainly the best today that it has been over the past couple of days, but as I was saying earlier, should they need to launch tomorrow or later in the week, the weather for tomorrow through this coming Sunday is looking really, really, really good. Lots of sunshine. So should they need to, the weather looks great for the rest of the week. But hopefully they won't need that, and we can get Starship off the ground today.
Exactly. And it's worth noting, we had the technical issue for the first attempt. This one, it was the weather. They went all the way through with a full wet dress rehearsal, counting all the way down to T-minus 10 seconds and holding, which is what they do for a wet dress rehearsal anyway. So it seems like they got decently working systems on the vehicle, at least as of yesterday. So that bodes well as long as the weather holds up. And again, they have, an hour-long window to target if things don't look fantastic at the top of the window. As we see those tanker trucks continuing to refill the tank farm, let me take a moment, thank a couple of people here. Frank, thank you very much for the support. Turtle saying the helicopter is also called a Skippy because of the sound it makes. Hashtag Whirlybird. I've heard of Whirlybird. I've called it that before. I didn't realize there was such a big unknown about it. Here's actually a good one as we see the tankers there. Cody, Aaron's asking, how full do you reckon the tank farm is at this point?
At this point, they're gonna start to be a little bit more full, right? If we're looking at the timeline wise here, they want to have pad close out in the next hour or so. So I'd imagine that it's pretty full at this point. I'm not sure if we can see any more tankers really coming down the road right now on the different cameras. I'm sure a couple will trickle in here, but it does look like that they're ramping up for launch here. And there's another one, as I was saying. They're gonna probably be coming in until they do the pad closeout, but they are getting up there.
And if I remember rightly, they basically must have the pad clear by about, that would be 4:30 p.m. Central Time, so about 2 hours.
Right, yes. Yeah.
Rob saying, don't ever change your intro music with the 20 pounds. We have no intention on it. And before you say it, yes, Dove also used it in a commercial. Jeff wrote, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Win saying, I hope everything goes well today. I think we all do. And then Bloodwolf 97, as we were just talking about there. So how is the tanking going? Do they actually have the time to launch? SpaceX wouldn't be going for it if they didn't think they could. SpaceX is all about conserving propellant, but also, hey, if we've got it and we've got the time, let's push it. Oh, here we go. Papa Hawkeye's back again. You remember from yesterday. Why did the ship break up with the booster? It needed space. Hashtag last one. Hashtag coffee fund.
It clearly wasn't the last one.
You'll bring this to me on the day of Taylor Swift's engagement.
No.
No?
I will not do
I
that.
thought that was good. That was a good one. Come on, Max.
I will not bring this to you on the day of Taylor. Never mind. I'm not going to go on about it.
Anyway, continuing along here. Again, we are watching the Falcon 9 on the West Coast, but this just in. SpaceX, the clock has entered a hold on the SpaceX website. For those who are unaware, the SpaceX website is connected directly with the clocks that they use. So it is a live update in that. So it is temporarily in a hold. That could mean they are changing the T0. It could resume. We don't actually know. It is just a hold for now. Max, as the one who said the word, any thoughts on why they might be holding?
It could have something to do with they need a bit more time to get the LOX tank filled up because there are still some tankers over there. Either that or they are seeing other factors at play, either with the ground systems as they are, I guess, beginning to condition things and wake some other systems up, or they see some weather in the area that they are looking at. But we are still 5 hours out-ish from, or no, not 5, like closer to 4 hours away from the window opening. So I'm really not sure. It's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening here, but also same thing happened yesterday where they entered into a hold at T-minus 12 hours on their website countdown, and they still well proceeded. Obviously, this is much later into the countdown than T-minus 12 hours, but I don't know. I can't really see anything on the screen or from anything else with my Mark 1 eyeballs with the weather, but not sure, but it is rather interesting.
Right, and it's worth noting there is no official word yet on why the hold, no update yet on if there is going to be a new T0. They do have an hour-long window from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Central Time. The official time that the hold was entered per the SpaceX website was at T-minus 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 23 seconds. So, at this point, we're going to keep waiting and see what the update is. And we're going to continue as if they are aiming for some point within that window, because they still can. It could legitimately just be that, hey, we need an extra hour to fill things. So, we'll watch that. In the meantime, there is another countdown that is actually ticking down, and that is on the left side of your screen, and that is out at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California at about 12 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Carson is at the controls right now producing. Carson, are you sure that's Vandenberg? So we can actually see the rocket.
Oh, man.
Cody?
Don't
Tell me
diss
I'm wrong.
Vandenberg. Like, I can't tell you you're not wrong, but Vandenberg has its good moments, okay?
It has its moments, maybe.
When you can actually see the rocket, Vandenberg is actually a beautiful launch site. But obviously, many times you can't. But today is one of those good days where you can.
Yeah, all right. At least we get good weather somewhere today, so we'll see. But But yeah, so we'll be hopefully able to watch a launch at least, regardless, as we continue to wait on status updates on Starship on the right side of your screen. And in the meantime, Brian Murphy with a really good question here, asking Max, why is there just a 1 hour window?
That is all the time that they have allotted from the FAA, because obviously I don't believe they are approved to fly at night at the moment. So I think the late afternoon hours are what I guess they had requested from the FAA, and that is what the FAA has granted. But they may have other options to fly, but that would have to be worked out with the FAA and their current launch license and their stipulations as to when they can and can't launch. But that is what SpaceX wanted, and that is what the FAA was able to grant them.
I'll add a comment to that in just a second, but it appears that Carson has helped make it look a lot more like Vandenberg.
I spotted this and I got a little. I'm a little mad at you, Carson. Come on.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks for that. Thanks, Carson, making it feel at home. But anyway, as you're pointing out, yeah, there are multiple NOTAMs and NOTMARs, notice to airmen, formally air missions, notice to mariners, TFRs, temporary flight restrictions, all of these different areas that need to be closed off to keep people safe. Again, we're talking splashing down in the Indian Ocean. We've got the booster coming back to the Gulf, and all the areas in between, as we've seen from flights 7 and 8, with areas near the Turks and Caicos and those islands being extra careful. So that is why it is kind of important that they keep that area closed, but you also don't want to close too long because that diverts flights and messes up a lot of people's days. So that is part of the reason why. Now, over at Vandenberg, I'm being told that we have something happening during this launch that has not happened in nearly 2 years. This particular booster has not had a return to launch site landing in about 2 years. That was 14 flights ago for this booster. So when we mean RTLS, Cody, what do we mean by that?
Yeah, so RTLS is indicating its return mode. So what RTLS stands for is return to launch site. And I believe this is a term coined during the shuttle program during an abort mode where they would have to RTLS or return to the launch site. And so this just indicates that during this mission, when the Falcon 9 first stage returns, they're going to go ahead and return to the landing pad. That's actually right next to the launch pad here. It's a really incredible view. I think there were a couple camera shots that we've seen where in one camera shot you can see it launch and land, and so like you get a long exposure shot and you can just see both. It's a really cool launch and landing pad right there.
Yeah, that is one of the exclusive benefits that Vandenberg has for now. As a reminder, out on the Florida coastline, LZ-1 has now been given back to the Space Force for its new tenant. They're currently just using LZ-2, but the plan is to have the boosters literally return to the launch site, in that there will be landing zones within the launch pad boundaries for LC-39A and Slick 40 out there. And it will be required that they land back at their respective sites. So if it launches from 39A, it has to land at the landing zone at 39A rather than landing back at the LZ at Slick 40. So that will be exciting when that finally comes to Florida. But yes, Vandenberg over there at Slick 4 East does kind of hold the actual return to launch site, given that it is really close to the pad. Coming up on 7.5 minutes now for that launch. They should be getting ready to enter engine chill. Max, why do they chill down the engines on Falcon, and do they do the same thing for Starship?
Yes, they do. So essentially, they are now into the point where they are now beginning to flow a bit of the super chill propellants, being RP1 and liquid oxygen, into the 9 Merlin 1D engines on Falcon 9's first stage in order to thermally condition them for lift-off conditions. And essentially, they want to cool down the engine and all of its components so it is not thermally shocked from the propellants whenever it is introduced into the various engine systems, because you could cause bubbles, boil off, flash gassing, and you could damage a lot of your hardware there, and that would make for a bad day for a lot of people. And the same process applies for Starship as well, because obviously it also uses cryogenic propellants with methane and liquid oxygen. So that is what they are doing now. Falcon 9 is a fraction of the size of Starship. A super heavy booster is a little bit taller than a Falcon 9 rocket with its fairing. So that tells you just how big Starship is, but that is not to say how small Falcon 9 is, because it is still a very tall launch vehicle. That is all happening now. You can see a lot of the vapor coming off of the tank structures on both the first and second stage, as the super cold propellants meet the tank walls, which are at originally ambient temperature outside of Vandenberg, so probably anywhere in the realm of 70 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that is in Celsius. But that is still super cold, and that is why you see condensation flowing off of the tank structure. So fingers crossed all goes well, and engine chill will continue up until about T0. And then, of course, at T0, they will flow all of the propellants into all 9 engines, and we should have ignition and liftoff.
Yeah, and right now we're hearing that Stage 1 RP1 load is complete. That is Rocket Propellant 1, that is kerosene. Falcon 9 is Kerolox, as opposed to the Methalox that we see on Starship. And as mentioned, Starship does perform the Raptor engine chill. That usually happens about 20 minutes before launch, versus Falcon 9, which is 7 minutes before launch. And I know we brought this up a couple days now, but Cody, it still blows my mind. How fast are they able to load prop into Falcon 9 versus how fast are they able to load prop into Starship?
Yeah, so for Falcon 9, I forgot the exact time they start beforehand, but it is very soon before launch. I believe it's within like 30 minutes before launch, or maybe a little bit more than that, that they're able to start doing late load of these cryogenic propellants. On Starship, they start fuel load at T-minus 53 minutes. And so you might wonder, why are they putting in all this effort with these high power pumps to just pump in all these cryogenics immediately? It's because of efficiency. As these cryogenics sit in the rockets, they boil at room temperature. They want to be gases. They don't want to be liquids. And so the quicker that you are able to load these propellants and keep them in the cryogenic form, the more efficient you'll be and the less fuel you have to pump in there as you're waiting on the pad. On longer term loads, you will see losses where you'll need to keep huge tanks of propellant just to keep the rocket sitting on the pad there forever. And so this late load capability that SpaceX has been developing with Falcon and now for Starship allows for very quick fueling. It means they don't need to keep as large of tanks of propellant and oxidizer around to top off the different spacecraft.
There we go. And again, for those just joining, you see the hold in the top left of the screen. That is for Starship Flight 10. We do not have any reason. We do not know why. SpaceX has not said anything officially. All we know is that the clock that they have on their website, which is synchronized with the clock that they have in their mission control, is frozen at T-minus 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 23 seconds, meaning that they have entered a hold. It is an hour-long launch window from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Central Time, so there is still time for them to launch. It is just worth noting that. You can see there on the left side of your screen, that is the clock. It is held at 4 hours, 52 minutes, 23 seconds. Of course, if we hear anything official or hear any updates, we will bring them to you immediately. But right now, we don't have any official word on that yet. That is why you see the hold in the top left. Want to let you know, we're not forgetting about Starship. Obviously, that is the main reason we're here, but of course, it doesn't hurt that there's also the Vandenberg launch happening too. Just a nice little palate cleanser, especially take your mind off of that hold on the screen, right? Oh boy. This mission's cursed. I'm calling it now. This mission's cursed.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, you got two S words, two max words. Now we're under
I
a third
believe-
attempt and we got the whole.
I believe the clock is going, guys.
Just as we say it, yes. T-minus 4 hours, 51 minutes, 31 seconds, and counting. It is a different T0, but it is counting down once again. So they're still going to continue at this point. It looks like the new T0 is going to be 6:43 p.m. Central Time. So instead of 6:30, it now looks like 6:43 p.m. Central Time, 7:43 p.m. Eastern is the targeted time for Starship Flight 10. And as that's going, now that we can breathe again a little bit from that, let's take a look back at Vandenberg, where we've got Falcon 9 about to launch. The strongback is retracted in its fully retracted position because this is the West Coast older
Falcon 9 will
style.
begin startup, and stages 1 and 2 will begin pressurizing for launch.
And we'll listen into SpaceX.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Finally, we'll be awaiting the launch go pull from our launch director, confirming all systems are ready.
LD is go for launch.
And there we heard our launch director. Falcon 9 is go for launch, so let's sit back and listen in to the final countdown.
T-minus 3 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go, SpaceX, go now. Vehicles pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
And there we go. We have
seconds
liftoff.
and counting. Falcon 9 has
Falcon 9 on its way into space with a bunch of different payloads currently, for the main one being for Luxembourg as part of their defense system. That's Luxio Sys. And we also have Leap 1, Pelican 3 and 4, Acadia 6, and F-Fly 1, 2, and 3. Coming up on max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. And so far, you can see in the bottom right there, all of those engines are burning, so that looks pretty good. And at this point, just a heads up, we're seeing a whole bunch of different numbers updating on the SpaceX clock. It appears they're back to the original 6:30 p.m. Central Time target now. So just a note, the times are continuing to change. We are continuing to watch the clock on Starship Flight 10, but in the meantime, Falcon 9 looking good as the plume expands on those 9 Merlin 1D engines. So coming up next will be shutdown, followed by stage 1 and stage 2 separation, and then the booster will begin its boost back burn to head back to land, while the upper stage will hopefully ignite that single Merlin vacuum engine known as SES-1. So standing by for that, and there it is. There's MECO, main engine cutoff, and stage separation, and ignition of the Merlin vacuum second stage, SES-1. And now the booster will make its way back to the California coastline. You can see the boost back burn there in the bottom left of the screen.
glorious onboard views from the upper stage there. Well,
As Vandenberg, what do you expect? But there we go. That's the boost back burn. So that is to basically allow them to cancel their forward trajectory, their forward momentum, slow it down, and then head right back to the landing zone, which is right nearby Slick 4 East where it take off. And this one is known as LZ4. We have fairing separation confirmed, and we also have a beautiful, full Merlin vacuum engine, no stubby nonsense.
Easy.
For those unaware, SpaceX does have two different versions. There's the boost back shutdown. SpaceX has two different versions of the nozzle that they use on the second stage. There is the full-length version, which you see. They also have a shorter version, which is used to save material, save mass a little bit. But then again, it does come with the reduced performance hit, but it allows it to be produced faster. So if you need all of that extra performance, you go for the full nozzle. If you want to be able to save a little bit of money, save a little bit of mass, you can go for the shorter nozzle.
The stubby nozzle just doesn't have the same elegance to it, I would say. So I'm not quite a fan of it.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm like just kind of fixated on the onboard views from the booster. This is gorgeous.
They are absolutely spectacular today. Look at that. So next up will be the entry burn. And that will basically be the ignition of 3 of those engines, I believe. Is this I gotta check if it's a 131 or the numbers. I'm sure Alex will remind me in the back channel of how many engines we will see ignite again as it slows itself down to go through the thickest parts of the atmosphere, and as we say, fight fire with fire. So Cody, how exactly does that entry burn work to kind of help slow Falcon 9 down but also protect it?
Thank you for giving this to me because I love saying this word.
Yep.
It is, I picked it up kind of from the EJ streams, right? We got coming up here something called supersonic retro propulsion, which I don't know, that's just such an incredibly metal name. This is a method of reentry that was developed by NASA for landing things on Mars. Now, what it is fighting fire with fire, like Sawyer was saying. The reentry heating is so hot that by firing the engines and enveloping the Falcon 9 first stage in a plume of its own exhaust and soot, it's able to protect it from that max heating there. And then as they get further through entry and they shut down that burn, the other thermal protection systems on Falcon 9 are able to accommodate the rest of that. But they need that initial supersonic retropropulsion burn to be able to protect Falcon 9 during that peak heating. So we'll see that any second here.
And that should be coming up. And again, we're keeping an eye on Starship. We will go back to Starship after we have the orbital insertion and hopefully a landed booster. So don't worry, this is still a Starship stream. And you can see the 3 engines lit up there in that sort of horizontal line. That indicates 3 good engines burning there. Down to 1.
Entry burn shutdown.
And off.
And there's the call out for entry burn shutdown, which is the completion of the Falcon 9 first stage entry burn. Coming up next will be the landing burn, which will start in less than 1 minute.
Well,
the
you can see
Merlin
the
engines on the Falcon
coast.
first stage are optimized for sea level and achieve 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent and descent. Landing burn will be the final burn of the Falcon 9 booster.
Stage 1 transonic.
And it's used to reduce the remaining speed of the vehicle for a gentle and precise landing.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 FTS have saved. Stage 1 landing burn.
Landing burn has begun on the Falcon 9 first stage. This is the final burn the booster will perform before touching down.
There she comes.
Great views.
Landing light
There's the
deploy.
TE.
Like clockwork.
Man.
Touchdown. Right on the center line there. X marks the spot.
I see what you did there.
Well, thank you. Yes. There we go. And yeah, again, you can see the transporter erector almost in the way there because unlike Florida, it doesn't throw all the way back. It kind of just leans back. And that booster is now 1063-28. Very cool. Now let's head on back here to Starship and see how things are going on there. We've had quite the insanity with the clocks for those who have been keeping up. So as of right now, the T0 is back to the original. So opening no earlier than 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So with all the crazy holds and everything like that, yeah, we're back to the original T0 time currently, which is a good thing. Let's get to some of your questions that you've been tagging at NASA Spaceflight and at NSF. Here's one from Super Dave. I don't know if we know the actual answer to this, but Max, how long can a booster in Starship stay on the pad pre-launch before either battery charge state becomes an issue or anything like that? I mean, we've seen them out there for a while.
I don't know. I think it is limited to, honestly, however long SpaceX wants to keep it out there, because once it's on the OLM and connected to the Booster Quick Disconnect, or BQD, it is being supplied with ground power. So I think that they can keep it out there as long as the hardware is happy. But obviously, with it being out there, it is exposed to the very salty air right next to the Gulf. So not necessarily the cleanest of environments, and I can't imagine the most healthy in the long term as well. But I don't know. I really don't know. And I'm also not sure how long or what the longest a booster has stayed out there or from what we've seen. So a really, really good question, but I don't know.
But Max, I mean, you've been out there. We've seen these things stay on the pad, what, a week, 2 weeks before launch in the past?
With Starship?
Yeah.
Yes. They have, and also with rockets over at in Florida as well. We have seen them outside for a long period of time, and I think SLS was out there for a very, very long time, right around the time of Hurricane Nicole as well, because it had to weather that. So rockets being outside, obviously the engineers designing and building it are obviously take that into account, because if a rocket is not good at being outside, it's not very good at being a rocket. But environments change. Not all rockets are built the same, and not all launch sites are treated the same either. So, but Florida, with Florida and Starbase being right next to large salty bodies of water, the air can be kind of corrosive to any materials vulnerable to that very salty air. But I think it can stay out there for a while, like weeks, I'm sure, if they really wanted to. But the less time it can spend out at the pad, the better.
Yeah, exactly. Also, there's no FTS battery issues like there was with Artemis that we're aware of. And you can see there from that Falcon launch, one of the satellites just deployed. Well, that's actually really cool. So obviously we had second energy cutoff. You could see satellites deploying from that. Such a cool view. Let me take a moment to thank some people and catch up here. Alan, thank you very much for the support. Joe, thank you as well for the support. GeoHound saying when Starship launches today, it will be 30 minutes plus into my birthday in the UK. Well, happy early birthday. Here's one from a very good Monty Python reference. Saying, is it possible to lift off from Texas and land in Lancaster, UK? We never get to see the biggest rocket in the world. I mean, during the quote-unquote update yesterday, they did mention it. Point to Point is still alive, Cody.
Yes, they did have the first mention of point-to-point in a while during that live stream, that sort of technical update, if you'd like to call it that. And during that, point-to-point was mentioned again of how you can get anywhere in the world in about 40 minutes. And so the possibility is still out there. We have an entire video discussing kind of the how point-to-point's looking, the challenges that SpaceX is going to have to overcome if they truly want to continue with point-to-point. I know our very own Chris B loves point-to-point. And so hopefully one of these days we'll be able to see starships launching and landing from countries all over the world.
Exactly. I know there are a lot of people here at NSF that would love to actually see Starship in the UK, see rocketry, more rocketry in general in the UK, especially successful. Here's a really good question from Johan, and I'm going to throw this one back to you as well, Cody, as someone who does model rocketry and designs and things like that. They ask, isn't the vehicle and its components subjected to considerable stress during repeated propellant loading and unloading cycles? Saying thanks for the coverage as well.
Yes, yeah. So that is kind of, what's the term for it? I mean, there's a term in aviation where it's you're going through cycles of loading, right? When on early aircraft that were pressurized, this is a big issue where if you continually pressurize or depressurize the aircraft, you're going to have stress fractures that form. And so one of the reasons that, detanking might take so long after a flight is because they don't want to shock the system of Starship, right? I'd say temperatures are more of an issue, like immediate shock temperatures are more of an issue for something like a vehicle like Starship. But there are some considerations once Starship continues to fly, keeps flying and continues to fly at a very increased pace. SpaceX engineers are going to have to look into, hey, we know how to design a Falcon 9 that launches 30, 40, planned maybe 50 times, right? But how do we make sure and ensure a vehicle like Starship is able to fly continuously hundreds, if not thousands of times without these continual stress fractures forming from things like propellant loading, quick thermal shocks, or even just the stresses of continual flight?
Yeah, and I mean, that's something with pretty much every rocket, every vehicle, but when you're talking about the largest rocket ever built and launched, I'm sure it's something that SpaceX engineers keep an eye on. Here's a good one from the Space Guy 78, and Max, I'll throw this one to you. Can Starship continue the flight even if it loses one or more engines? And they ask specifically about Stage 2, but I'm going to throw it to both. So for Stage 1 and Stage 2, can they continue flight if engines go out?
On Stage 1, they have the ability to continue flight, at least at initial liftoff, by losing up to 3 engines. Anything beyond that point, the thrust-to-weight ratio would be so low, if not below 1, and then obviously thrust would be insufficient for sustained flight, and the rocket would come back down onto the ground, worst case scenario. Although, besides Flight 1, there has been one other occasion where we have lost a single engine not long after launch, and that was Flight 4, where they lost one of the outer 20 Raptors, or the outer ring of 20 Raptors. One of those engines went out, but they were able to continue, and the flight was otherwise nominal. Obviously, with Flight 7 and Flight 8, we saw a continuous string of Raptor failures in the latter half of the flight, but they do have the... Flight 1 on screen, I think this is. Yes, Flight 1. So on Flight 1, they lost 3 Raptors basically instantly at liftoff, and that obviously is not good. That was borderline worst case scenario for being able to continue flight, as you see how kind of slow it crept up off the ground. But in terms of Starship itself, the upper stage, I think they can lose up to 2 engines. I think they can lose up to 2 of the sea-level Raptors. I'm not quite sure, but they do also have the ability to lose one of the RVACs as well. But the RVACs are more, in particular, or more critical, I should say, because they do not have any thrust vectoring control. So if you lose one of the RVACs on one side, obviously you lack the thrust to support flight in that direction, and the sea level Raptors, which do have thrust vector control, have to gimbal and compensate for that, which puts more stress on them, and also you are producing less thrust overall. So I want to say they have the ability to lose up to 2 engines. But even that is kind of pushing it. I think losing one, is the worst case before having to, I believe, trigger the FTS or some sort of abort scenario. So they have the ability to lose. I guess TLDR, they can lose up to 3 on Ascent, at least initially, and then I believe they can lose up to 1. And also sustain nominal flight, I should add.
Boy, it's so strange looking back at Flight 1 compared to all of the more recent flights.
I know. It looks so out of place.
Yeah. I mean, I hope I'm not jinxing it by saying the only one that by the time it cleared the tower did not have all of its engines lit. And yes, Kevin in the back channel. Kevin had no cameras. But it was all of our first Starship flights. So we all learned a lot on that one, SpaceX and NSF included. Here's one from Ninja Guy Dan asking, what powers the Super Heavy Boosty and Boosty? Who am I, Jack?
Oh, no.
What powers the Super Heavy Booster and Starship during flight? Does it have APUs, fuel cells? Do either of you know that one?
Typically, what vehicles will do is they have large battery banks. With spacecraft that are actually meant to stay on orbit for a while, I know in the past we've seen like fuel cells where they'll use a little bit of propellant to generate electricity, almost like an APU. As for a like alternator, I guess is the best like parallel. I don't believe they have any alternators on those Raptor engines to generate electricity there. I do believe it is just battery power. A lot of launch vehicles aren't meant to sustain flight for super long. They're meant to do their job and then power down or land or whatever, and so they just have limited battery supply. But that is going to be an interesting development to see once Starship becomes fully operational. I know we've seen a couple of renders with huge almost like solar sails on the back of Starship there, so it's going to be interesting to see if that's kind of their main idea of how to power it, or if they're going to have some sort of APU system on Starship there.
We'll see what they end up going for the long-term version, yes. And because I'm on stream, the space shuttle did use multiple fuel cells for the battery, for the power while it was on orbit. Just had to get a shuttle reference in. Max, here's one from Moltres Rider pointing out Falcon launch and potentially Starship launch in the same day. Exciting. Is it rare to have multiple launches in a single day? It doesn't feel like it anymore, huh?
Not anymore. I mean, there have been a number of occasions now where SpaceX has been able to support 2 launches from Florida on the same day, or 3 launches from all 3 of their pads within a 24-hour period, or a bit longer. And also, while supporting a Starship launch in there in between, I think it was Flight 7 or Flight 8 also coincided with multiple Falcon missions. So it is not an uncommon occurrence anymore. And I can remember back in 2022 when we had 2 launches on the same day for the first time in a number of years. I want to say it was like 3 or 4 or more decades. Even though they both weren't SpaceX launches. One was Falcon 9, one was Atlas 5. That was a really big deal because we hadn't seen that in decades. Now we have seen this on a number of occasions. I want to say around anywhere from 7 to 10 times now since then. It has become just business as usual. And here we go with SpaceX launching a real customer mission with multiple payloads on it, launching on a targeted Starship launch day. So that shows you the breadth and diversity of SpaceX's capabilities with their personnel and their equipment. So really, the saying is, it's just another Tuesday, but it literally is just another Tuesday today, because today is Tuesday and SpaceX is off doing their thing. So it's not an uncommon occurrence anymore, and it is only going to become an even more common occurrence as time goes on.
I mean, I could think of at least 4 times this year that they've had 2 launches in the same day from Florida alone, not counting the days where there's also one from Vandenberg and Florida. And there was also one, I believe, where they had 3 flights in 26 hours.
I remember even back after Flight 5, which was in October of last year, they were able to get Flight 5 off the ground and obviously catch the booster and splash the ship down in the Indian Ocean successfully. And then about 24 hours later, or just over, launch the massively important Europa Clipper mission aboard a Falcon Heavy rocket from Florida. That is what they can do, and that is what is capable of being done with multiple launch complexes and multiple rockets. And that is also the last time we have seen a Falcon Heavy fly, and we likely will not see another one until next year at the earliest. At least that's my opinion. But yes, spaceflight is only going to become a more common occurrence, especially in Florida.
And another thing I think that it's important to note that people don't realize is that with the East Coast and all of that, there's concerns about the range. So you have the Space Launch Delta 45, part of the Space Force, that does the eastern range, so that deals with making sure all the airspace and the boat spaces are clear. They also track the weather for it, everything like that. So for the East Coast, it's coordinating with the range. For Starship, SpaceX has their own range, correct?
In a way, I mean, they still have to obviously coordinate with the Coast Guard and the FAA and all that. But yes, it is not enforced with the military like it is on the Eastern Range at the Kennedy Space Center and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, with the Space Force obviously being right there. But similar range rules apply in terms of keep out zones, NOTAMs, TFRs for both boats and aircraft. Same rules apply, are enforced a bit differently.
Yeah, so that's why we tend to also see more of those private helicopters coming up and refueling on highway there versus the ones that are typically NASA choppers or military choppers on the East Coast, and same at Vandenberg with Space Launch Delta 30.
Correct.
LaserTech 02 coming in here with some massive support. First, gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. And then also with a $100 super chat saying, in memory of my recently passed mom who ignited my love of spaceflight as a child in the 60s. We send our condolences out to you, LaserTech. Thank you for the support. And hopefully we get a great show today with the launch of Starship Flight 10. So all of our thoughts to you. Crispy also coming in and gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. Drew Nar coming in saying, EJ who? Just kidding. And then Crafty Geek saying, thank you to today's ever-competent cohort of commentators. I've been strictly listening in since Stakeout started while doing errands. Go Ship 37, go. Thank you very much, Crafty Geek, for that. Really appreciate it. Now, there's a lot of speculation coming up here, let's assume it launches today, which it's going to now, it has to. Let's assume that everything goes well. First off, when Flight 11? Cody, I'll start with you first, then Max.
When Flight 11 is such a difficult question to answer. It really depends on how quickly they're able to get how quickly they're able to redo the renovations to the pad to static fire ship. Once they do that, then static fire booster. And then once they do that, of course, they can move towards flight. So it is a bit difficult. I would imagine because they have those operations down and they've learned so much from the recent all the recent testing, they have a better idea of how to actually go about doing that. And so I would imagine in I want to say the next 3-ish months, we're gonna see it. But yeah, I wouldn't say until later this year, maybe November, December. I don't know if that's a little too pessimistic, but that's what I'm thinking there.
Max?
I'm going to go and contrast that by being a bit more optimistic and saying that, honestly, if all goes well, the pad is healthy, they are able to get booster 15 or 17, whatever they're going to use. I would presume 15 because it's currently still in Mega Bay 2, and ship 38 out to the pad for testing. I can see either very late September or early October, or the first half of October for Flight 11. I think that is what my gut is currently telling me, but that is also assuming if all goes well. We'll have to wait and see. It's one of those big question marks. But that will also be the last flight of Starship for this year. I will say that. So we're still a ways off. We are still a ways off from seeing Block 3 hardware advancing towards any real testing or flight phases. But that will hopefully be changing by Q1 of next year. But so after today, we will only have one more Starship flight for 2025.
Right, and that's because it will be in the final Block 2 version of the ship and the booster. They're going to move on to Block 3, and that will likely take place, well, that will take place from Pad 2, which isn't fully complete yet, so they still have to do all of that, and we still have yet to see fully stacked version 3 hardware as well. So lots of things still need to be done. I'm going to go with a month and a half if it all goes well today. We've seen how quickly they're able to put on the Star Stool, the thing they use to be able to test the ship on the orbital launch mount. So give them time to kind of clean up the OLM, do all their testing. I could see about a month and a half. And then Balls is asking, Cody, are you expecting booster 15-2 or booster 17 for Flight 11? And do you think they'll attempt to catch?
I don't think they'll be attempting to catch, and I do believe it will be B-17 there. B-15-2, or B-15 just standard, I think they're going to keep that around. I believe they said something about having a rocket garden yesterday and trying to preserve a lot of the spaceflight history. And so for B-17, I think that's going to be the next up to go. But I really don't think they have any reasoning to keep around another booster. They want to try and test out the structural limitations, even if it is a block behind, to truly understand how these boosters operate. And like one of the things that's really been untested on booster is that engine out capability, right? We're going to see that testing on this flight to see how would a Starship, or how would not a Starship, how would Super Heavy react in an engine out situation when close to the pad getting ready to land. And I think SpaceX really wants to characterize that well, because if they mess it up, you have the pad right there, right? This is not something you want to mess around with. So I think that there's no real reason for them to keep it around, so they are going to have a better time characterizing the pad, or characterizing Super Heavy for those off-nominal situations there.
And you see all those cop cars going away, the final tanker truck, we believe, on its way out. So with that, it seems like they have finished fueling up the tank farm just in time, as the pad clear cutoff point is about 5 minutes from now. So amazingly, it looks like the SpaceX has done it. You'll love to see it. Again, it's amazing how quickly they were able to load that much propellant into the tank farm again. And just non-stop trucks. We need Adrian, who his X handle is BC Car Counter, to count how many cars, or trucks, I guess, worth of propellant went through.
You know, I've played a little bit of American Truck Simulator in my day, playing the Starship missions specifically. It is not easy to pull a truck around like that in a simulation, much less in real life around all this expensive hardware. So I have nothing but respect for all the many truck drivers that are able to make this launch possible.
And there is a version of Starbase in American Truck Simulator, or at least the Brownsville area there. So that's always fun.
Yeah, it's a little old, but it's generally right, you know.
Here's one from Gregory, and Max, I'll throw this to you. Are there any new test objectives for Flight 11, assuming Flight 10 is a success? Is there anything they might still want to test now with Block 2 before it goes away?
That's a really good question. I would presume they're going to, assuming all goes well with Ship 37 and Flight 10, this one, I think they're going to also want to explore the entry and stress envelope of what a Block 2 can handle, and so that they can implement that data and whatever else they have learned on that towards Block 3. There's really only so much they can test now with Block 2 beyond the PEZ dispenser, engine relight, and TPS, or the thermal protection system, or those black heat shield tiles. So tough to see what else they can do besides basically completely stripping away the TPS or doing something absolutely crazy, which I don't even know what that would be. But I would presume the goal for Flight 11 would be consistency. Can they get that down? Can they get all of these objectives done reliably with all the hardware they have on board that could be either moved onto the Block 3 or have equipment on V3 that is inspired by those on Block 2. So I think it'll be more a test of reliability and consistency above anything else.
I mean, that's really a good point. And if there's any final tweaks they might want to make to version 3 stuff while they're still manufacturing it, because as we've seen, they iterate every single ship, every single booster. They make small changes, maybe not all big noticeable ones, but maybe then for future version 3s, they can add tweaks and things that they would learn from flights 10 and 11. Also, I love the different transitions as we watch this truck go away. I'm sure this truck driver has no idea that there's about 14,000 people watching him drive away right now. But we appreciate everyone who's joining us here for today's attempt. As you may remember, for those who were here yesterday, weather became the issue. So let's take a look at something really cool here. This is a time-lapse of yesterday. So this is a total of 8 hours of time-lapse condensed into a much shorter amount of time. And you can see there was the chopsticks opening. There come the dark clouds, random bugs and birds in there. Tank farm getting active, venting. See them start to get ready to go into prop load. You can see it getting frosty, and you see how dark those skies are still. And it's a shame because it looks so cool with the sunlight there.
That was a beautiful sunset. Holy crap.
At high speeds, too.
Yeah, the road to the pad still wasn't open around sunset. Otherwise, I would have been there. But holy crap, that was beautiful.
Yeah, let's watch that again. Right there, of course, you can see getting closer to launch time, though. That's when all the dark clouds came in, unfortunately. Right as they begin fueling there. And then D-Tank. Oh, that interaction with the clouds is gorgeous. That is, again, an 8-hour time-lapse from our sky cam there.
It is such a
so
shame
cool
because it looks like it cleared up pretty a couple hours afterwards. It was right during that launch period was very cloudy and stormy in the area.
That is 8 hours and 30 seconds. JS Web Music with a good question. We talked about the issue yesterday, weather-wise, being those anvil clouds. Max, what's an anvil cloud?
A very nasty, naughty, very tall, thick-looking cloud that has the potential of producing lightning, either to itself or any vehicles or objects that go through it. In this case, it would have been Starship either going very near it or passing right through it. So that is basically what an anvil cloud is. I am not a meteorologist, so I can't give you the full technical or, I guess, quote-unquote, official explanation of what an anvil cloud is, but just as someone on the ground often enough to know that it is a bad thing whenever you hear about anvil cloud rolls being a factor, they are not good, at least for these applications. If you're a storm chaser, on the other hand, they can be really good news, but we are not storm chasers here at NSF, at least while we are covering rockets.
Yeah, while we're covering them. I mean, of course, we all want to be weather experts. The last we saw for today's attempt, by the way, was 75% favorable is the number that we're hearing. So at least it seems better today. But yeah, part of the issue is the either attached or detached anvil cloud rules, which basically means that it would either be flying through or right next to clouds that are producing crazy amounts of lightning. And if it's an attached cloud, it may not be an anvil cloud itself, but if it's connected to it, the lightning can go all the way through the cloud, and if it strikes your rocket, as Cody was mentioning just a little bit ago, you get the risk of running an Apollo 12 and striking the vehicle with lightning and having issues. Russians, they really don't care with Soyuz. They'll launch basically anything. Here's a question from Adam. I don't know if we know the answer to this or if this is more of a Alex question here, but Adam's asking, are Merlin nozzles and Raptor nozzles both made out of niobium?
Oh, well, I think to start, I believe the only niobium part of any of the nozzles is actually only on the MVAC engine or the vacuum optimized Merlin engine. That nozzle extension you see is made of niobium and is actually a very thin material, but very light and very strong, and strong enough, obviously, to withstand all the forces and thermal loads that are applied to it from combustion from the single MVAC engine. In terms of the actual walls of the engine bell of the Raptor and the Merlin, I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's some proprietary SpaceX alloy that they have engineered specifically for those applications so that they can withstand all of the thermal and physical loads during ignition and thrusting. But I'm struggling to think of what that could be or if we've even heard of that. Cody, do you know?
Sorry, I was looking up niobium to see if I could get more info on it. What was the question there?
The question was asking if Merlin nozzles and Raptor nozzles both made out of, or I guess in this case, used niobium. Right.
I could have sworn I remember something about the MVAC is radiatively cooled. That's why you see much glowing there. And in that case, you're going to have a different operation between Merlin vacuum, and Raptor, where Raptor is regeneratively cooled on the nozzle. Different engines use different methods of cooling the nozzles that are on the vehicle using different materials. So sometimes that's ablative, and other times that's regenerative, where you're actually flowing propellant through the nozzle there. So I'm not actually too sure on the specific Merlin Raptor, Merlin or Raptor nozzle material there. I know the nozzle extensions, at least on RVACs, don't look anything like the MVACs that we see.
Yeah. Also, just it's fun to keep saying niobium.
Yes.
Let me thank some people again, because the support has been unbelievably generous, especially for the third time that we've tried to launch Flight 10 here, the third Stakeout stream. Noel J coming in with 50 gifted memberships, followed by another 50 gifted memberships. That's 100 gifted memberships, if my math is right. I don't know, I went to school for journalism. Thank you very much for that. Milan, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. And Crispy coming back again with a $99.99 super chat, saying 2 hours until work is through and I can join the party. Appreciate all of the team and your coverage. Keep it up. I'll continue to spread your name. Thank you so much. And I mean, that's the thing. You don't have to be able to support us all monetarily. We just appreciate everyone who's able to be here. So if you just hit the like button, something as simple as that, and joining us in the chat lets other people know and lets YouTube know, hey, we should recommend this to more people. And by doing so, we can get more people hooked on spaceflight, show people how awesome Starship is and how awesome this vehicle is, and just spaceflight in general. So even if you can't support monetarily, literally just that simple like goes a long way. So thank you everyone who's here joining, watching, and chatting with us. Terry coming in saying, appreciate all you guys do to bring us this content. Well, thank you. Andy Builds gifting a Red Team membership and then coming in with the real question. When Flight 12?
It'll launch when it launches.
Cody, when Flight 12?
Oh, it's gonna be a while. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a while because Flight 12 is gonna be with Block 3 hardware, right? And so that's gonna be from Pad B, and so that's gonna be a while. We haven't seen it in operation quite yet. There's still some work that needs to be done, both on that pad and also constructing the Block 3 vehicles. So Flight 12 might be a little bit of a ways off. I think after this flight, if this flight goes well and they learn a lot from things like the thermal protection system, then they'll go ahead and start ramping up a little bit more on the Block 3 production there. But they just need to learn a little bit more about the thermal protection system, I think, before they make a sound decision on how they want to move forward with Block 3.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be exciting when we get there. I definitely want to see Block 3 fly, especially because hopefully that'll be the version that we see fly from Florida. Again, I'm from the Space Coast, near the Space Coast, okay? I do talk about Florida a lot because I'm excited to see this vehicle come to the Space Coast and just see the hype that it brings to Florida. Draconis, thank you very much for the support there. JW with a really good question. Asking, I'll throw this one to you, Max. How come Starship barely makes it to orbital speed in these test flights with its fuel? How will this work with a 100-ton cargo as additional weight?
Well, it's worth noting that that Starship is still heavily in its experimental phase, both with the Block 1 and the Block 2 still. There's only two more Block 2 ships left before they move on to V3 or Block 3, and that is where a lot of the more serious engineering and tasks are going to be done on the V3 hardware structure. So the intended goal with these flights, or one of the goals or intentions, is to get Starship to an orbital velocity, but not to bring it all the way to an orbital an orbital altitude and orbital circularization. So it is an intentionally suborbital trajectory, so that in the event they lose control or communication with the ship, they know roughly where it is going to come down in the Indian Ocean or in the Atlantic Ocean, as obviously we saw with Flight 7 and Flight 8. But that is a foolproof way of ensuring that regardless of what happens with the flight, whether it goes well or it doesn't, they know a rough square mileage area in the Indian Ocean where it is going to come down and not affect any populated areas and risk harm to human life. That is why there is still enough propellant on board Starship, though, if they wanted to conduct a relight and circularize the orbit and obviously bring it to a fully orbital trajectory. They could. They are deliberately choosing not to, out of the safety of those around and for the vehicle's sake as well, because it's not like a company launching a satellite that is super small and can perhaps, I don't want to say afford to kind of just be tossed out wherever and almost be forgotten about and not matter where it enters, because it'll break up into a million pieces and they won't make it to the ground, because Starship is a really, really big vehicle. It is bigger than any of the space shuttle orbiters by a pretty good factor. So because of that, a lot of debris would probably make it to the ground at those speeds. So they obviously want to mitigate the risk of any of that happening, and they want to control where it comes down regardless of what happens. So that's essentially why.
Yeah, it's really about safety and control and things like that if something goes wrong. I'm sure once we get to those 100-ton payloads, it won't be as much of an issue. And I think for those larger payloads especially that need to go farther, that's where that in-orbit refueling is going to come in huge. You just launch, be able to get to a depot, refuel, and then continue onward from there.
I'd also say that a 150-ton payload, in the mass fraction of that compared to the fuel the vehicle carries is so small. So when Starship's at the end of its burn, nearly in low Earth orbit, even though it appears to only have a small amount of fuel, because that mass fraction was so small, the 150 pounds of payload is slightly inconsequential. As we're dealing with, mass fractions and how much fuel to payload ratio we have to look at the rocket equation, right? And that tells us that as you add more fuel, you need to have more thrust to carry that fuel. And so the amount of fuel that you need to actually get the 150 tons finally into orbit is pretty small. But if you wanted to add, let's say, more mass on there, you need more fuel, and then suddenly you have to upgrade the ship a ton more. So even though it appears there's a little bit of just a little bit of fuel left at the end of these tests, there's certainly enough to circularize and bring those payloads up to orbit.
I can't wait till we actually get to see that happen, though. Here's one from Clinton asking, I may have missed if you answered earlier, but does SpaceX or the FAA set the weather constraints for launches, and are they universal across all rockets or specific to each rocket? That's a fantastic question. Max, you want to tackle that one?
I mean, really, it's the launch provider or the LSP or the launch service provider that really knows their vehicle in and out and what it can and can't handle. And they essentially know... Oh, we have word in the back channel that the chopsticks might be opening, question mark? Don't know if we can get a better angle on that yet, but essentially it's the LSPs or the launch service providers that dictate what the vehicle can and can't handle based on various testing and data runs that they do either in the vehicle's construction, in testing phases, or from previous flight data, and then they relay that onto whatever powers that be that help them figure out what the weather conditions are like with weather balloons, radars, and the like, especially in Florida. That is in a close collaboration with SLD-45 or Space Launch Delta 45 at the Patrick Space Force Base. So it is mostly the LSPs or the launch service providers.
Exactly. I mean, there's some basic things that they follow. FAA doesn't set weather guidelines. They just say, be safe. And don't, follow your launch license, essentially. So they get the support from others. And I did mention earlier that SpaceX has their own range. I should point out that it's specifically for Starbase. Once the flight continues over towards Florida and the airspace over there, that is airspace that is monitored by the Eastern Range. So the Eastern Range still does get involved, but not as much in the immediate launch portion and that sort of immediate weather forecasting there. And keeping an eye on those sticks and waiting for them to open up. And it's worth noting, Cody, I know we pointed this out the other day, but it's still worth noting that those aren't really like load-bearing super support. It's absolutely critical that they have to stay on as late as possible, right?
No, yeah, the orbital launch mount is plenty strong enough and has a strong enough grab on Starship to prevent it from tipping over in, let's say, super high winds or anything like that. And so before launch, what they do is they open up the chopstick arms. And, you don't really want to do... The reason we do this, or SpaceX does this so far before launch, it could be up to... They want to get rid of this checklist item early, right? If it's not necessary for launch, they want to make sure that it's not going to interfere with the launch, because if they have some sort of issue with opening the chopsticks arms, they want a little bit of time to diagnose the issue to see if they can actually open them up. So, because it's not strictly necessary for the structural integrity of the vehicle or the vehicle remaining vertical on the pad, they just open those up pretty early.
And you can see the left stick there, or at least left from this point of view, moving away and opening up. So arms open wide. Hopefully we will not see these chopsticks hold on to Ship 37 ever again. Fingers crossed. Oh boy. So hopefully we'll be able to see this launch in about 3 hours and 45 minutes from now. And this is a really good view, and don't forget, we will have all of the different views that you can see with the members multi-view. If you join at any member level, you'll get to see a flick through of all of the different cameras that we have out there. More of them will be coming online, of course, as we get closer to launch. But if you want to see all of the angles that we have, why not pop that open in another window? Have it kind of, if you got two monitors, one on each screen, so that way you can see all the different cameras too. So the members multi-view is available for Take 3 of Starship Flight 10. And again, that's any level of membership support gets that. Here's a good one. We talked about the weather, which, as you see on the screen there, is 75% go. We've talked about, do we think the flight will be successful? John Ulrich asking, what's everyone's percentages on the door opening correctly tonight? What is your Pez dispenser percentage? Your Pez-centage is?
50-50.
Is that like an Alex answer, 50-50, or?
I'll just leave it at 50-50.
Wow.
Boo.
I do think, they've had a history of opening it once, right? We've never seen a Pez door close. I mean, kinda, yes. Yeah. But the main issue last time was that pressure, I think. It was that built up pressure in the payload bay from that methane leak. And so I'm pretty confident if they don't have some sort of another pressurization system leak pressure into that payload bay, I don't think they're going to have trouble opening it. Now, closing it is another story. I'm going to put it at like a, 70-30. 70% it will be good, 30% it won't.
I mean, I've made it known before, I personally am not a fan of the Pez dispenser. I love Pez the candy. I do not love the Pez dispenser design. It has been nothing but trouble. It has been frustrating to watch. Also, most satellites, when they get deployed eventually, are not flat disks. So, I'm going to go 60-40.
Well, Sawyer, while we're talking about the Pez dispenser door may or may not be opening, what is opening are the chopsticks that were holding Ship 37 in place. We can now see them fully on their way opening to the fully open and locked position before launch. Basically in their launch position. Well, going to be in their launch position. I tried. I learned from the best, Sawyer.
Oh, shucks. Thank you. That was impressive. But yep, there we go. We see those sticks opening up. Unfortunately, we won't see them closing to catch anything in particular, but Cody, do you think that we will see a simulated catch either on Tower 1 or Tower 2?
Tower 1 wise, I don't think so, right? The future of Tower 1 is, I would say, I don't know if a bleak one is the proper term, but they will have to do a lot of renovations, right? They're going to want to shorten those arms like they have on the other pad, or on the other tower, I should say. And for a catch simulation on Tower 2, I don't think they're really ready for that yet. We still haven't seen those arms move as quickly as they would during a catch attempt. And they don't necessarily need to do these simulated catch attempts during launches, right? I believe, in my mind at least, what makes sense to me is doing those simulated catch attempts on earlier flights was to test your operations, right? It was to go through, hey, do we know how to catch this thing when we eventually get to it? And so we run through the whole operation. But I don't think that that's necessarily needed for the other pad at this point, because I think they kind of have the operation side down. So maybe once Tower's more constructed, they might go for it, because they still do need to go through and retune the system, right? Instead of having these much larger arms, they have these much smaller arms, which lowers your mass moment of inertia and allows for the arms to be much more accurate, stop sooner. But that does mean that you have to go through and maybe retune PIDs. I'm not sure what controls they are using there. In my mind, that would be a whole campaign of retuning the PIDs on the arms, so that when you command it to close on the ship, it isn't going to slam into the ship at high speed, or isn't going to stop when it's way open there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them do that in the past, but as we get towards the end of Tower 1 and version 2, I could definitely see it being a thing of the past. Save those sticks for that last flight coming up. And in addition to, speaking of coming up, the sticks are also coming up, getting into their pre-launch position here on the tower. This is just awesome views. This was a question from earlier, but I still think it's a good question asking now. Don was asking, Where are the mission control facilities located? The tank farm controls, fueling ops, even for opening the sticks and things like this. How much is on site at Starbase and how much is in Hawthorne? Max, you want to take that?
Yes. So the official mission control here in Starbase is at a place called the Ad Astra facility, and that is right off of Highway 4, maybe 3 to 4 miles, or no, probably like 5 to 6 miles west of the launch complex, right off the highway. So if you're driving down Highway 4 toward the launch site, you'll pass it on your left-hand side, but please do not attempt to approach or enter the facility, as that is for SpaceX employees only. Oh, I'm hearing it in the back channel. Oh no! Did they moved mission control to? No, you know what? I thought I saw something on the stream yesterday. Yeah, this makes sense. They moved mission control, I believe, to on top of Mega Bay 1, and that's where some of the live stream and views were. I think that's why the view behind Dan and Elon and Bill looks so different yesterday. That's right. Okay, so now they have full mission control now on top of Mega Bay 1, which is really, really, really cool, because that is basically the best view in the house that you can get for a launch.
Well, now we know, and we say we've seen it. So there you go.
It's not like they tell us these things, right? It's like you got to pay so much attention to every single little detail to know when something at Starbase changes, because they don't go announcing it. So, yeah.
And I don't think we know how much is actually controlled at Starbase versus at Hawthorne, right? Because we know, for example, with Falcon 9 launches, and there it is. There's the view of it that we saw yesterday. But we've seen for like Falcon 9 launches where the launch control center will take it until it clears the tower, and then it heads over to Hawthorne for control, things like that. Do we know, Max, how much Hawthorne helps with this?
I mean, I'm sure they have a whole bunch of feeds piped in from all of the pad and all these surrounding areas. I'm sure they just serve as any sort of auxiliary support, because they have all the data and everything else coming in. So, yeah, I'm sure they have eyes on, but I don't know how much say they have in terms of the actual launch operations. I'm sure if somebody sees something wrong, they'll put their hand up or put a notice up or something. But I think they're mostly just observing.
Yeah. I just thought that was interesting as we see all of these actions happening to see where it all goes down. And don't forget, you could see everything that goes down at NSF behind the scenes for Starship launches too, as we also have our behind the scenes member multi-view. So in addition to the regular members multi-view where you get to flick through all the cameras, the behind the scenes multi-view will allow you to see all of the different people at NSF working. You'll be able to hear some of the comms, see all of the different cameras and their coding, essentially, so what they're called. So if Kevin calls for it, that you'll be able to know what it's talking about, and you'll get to hear the craziness that happens leading up to a launch. So the regular members multi-view and the behind the scenes members multi-view are both available now to all levels of member support, which let me take a moment to thank some people who actually became members or gifted them. Rob Hayworth gifting 5 Red Team memberships, Temstra becoming a Padrat member, Tom Brackstone becoming a launch director. That is one of the highest levels of support that we have here at NSF. We also will get you'll get access to the NSF Discord, which is Capcom and above, and you also get your name at the end of all of our NSF live shows, as well as the Flame Trench, so we appreciate that a lot. Hendy becoming a Padrat member, Fabian becoming a Padrat member, Politically Incorrect becoming a Padrat member, Glenn Maxim becoming a Red Team member. I can't keep going higher. Safon, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Eric gifting a Red Team membership, and Chris becoming a Padrat member. Thank you very much, everyone, for all of the support, and enjoy those multi-views. Here's one from David asking, do we need ever faster Earth transportation? It's an interesting question. I mean, we've gotten pretty good at going fast and getting things up into orbit, but Cody, do we need faster transportation to space?
That is an interesting question, right? I think for certain instances, faster space transportation provided by point-to-point would be useful in certain instances if it's some sort of cargo that needs to be transported, that's very time sensitive, very fragile well, maybe not very fragile cargo. I'm not too sure how that would do on landing, but cargo that needs to be transported very fast, there are options for that with Starship. I know in the past the Department of Defense has looked into quick transport of supplies all over the world using a vehicle like Starship. But otherwise, in my eyes, there's been a big resurgence in the aerospace industry of supersonic transport. There are a couple companies that are trying to make supersonic transport available again ever since the retirement of Concorde. And I think that's going to be the real future. So in the close term of how we're able to transport people around, and of course, getting places faster is always better. You know, you're spending less of your life in a car or something like that, and moving quicker.
Yeah, I'll take Concorde V2, or I guess Boom Supersonics now. Yes, please, give me. Thank you. Wascally Wabbit saying my SC Star B shirt shipped today. Going to modify it with an X2. Here's hoping it won't need an X3. Agreed. Austin, can't wait to see what happens with Pad 2 / what is it? Pad 2A launch on that. I'm not going to continue with that, but let's light this candle today. I think they were trying to get me to say Pad 2A. So I forgot about that.
You just did.
I know. That was from Flame Trench way back when. You should check out Flame Trenches on Fridays. They're a little more off the rails. And we also have This Week in Spaceflight, which is much more on the rails to learn about all the things that have happened over the past week in space that you may have missed. This one's a little tricky to understand, but I think I kind of get what they're saying. KCJ Bomber asking, let me read the official wording first. When Starlink V3 link, not ship link, and what does it do? I'm guessing they mean what will be the difference with Starlink V3s as opposed to the V2 minis that we're currently using. Do we know anything about that, Max, yet?
I mean, other than that they are a lot bigger than the current flying V2 minis, I don't believe so. I know that they are obviously designed to expand the capabilities of the Starship constellations by improving bandwidth, because they have a lot more surface area to work with. But in terms of actual details, we are still waiting to see. And we won't see them fly until Starship V3 is able to carry them to orbit, because Starship is the only launch vehicle capable of launching those Starlink V3 satellites, because they're so big. They will not fit on Falcon 9, at least into any usable capacity.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they're capable of, and once we actually get to see what they look like, because the ones that they've loaded up in are, again, we've been calling them dumblinks. They are mass simulators meant to represent the Starlink satellites themselves, not actual Starlink satellites. So we'll, of course, be keeping an eye all around Starbase if we see any of those come into town, and if anything gets loaded up for the future with those. So it looks like chopsticks are up and open as we approach 3 hours and 30 minutes until the opening of the launch window for Starship Flight 10. That window opening 6:30 p.m. Central Time. It is a 1 hour long window. And boy, things are looking very pretty today, especially weather-wise, which is now up to 75% favorable for a launch attempt today. And that is our sky cam there. You could see actual blue in the skies. Finally. Boy, this is looking good.
And hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, especially that. And vehicle systems hold and weather holds. This is the view from South Padre Island, I believe, looking over towards it from the Margaritaville Hotel, which Das was hard at work at by the pool earlier at the stream. Oh boy. Let's continue taking your questions. Tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we'll be able to see them pop up in the software here. Here's one from MacGyver, and Cody, I'll throw this to you. Will the Starlink payload simulators deorbit behind the ship?
Yes. Well, not in the way you might think, right? Starlink satellites have thrusters on them that are able to allow them to maneuver into their final orbits, as well as deorbit, or them being in a low orbit deorbits themselves. But on this flight specifically, Starship is never entering orbit. So when the dumb links are deployed, I don't imagine that SpaceX spent the cost to put the Hall effect thrusters on there. So I do assume that they are going to re-enter alongside Starship, probably a little bit behind, and so they'll burn up on re-entry, because they probably don't have heat shield tiles either, along with the Hall effect thrusters there. Block 2 is not going to enter orbit. At least that's what we believe there. They really need to get the reliability much higher before they ever reach orbit. So I really do think they won't reach orbit with Block 2, and they will push it until Block 3 until they reach orbit there. So there's no real need for a deorbit system on those dumb links, because they'll just re-enter alongside Starship.
Again, it's part of that. Also, if something goes wrong, it just burns up. But they're also meant to it really is a test of more of the capability to deploy a payload than it is the payload itself. Let's see, question-wise here. Here's an interesting one. FlippedBit is asking, Max, how do the launch license and air clearances work in regards to the change of days in case of a not launch, like we saw the past 2 days?
Well, I believe whatever license is at hand has an already approved range of dates to use. So I think for the TFRs or the NOTAMs that we saw published, obviously there was, I think there was like 6 or 7 dates in line, and those were all dates approved for Starship operations to take place. So I would presume the TFRs and all other notices would be exactly the same, in that they have an approved range of dates. If they can't use any of those, obviously they have to go back and apply for a new set of dates for the range to use for safe operational use. I don't know the exact procedures off the top of my head. I'm not an expert on that field, but that is just an observation from what we have seen in the dates listed for potential use. And that is why we see so many, because obviously rockets don't always go on the first attempt, as we have seen with Starship Flight 10 now having not launched on its first 2 days. But hopefully today's the day.
That is what we're hoping for. And again, the main thing is safety, having those keep out ranges, trying to have as little effect on daily operations for people within those keep out zones, but also protecting people in the event something happens, such as Flight 7, Flight 8, Flight 9. I'll stop there. But yeah, safety is paramount. Which, this is probably a dumb question, but again, my friend Karen asked this earlier, and I have not been able to stop thinking about it. Once they get to the lunar surface, so we're talking HLS here and the Starship Lunar Lander, it said that they'll use a lift to get themselves down from the crew portion of it to the actual lunar surface, as opposed to a ladder, as we saw during Apollo. If they accidentally fall off the lift and elevator or fall face first, is there like a space OSHA or a space safety agency that would force a review into that design? How does the safety get factored in when you're talking about another planetary body?
First off, I don't think there's any dumb questions in spaceflight. Like everyone's at different levels, and we just gotta use our collective knowledge to kind of bring each other up there. Safety-wise, probably not an agency, right? It's technically international, like, space waters, right? So I don't think there would be a agency specifically there to be like, your working conditions are unsafe. We are going to close your lift. It's more so going to be NASA. NASA is the main agency that would give a crew rating to any sort of vehicle that flies NASA astronauts on them. So for the HLS missions, NASA's going to definitely be looking over that lift to see, hey, are there any fall risks here? and just making sure like that there's a clip of some sort. Maybe there's a harness that maybe you clip into whenever you're going up or down. That would seem a very NASA thing to do. But yeah, I wouldn't imagine that there aren't handrails and harnesses for that lift system, because yeah, I'd say falling would be a big danger there.
Yeah, I would kind of think it's a lot of safety measures. No, again, it's not. I saw someone put SPOSHA for Space OSHA. Getting all of the safety things ironed out on the ground before on the lunar surface. And again, just like Apollo, we saw a lot of people fall flat on their face on the lunar surface as they learned to walk on the moon in the 1/6 gravity. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again this time, and it's just a matter of learning each flight and adding mitigations to try and assist the astronauts for future lunar missions. As we approach 3 hours, 23 minutes to go to the opening of the window, let me continue to thank people for the amazing support coming in. Brian Wilson saying, as a meteorologist in Rocket City in Huntsville, I always get a kick out of combining my two passions with sketchy launch weather. I feel optimistic today. There we go. We have a meteorologist feeling optimistic. That makes me feel a lot better. Ron V saying, keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Outside context problem, giving the official NASA PDF for describing their specifications, which SpaceX has adopted. I believe that's in regards to weather. JPX with the super chat saying, thank you, NSF team, for hanging in there. Cody, are you a member of a certain prefecture or club?
I am a member of the Oregon State University Aeronautics and Astronautics Association. So we do a lot of student rocketry out here. As well as that, I compete in the International Rocket Engineering Competition. So a couple of rocketry things there. I'm the team lead for the Oregon State team, and I love competing, always out there. In fact, NASA Spaceflight covers the IREC competition out in June. So next year, if you're watching the stream, look out for my team. I'll definitely be out there.
Do you get to commentate your own launch?
I mean, maybe. One of the things we're actually planning to do is introduce a live video system with some really cool overlays, live streaming telemetry straight from the rocket mid-flight, as well as video. And so part of that might be, hey, we commentate over the live stream to add value to that, because that is one of the things that the competition judges. It's a live video challenge, so you get points based off of how well it goes. So we could set up cameras inside of our launch control trailer, and have that live telemetry being beamed back, which I think would be a really fun time out there. But yeah, that will be live streamed on both IREC and I believe here at NASA Spaceflight.
Very cool. Taserface, great name. With the question here, I'll throw it to both of you. We'll start with you, Max, then Cody. When do you think Pad 2/B will be ready for Flight 12? I mean, we've been following the progress of the build this whole time. When Tower 2 ready?
Well, notice how the question was about the pad, not about the hardware. I think the pad should be mostly, if not completely, online by the end of the year in terms of the tank farm and the deluge system. They have been making a lot of progress on that, and we have seen, especially with the deluge system and the tank farm both venting away in previous days and weeks. They've been making a lot of progress, so I would suspect that the pad will be mostly ready to receive flight hardware by the end of the year, or at least test hardware.
Cody, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm thinking. I think they're going to try and rush it for the end of this year, but I think that we're going to see it probably sometime quarter 2, quarter 3 next year. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to see a launch anytime soon out of there. Me being a little bit more pessimistic about that.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll see the hardware, or at least the pad completion before the end of the year. Then we'll hopefully get to see all the pad testing, the hardware testing, getting all of the propellant farms hooked up, all of the new air separators and things they're working on too to assist with it. Lots that we can expect. And of course, Starbase Live 24/7, you'll be able to watch it all live. Matt, by the way, saying, really hope today's the day. I've stayed up until 2 a.m. these last 2 days. Fatigue aside, think I speak for all of us. NSF streams are what keep the community so invested in these long times. Thank you very much for that. We're all in the same boat of being both exhausted and excited at the same time. And thankfully, on launch days, excitement wins over exhaustion. But the moment they're over, that's a whole nother story. John Ulrich asking, Max, WB-57, yes or no?
I don't think we've seen any TFRs specific for the WB-57 flying, nor have we seen its time schedule slotted or been released. So I don't think so. Somebody in the back channel, please feel free to correct me, but I don't think so on this occasion.
Yeah, it's been since Flight 5, I think, was the last time the WB-57 was up.
Yeah, I think so.
So, it's a shame. I love the views from it, but at least we have the ones from the early flights that they were able to release after some Freedom of Information Act requests. Here's an interesting one. Obviously, we know they'll be launching Starlink satellites from Starship. There's another internet constellation that is trying to up their game and compete with SpaceX that have already launched on other SpaceX rockets. So, Cody, do you think Starship would ever launch Amazon Kuiper internet satellites?
That is a very interesting question there. Now, there's been a lot of discussion around like, hey, why isn't Kuiper launching on more Falcon 9 launches, right? And there was actually a lawsuit by Amazon investors being like, hey, this is a cheap option for launching. You guys should get some Falcon 9s out there to launch.
Hang on, are those trucks going to the pad?
Yes.
It does kind of look that way, yes.
That's not great, Bob.
Not great, Bob.
I mean, I don't think we've had full pad clear yet. Maybe we had, and I just missed it. But they may be just going out to troubleshoot a small issue that they have seen, or something along those lines. But nothing to worry about crazily yet. We still have about a little over 3 hours. Is there? There is. There's a tanker coming down. There might be one more.
A little bit of a late load there on the tank farm.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your answer, but I just saw vehicles towards the pad and got nervous there.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. Interrupt me if there's anything interesting happening here. We're focusing here on the Starship launch and the preparations for Flight 10, so I think that is definitely the priority there. I'll make my answer short. I don't think that they're going to try and emphasize Starship for Kuiper. Maybe they do a couple missions. I don't know. But the main reason that they are choosing to launch SpaceX, at least in my head, is that they need to meet a super fast approaching deadline of having half their constellation up around this time next year. And with just a couple hundred satellites in orbit, I believe it's just like 160. They really need to ramp up their flight rate. And so I don't think Starship is going to be launching commercial missions like Kuiper by that deadline. So I don't think there's a real rush for Kuiper to use Starship to meet that deadline.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem ready yet, which is a shame, although I can't wait to see them actually launch commercial payloads. And I did see a question here of what do we think the first payload will be that isn't a Starlink payload? Cody, what do you think? Oh, Max, you go first. I heard the
Oh, yeah, go Max.
Well, I say ooh because my mind was immediately going towards the Starlink V3 Mini or minis, the Starlink V3 satellites. And then the question went to other than or the first payload that was not going to be a V3 Starlink. So it depends on if they stick with the PEZ dispenser system at first, or if we see any other sort of payload deploy mechanisms being shown in either the renders or from hardware we have seen here in Starbase. To this point, we have not seen anything else other than that. So, other than the PEZ dispenser. So it really depends on what we're going to see. But if I had to take a guess, you know what? I can't even guess. I really don't know. I'm not sure. it depends on what kind of other deployment mechanism we've seen, and at this point we haven't seen anything.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing that my thought goes to is something for NSSL, which is national security payloads, because typically they need to have at least 2 flights proving, hey, your vehicle works and it's certified to be able to launch these top secret high security payload things. So I wouldn't be surprised if they use the Starlink launches as their, hey, look, our thing works. Now you can launch your stuff. And then they end up going to launch one of the NSSL ones. So that could be. We shall see what they end up doing. Of course, again, we have to get to that point too. Can't believe the trucks are all more fuel trucks. I don't know if this was a truck that just got stuck in traffic and got late, maybe, or is it that they realized they need more?
I mean, there was an accident on Highway 4 towards Brownsville this morning, so there could have been some holdup in that direction, but that was many hours ago. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be ordering the fuel now. I don't think they would be like, hey, we need a rush order of fuel, stat. But it might just be a truck that showed up late. There was a little bit of traffic or something, or maybe there was like a holdup at the facility loading at the actual locks. But yeah, I don't think they realized, oh no, we need more fuel, and then or oxidizer, and called up the company there.
I mean, the real question is, are they wearing the NSF trucker hats that are now available? That's the real question here, not how much fuel they're loading, right?
Boy.
Oh, come on. We got the new trucker hats in the shop. They'd be perfect for this, especially with the flight coming up, dealing with the heat now that it's actually nice weather out there. We've got the NSF designs, the specific ones with the NSF Live, since we are pretty much live all the time. You've got the Texas Tank Watchers ones. They're the really nice trucker hats, too. So, thank a trucker and get them one of these hats. That way, when they're coming into Starbase on the shuttle tanker, that they can rep NSF too. And again, you see it on the bottom of the ticker there. 3rd time's the charm. So 3rd time's the charm to finally get this thing off the ground. The 3rd time's the charm to not have to annoy you anymore with merch plugs. But if you do choose to get something from the shop, we really appreciate it. Thank you. Here's another really good thought-provoking question. Jamie Goss is asking, if SpaceX are having so many issues with the weather, Max, how will they ever manage to launch several ships a day as they expect to do?
By launching them carefully and threading the window. I mean, they want to move toward airline-like operations. I mean, that has been their stated goal, and that is certainly the direction they are moving in. But it's worth noting that even airports and aircraft are subject to lightning and severe weather delays, as we have seen from like O'Hare, Atlanta. Any of the real major airports are no stranger to weather delays or cancellations. So we presume, obviously, spaceflight is going to run into that problem in the longer run when they try to fly more commonly. I mean, heck, they already do now, especially in Florida, and obviously yesterday, as we saw with the Flight 10 scrub. So, so they're going to have issues. It's just about finding a window and holding and having patience. I mean, that's what you have to do with airlines sometimes, and that is unfortunately, as long as you are on Earth and dealing with our atmosphere and weather, that is not something you are really going to avoid unless you are launching from like the Sahara Desert and no other weather being in your way. But I can't really see SpaceX finding a reason to build a facility there or anywhere else super remote and having much more stable weather. So you're always going to run into it. It's just a matter of finding a window and having patience.
And Leopard's Tail brings up a good point, and Cody, I'll throw this one to you. Given Soyuz can launch in a blizzard, can you foresee Starship doing the same as it matures?
Yeah, I think that because Starship right now is going through its test and development, they're trying to have the best conditions possible for launches, right? You wouldn't test fly an airplane in the middle of a hurricane, but you might be able to eke out the performance to be able to do it in the future. So I think once they're able to fully characterize Starship and they're able to actually beef it up maybe a little bit, they would be able to go and launch in these more inclement conditions where you might have a little bit of lightning around. We might see in the future like lightning dispersion things like you would see on aircraft, right? It's just all depends on how often they want that flight rate to get up, and definitely a future endeavor once they're outside of the testing campaign. We do have the truck backing down the road here. Very interesting.
Was this the same truck that we just saw try and go through before, or is this a different
Yes.
one?
I think it's the same one.
Yeah, it got stopped here at the roadblock, and I guess it's turning around now.
Interesting. Like you were saying, maybe when they got stuck in traffic and made it just too late.
But I mean, if they're having to turn him away, that means I guess they must have enough in the tank farm right now to support a launch operation today. So maybe that's a good sign, even though it may be kind of annoying for him.
Yeah, rough for the trucker, but good sign for launch today.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here's a interesting one. Again, a lot of this is things we don't know just yet, but Cody, do we know how long orbital refueling will take? Because SpaceX has said, and even Elon saying yesterday, that that's pretty crucial to their future endeavors.
Yeah, so fueling on the pad here, somewhere like Starbase or where how it will be at 39A or 37, fueling's pretty quick, right? Because we have pumps that are massive that have the flow rate of small rocket engines. And so that's why we're able to fuel the entirety of Super Heavy and Starship in just under an hour. Looking towards the future, of course, Starship is a much smaller volume than also with it combined with Super Heavy, so that throws another variable in the mix. But I think it's going to be a little bit of a longer duration to transfer fuel, just because you want to balance the ability to get higher flow rates so you're able to complete the operation sooner, but also you got to factor in the weight aspect, right? The more weight you put into the pump, the less fuel you can actually carry with you to refuel the Starship vehicle. Potentially on something like a depot where you can spare that mass because it's going to be a stop for other ships, you could increase that flow rate with a larger pump. But just ship-to-ship transfer, I don't expect it to be a super high flow rate, so it might take a couple hours to transfer the fuel they need to.
I mean, I'm sure they're going to want to try and fine-tune that. Still waiting for them to do that in-orbit refueling test, but that's still going to be a little ways away, considering they're still not confident enough in the vehicle to put it in full orbit yet. Minor detail. Let me thank some more people. The members that have been coming in is unbelievable. Johannes, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Sierra becoming a Pad Rat member. Charles and someone but not you also becoming Pad Rat members. Quag, same thing. Enzo, fine, I'll say it again. Block Tua, you're welcome. Sir Goosey gifting a Red Team membership. Edward becoming a Pad Rat member. Andy Williams becoming a Pad Rat member. Alex Daniels coming in here to help develop green merch for launch day. Need more green on stream for good luck. I like that. Michael Mooney becoming a launch director. One of the highest levels of support here at NSF. You get the Discord access. You get your name at the end of NSF Live. And the Flame Trench brought to you by NSF. All as a thank you for your generous support there. Linda becoming a Pad Rat member. Edward gifting a Red Team membership. We're almost there, folks. I'm getting through it. Carter Key becoming a Pad Rat member. Cohen becoming a Red Team member. SJ Gray becoming a Red Team member. Stefan, Pad Rat member. CJD, Capcom and above. We will see you in the NSF Discord. You'll get some of those member multi-views in the Discord as well. Also get to hang out with us on all the different spaceflight channels, the food channels. Crewwagon, love what you guys do. Thank you for the live streams. We could see, it looks like, Max, the range chopper is back. We were talking about the range earlier. Can you kind of talk about what these choppers do? Because, I mean, we see something similar at the Cape usually.
Yes, we do, and that is normally, honestly, I've seen Coast Guard looking helicopters similar to this one, but they have not been liveried like a Coast Guard helicopter. So those are probably privately hired as well. But the Space Force handles the range through aid with the Coast Guard and other airborne forces, like we are seeing here with a privately hired entity to ensure people are where they need to be and where they shouldn't be, or people are not where they shouldn't be, to ensure that fueling operations and launches can occur with minimal risk to human life. And as we can see, it is touchdown now, probably touching up on fuel before it makes a few more orbits and make sure that the range is clear of personnel around the launch pad, and also up and down the beach all the way down to Mexico and stretching all the way up almost towards the port near the entrance near the Port of Brownsville. But it's worth noting, Sawyer, I think we still see some vehicles at the pad. So I don't think we obviously are not at the full pad clear at the moment. What do you think that means, and how far away could we be?
That's a good question. I mean, at this point, you'd think we would start seeing, getting ready to see the Pope vent. It's about when we've seen him the last couple of attempts. For those who don't know, that is the tank farm waking up. We call it the Pope vent, as someone asked, because it comes out with the white smoke that looks similar to when they announce a new Pope has been selected at the Vatican. So that is how we've kind of come up with that nickname. But yeah, the most important thing is that the vehicles are out there, given that we expected the full pad clear within the last hour or so. So I don't want to say anything more. I don't want to be a one to jinx anything, because Max and Cody both already said the word this stakeout. So
they cancel each other out. It's fine.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's like a double negative. It's positive. Yeah.
But yeah, you could see vehicles still out there, which typically would not be at this point, especially this close to the tower. So this is something we are absolutely going to be keeping a very close eye on here as we proceed, hopefully, through the count. And yeah, keep an eye on the roadblocks, keep an eye on the vehicles. So stick with us, folks. We'll get you covered. We're also asking, when will we see space liners operating? So basically kind of like SpaceX airplanes, I guess. United Space Lines on the side of a Starship. I don't know if we get to that point yet, Cody.
Yeah, that is probably a decade away. I mean, because at that point, what you're saying is like, hey, SpaceX is not the owner-operator of Starship anymore. That means that SpaceX acts more like an airliner company, like Airbus or Boeing, and they're selling off these spacecraft to act more like airliners. And I think that's doable with Starship, but not for a long time, right? I think that in the future, we're going to see a lot more vehicles like Starship that are rapidly reusable. And once we see more and more of those vehicles, at a certain point, SpaceX isn't going to be able to operate all the Starships that are launching, all the Starships that exist. And so they will have to move towards that the separation of owner and operator, or more so, producer and operator, so that we actually can maybe see the advent of tourism, star lines, I guess, space lines, or tourism to like the moon and Mars.
I love it. Don't love the cars at the pad right now, but love the idea of a space liner. VDiv coming in with the super chat saying, inspire young kids to pursue a career in space, support the Challenger Centers. The Challenger Centers for Space Science Education are spectacular. That is the reason I got into spaceflight in the first place, was because I visited a Challenger Center. I joked that I became the camper that never left, ended up running over 1,100 simulated space missions for students, teaching Lego robotics, 3D printing. It's a great place. If there's one near you, definitely go check it out. KCJ Bomber with another $100 super chat saying, are we almost thermal? LOL. Appreciate that kind generosity there. Stephen Blackstone becoming a Capcom member. We will see you in the Discord. John Stark becoming a Padrat member. Colin becoming a Padrat member. Ben Creasy saying a lot was made of New Glenn, quote unquote, going orbital on its initial flight, but that isn't a re-entry vehicle. and propose nearly the risk of the massive re-entry hardened Starship. I mean, as similar as they are, Max, they are very different vehicles.
I am so sorry, Sawyer. I was typing something in the back channel, and I completely missed that. Would you mind going? What was that again?
They were talking about Glenny, how it's not really a hardened re-entry vehicle versus something like Starship, so it was a bigger deal. Apparently, for that quote-unquote going orbital. I mean, they're very similar in their competition, but they're also very different.
Yes, although I think for a vehicle and a space program that is as different as it runs as Blue Origin's is compared to SpaceX, they don't iterate. They do not iterate. Oh my goodness, I can't talk. Iteratively design. That's about whatever.
You get there.
Yeah. So Blue Origin does not do that. They want to get it right the first try, and they want to fly as often as they can, as right as they can. Where SpaceX's philosophy is fly, blow up, build, evolve, fly, blow up, learn, and keep going. Like that is what they do. That is what they can afford to do. Blue Origin needs to get it right on their first try. So I think for the sake of their program and for New Glenn's future, they really had to get it right on the first try, especially being behind about 4 or 5 years as it was, unfortunately. So much different programs, much different philosophies. So I would be worried about New Glenn if it did not make orbit on its first try. I'll go as far to say that.
Right, and again, it's worth pointing out SpaceX can go to orbit right now with Starship. They're just choosing, as you pointed out, not to, because it's better to have it blow up on a suborbital trajectory than in orbit and create all kinds of bad space debris. They're being good citizens of low Earth orbit in that sense. Wet Toaster asking, are there any engines on the upper stage, Cody, that can fail or die in flight without actually ending the flight?
We talked about this earlier with engine out capability. And the conclusion we came to was like they could probably lose one engine. There are currently 6 Raptor engines in the Starship upper stage. 3 are the Raptor vacuum optimized variant, while 3 are the sea level variants. And a key point is that only those 3 center ones are gimbalable, which means that only 3 of them can steer the rocket. And so it would be a pretty big deal if you started losing those. But also, the RVACs are very far out on the vehicle, so those would induce more of a torque than if you lost one of the gimbalable Raptors in the center. So losing an RVAC would be a pretty big deal, and it could cause some torque issues. But then again, you do have the on-orbit orbital maneuvering thrusters that Starship has for attitude control to possibly counteract that. So depending on the phase of flight, you might be able to get away with an engine out on something like the outer ring of those RVACs. Or even in a very worst case scenario, you shut down the RVACs. If you're close enough to orbital insertion, you shut down your RVACs. Now I don't know if SpaceX has that as one of their abort modes, but yeah, there's definitely some possibilities there with losing RVACs. It does seem like you can lose one though.
Yeah, it needs that engine out capability. Most vehicles have, so. Let's hope we don't need to answer that question, though.
Yeah, especially as we move towards that space liner thing we were talking about, right? Like, you have dual-engine aircraft everywhere. Wide-body, dual-engine aircraft crossing the Atlantic. And you need the ability to fly on...
Hope Vent's going.
We have...
Hope Vent's going.
There we go. The Pope vent we were just talking about is active, so that is a good sign. It's close to about when it's been the last few days, right around... the end of the Stakeout stream here. But Max, what does that indicate here?
Essentially, in the simplest of terms, the tank farm is waking up, at least on the methane side. I mean, the LOX side of the farm is always active because it has to keep the oxygen cool and down to its temperatures, but the methane side is beginning to wake up, and we should begin to see some pipes in other plumbing chill down. So this also means the bunker vent should be going as well. Then that should be on the other side of the launch pad. Not sure if we have a view of that, maybe from Dune. or danger dune, I should say. But that was a bit of a Pope vent jump scare there. I wasn't really expecting to see that. And then Carson cut to the angle. I think this is from one of the trailer cameras, and it was just kind of like, Pope vent. Oh my gosh.
Nobody expects the Pope vent acquisition.
Oh.
Sorry, it's been a couple Monty Python references this stream. But there we go. That is at least a very positive sign. Despite seeing the vehicles out at the pad, the tank farm continuing to condition and get ready for prop load when that does happen. Brett Lawson, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. ActiveX, how much do we think Starship has invested with Starbase, and how much will Starlink boost their expansion plans? Loving the third Stakeout in a row. It's like a refresher on the whole program. Yeah, a lot of things we get to answer, but we'll have to see what they end up doing in the future with Starbase. And DSAC, thank you as well very much for the support during the Stakeout stream. And as we now have a new Pope, that means it is time for a new bunch of hosts to come on the air, and we will take over on the launch broadcast. You don't have to go anywhere. We will automatically redirect you right to the launch broadcast. You'll get all of your favorites. You'll get your Alex, your Adrian, your Das, your Jack, all of them, your Kevin Michael Reeds, everyone will be over there. But of course, Max, thank you for joining me on this. I'm sure we'll see you over there too.
Absolutely, guys. It has been a pleasure as always, and enjoy the launch stream, folks, because we have crossed that T-minus 3 hour threshold. So it's almost like a law of physics. Once you cross the T-minus 3 hour threshold, time seems to erode away very quickly. So we are getting down to the home stretch here, guys.
Thank you, Cody, as well, for hopping on.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, and as we get into this 3 hour window, I can feel the hype building. I can't wait to see this thing finally fly, and thank you all for having me. I really appreciate it.
Same. It was Ryan Caton who started the producing, and Carson Phillips, the one who took us out here. We also had EJ, Crispy, Ryan Weber, Alex, all of them on earlier. Thank you to everybody. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host for this part of what is hopefully the final of 3 Stakeout streams for Starship Flight 10. Let's send it on over to the launch broadcast. This has been the Stakeout. So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside speed off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be igniting flare, correct? Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes.